Hey Naruto and Deku fans, I've just launched something special just for you, a Patreon page packed with exclusive 18+ content featuring Naruto and Deku. If you're craving mature, intense stories including those spicy lemons, you won't want to miss this. This is your chance to dive into the deeper, perverted sides of these characters. So, what are you waiting for? Join my Patreon now and be the first to experience the content you've been waiting for.
Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Before the video commences, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. We will now proceed to the video. Breath of the Dragon. Kozo, Eraserhead, was making short work of the villains that invaded the USJ, entangling people in his capture weapon, swinging them around and throwing them like the hammer throwers from the Olympics. The fighters being knocked out before even attempting to activate their quirks. The hero, expertly and efficiently dancing and dashing between the ranks, spreading them out and thinning the crowd. 29 seconds. Eraserhead ran from a four-armed mutant, leading him to another group before deftly dodging out of the way. The mutant's momentum bulldozing through the unaware victims. 23 seconds. Some of the ranged fighters were attempting a volley of energy beams and projectiles, hoping to at least clip him. Their quirks were erased, but the attacks still went flying, the bigger physical projectiles being caught and slung back to their originators. 18 seconds. The bigger mutants started standing up again, attempting to surround him, but their movements were too slow, allowing Eraserhead to slip through and knock them back down. Eraserhead was slowly but surely taking out the villains, practically steamrolling through them with skill that only years of training and experience could accomplish. He never stopped moving, never appeared to run out of energy, and never spent more time than strictly necessary on taking his opponents down. This was the mark of a hero, someone who stood up against all odds to bring safety to the masses. It would only make sense for the mark of a villain to be able to take one of them down. Amid the dispatching of another group of 3 villains, the one who appeared to be the leader started to move. Unwilling to let a single movement go to waste, Eraserhead sent out a strand of his capture weapon at the new opponent, but unlike the rest, this one looked to know what he was doing. The leader caught the end in the air, and instead of attempting to throw it away like others tried, he wrapped it around his arm, forcing Eraserhead to keep his attention on him. The leader yanked hard, surprising him with strength that didn't match the physique. Leaning into the momentum of the pull, Eraserhead intercepted the villain with an elbow strike to his diaphragm, earning him a quiet oof. Satisfied that the leader was at least temporarily stunned, he tried pulling away to follow up with a more definite strike, but found he couldn't. "You know, Eraserhead, your quirk is pretty cool," the leader started, his grip on his elbow heating up ever so slowly. "It's so simple, yet you've made it so effective. And the way you're incorporating that into how you fight is nothing short of incredible." Behind his slitted goggles, Eraserhead's eyes widened as his shirt burst on fire. "However, it still isn't without fault," the leader taunted. Eraserhead realized too late that Erasure was no longer active, and the fire probably came from the villain. In such close quarters, his attacks were limited, but he still had to try something. Eraserhead aimed his left knee towards the leader's ribs, hoping to get some breathing room. The leader noticed and ducked under the attack. In a feat of strength and speed, the leader swept out Eraserhead's right leg out from under him and kicked him into the air. Immediately following, the villain brought his leg up above the airborne hero and delivered an axe kick to his back on the way down. Eraserhead landed hard on the ground, stunned and out of breath. He tried to get up but found himself pinned. The leader had his right knee on his back, left foot stepping on his left elbow, left hand on the back of his head, and the other holding his right arm at an awkward angle. The leader leaned in close to Eraserhead's ear. "You're not suited to drawn-out battles, Eraser. You specialize in ambush attacks, nigh on guerrilla tactics, yet you still jumped in to greet us. Why? You knew you were outmatched, but you still rushed in like a fan to a meet-up. What did you hope to achieve? Giving your students some peace of mind?" The villain smashed Eraserhead's head into the ground. "The outcome of this fight was decided the moment you chose to come fight us." Blood started to trickle down his forehead, bleeding into his eyes. Eraserhead turned slightly to get a better look at the leader and grunted out, My life is nowhere near as important as the students. So as long as they're safe from you, I'd have done my job. The leader hummed almost thoughtfully. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Eraser. The last word was spat out with malice as the villain smashed Eraserhead into the ground again, hard enough to crack the cement. With Eraserhead out of commission for now, the leader stood up and looked around. Under any other circumstance, he would have loved to get a tour of the USJ. So many different zones to explore, so many scenarios to try out, so many places he would have loved to just have some fun. You're kidding me. This has to be a joke, right? A small boy with purple balls on his head whined loudly. We barely survived getting off that stupid boat and escaping those villains in the flood zone. But now this? The monster mask guy took out Aizawa-sensei like no big deal. The girl next to him had big eyes and a round face. Her hands were proportionately bigger than a normal person's, and her figure was slightly hunched, which gave her a frog-like look. She quickly wrapped her hands around his mouth, shushing him. Mineta, please be quiet. It looks like the villain hasn't noticed we're here yet. If you start yelling, we'll be in bigger trouble. But we're already in bigger trouble, Mineta hissed. Our teacher got taken down. That other hero is at the entrance, which, by the way, is nowhere near us. And the only way to get back there is by going directly through where the main villain is. A curse could be heard further to Mineta's right. I hate that all of those points made sense, the voice rasped out. Mineta and the frog girl turned to face who spoke. The voice belonged to a boy with messy black hair, gray eyes, and a small mole under his lips on the right side. But we've got to do something. We can't just sit here waiting for help to come. The villains that Aizawa-sensei took out are getting back up, and it doesn't look like he's moving at all either. He's a sitting duck. The frog girl pointed her finger at her chin in thought. So what do you suggest, Shimura-kun? As much as I hate to admit it as well, Mineta has a point. We were barely able to escape the villains in the flood zone because we were at a major disadvantage. If we go out there, we'll just be putting ourselves in greater danger. Shimura lightly scratched at his neck before crossing his arms and thought, we're all mainly close-range fighters, with Azui dash. Tsu interjected. Tsu-san dash. Shimura tried again. Tsu. Shimura gave her a pained expression. Tsu-chan. He leveled a challenging glare at her, but she just nodded in acceptance. Tsu-chan and Mineta. You both have some ranged attacks, but nothing that could really get us through safely, right? Mineta nodded in agreement, but Tsu spoke up. I can use my tongue as a weapon, but with how that villain dealt with Aizawa-sensei, I don't want to risk it. Shimura nodded in understanding and looked down at his hands. There's got to be something I can do. He flicked between looking at his hands and the entrance. Eventually his gaze found the floor. A thought suddenly popped in his head. I could burrow us through. The other teens looked at him confused. Unperturbed, he continued. I could decay us a spot to enter here, and then tunnel underneath the ground and resurface at the bottom of the stairs. Tsu quirked her head to the right while Mineta nodded up and down in clear agreement. Before Shimura could touch the ground, Tsu stopped him. But how will you know where we're going afterwards? We could end up cutting through something important like power lines, or end up in a completely different disaster zone. We won't know which way is straight, and we don't know how far it is from here to the stairs. Shimura hung his head in shame. He hadn't thought that far ahead yet. Tsu, still trying to stay positive, pat his back. It's all right, Shimura-kun. It was a good idea. How about we just get out of the water and hide a little better while we wait for the other teachers to get here? The trio moved out of the water as quickly and quietly as they could and settled behind some bushes that were dotting the edge of the zone. Underneath his breath, Mineta muttered, if they come, still reveling in the chaos that's happening around him. The villain feels a shift in the atmosphere and looks to his left. A purple and black mist with yellow eyes materialized. Kajiro Shigaraki, I regret to inform you that I failed in my objective. The Heralings prevented me from keeping them contained, and one of them slipped outside. The heroes are sure to be inbound. A small puff of fire escaped the mouth of the mask he was wearing. So it's like that, huh? Don't worry too much, Kirojiri. While it is indeed unfortunate, things are still going more or less to plan. After all, Kajiro turned to face Kirojiri fully, eyes blazing with anticipation. How can we introduce ourselves properly if the whole party isn't here? Chapter end notes. And that is the end of my first fanfic chapter. How did I do? Please leave any critiques you may have, as I'm going into this practically blind. A few things to note. 1. There is not going to be a set schedule for chapter posting. I'm terribly inconsistent and aware of this, so don't be surprised if you get a new chapter every day/week/month, or if it goes dark for a while. If you enjoyed the story, please be patient. I have no plans on abandoning it, I just might not be actively working on it. 2. Tenko Shimura will not be talking in video game speak. A pro's calling, and that, Yagi-kun, is why you should always have a rubric, a small, white-furred creature explained, even if your assignments don't necessarily require one. It's always good to plan out beforehand how you would grade the students by separating your expectations into tiers. Just remember to not set them too high. They are still students after all. The man opposite the creature nursed his teacup as he tried to digest the veritable lecture he was receiving. He had yellow hair, splayed wildly in all directions with two main long bangs framing his face. His eyes were sunken and so deep it cast a shadow over them, but piercing blue irises shone through the darkness. The man's gaunt figure was still crouched on the floor, hugging his ankles. He coughed into a handkerchief. Yes, well, thank you very much for the advice, Principal Nizu. I am aware that I am a little lacking in teaching young students, but this is still not enough to deter me. Nizu looked Yagi over, his beady eyes scanning every inch of him before responding, but of course, this is your first year of teaching after all. Even some of our tenured teachers still struggle from time to time. Yagi puffed a sigh of relief, finally seeing the lull he needed to sneak away. I'm sure I'll be able to get the hang of it in no time, sir. By the way, you haven't been able to get in touch with Aizawa-kun or 13-san either then, I take it. Yagi sputtered. You were aware of the lack of contact as well? Why did you keep me here? What if they are in trouble? Yagi started to stand up and was just about to rush out the window before he saw the principal raise his paw. Firstly, there is nothing that happens on this campus. The business is directly connected to us, and the buildings we own that I do not have, at the very least, an inkling of what's going on. Secondly, it's precisely because they might be in trouble that I chose to keep you here. But why? Yagi asked exasperatedly. If the students or teachers are in trouble and I'm not there, then I am failing in my duty as a hero. I already failed them as a teacher for not being there from the beginning. Yagi-kun, I kept you here because you needed to rest. Taking the sudden stillness from him as a sign to continue, Nizu moved on. You've already used up most of your valuable time. That's why you were hiding out in the teacher's lounge and not with Class 1A at the USJ, is it not? Had you gone out the second you noticed you weren't getting a response from Aizawa-kun or 13-san, would you have been able to take care of the problem, maintain your form after its resolution, and then keep it until you were behind closed doors? Yagi sighed in defeat and shook his head. No. If I'm being honest, if I went right then I probably would have changed right as I entered through the doors. Nizu hummed and walked towards the door. Then with your break, I believe I have bought you another 30 minutes. Please ensure the safety of my students and staff. All Might. Shigaraki heard the groans of the fodder he brought out for the occasion as they slowly stirred. Unsurprisingly, the mutants were mostly recovered and already were staggering towards him. He studied the one closest to him, offhandedly remembering him to be the one that Eraser threw into another group of fodder. So, boss, the man coughed out. I hear that right? The heroes are on their way? We should probably get gone soon. With Shigaraki's focus now solely on him, the villain faltered in his steps. The villain had never actually gotten a good look at who their boss was, but now that he has, the villain was glad that he didn't get the chance before. Shigaraki's mask was colored a deep forest green and fashioned to look like a dragon's maw, covering everything except his eyes. The hood was up on his black and green jacket, keeping the top half in a perpetual shadow, his eyes almost shining in the darkness. Under his sleeves, the villain could make out some sort of bracers, but all that was visible was a little part protruding at the base of his palms. Black pants were tucked into steel-toed combat boots, with 3 knives holstered to both thighs. If the villain was being honest, Shigaraki didn't look all too dangerous besides the mask, but the intense aura that surrounded him and the cold, calculating eyes said otherwise. The villain knew that one wrong move could end up with him being dead, so he didn't voice his thoughts. No, Shigaraki replied. Far from it. Grab 2 other mutant types. I want you on guard duty. The villain quirked an eyebrow. Guard duty? It's not like we have anything to defend here. Shigaraki turned and pointed to where Eraserhead was still laying. You're guarding him. Mutant types aren't affected by his quirk and are generally stronger than the others. Just make sure he stays down. I don't want to have to deal with him too on top of whoever else is coming. You can't just dash. Shigaraki was already walking away. I'm not wrong, though. Just shut up and do your job. Kurogyri. The mentioned villain materialized next to him once again. I want you to bring it in. If Kurogyri was surprised, he didn't show it. Are you sure, Kajiro Shigaraki? We were told it hasn't been tested yet. Exactly. What better way to perform a test than on the heroes? If it gets defeated, we get good data. If it doesn't, we get good data. It's already been programmed to take commands, and it's already keyed into my voice. This'll give us a good baseline to work with. Very well, Kurogyri did as he was told and opened another portal. This time a hulking figure came out. Large muscles lined its body, but it was far from natural. Its skin was black and littered with bright red scars, but its head was the most disturbing part. A bird-like beak lined with sharp teeth sat where the mouth should be, its brain exposed to the air, and it had round, soulless eyes set into it. In all aspects of the word, this was an abomination, a monster, something that shouldn't exist and went against reality. Shoji-kun, do you have any updates? A girl clad in a pink and blue bodysuit asked. Give me a second, the multi-limbed boy replied as he formed more eyes and ears on his appendages. I can't hear Ida's engines anymore, so he's probably close to, if not already at, the school. It's hard to tell what's going on in the downpour and conflagration zones due to the ambient weather, but the other zones seem like their fights are dwindling down. Shimura, Azui, and Mineta made it safely to the edge of the flood zone and are hanging out at the edge. As he was reporting, he heard a massive boom to the left. That was definitely Bakugo, so he's still out there. I can't hear anything from over in the landslide zone. So either everybody there is knocked out or it was empty from the start. I can only hear the barest of whispers from the mountain zone, so something is still happening there. Another student was hunched over the prone form of 13, patching up their back with strands of tape coming from his elbow. Wow, you can get all that info from all the way up here? Man, am I glad you're with us. Otherwise, we'd be completely in the dark. If that's how you feel here, another chimed in. This one wearing a yellow bodysuit and had big lips. Just imagine what it's like for our classmates out there. What about Aizawa? Another voice croaked out. The students followed the voice to 13, who was still laying down. Shoji gulped before answering. Aizawa-sensei still looks and sounds unconscious. The main villain told one of the other ones down there to watch and make sure he doesn't get back up, but they're all just standing around him. I don't think he's in any more immediate danger. That's good, that's good. And what about Ida and the rest of you? A pink-skinned girl that was still kneeling next to 13 replied. Shoji-kun said that he can't hear Ida anymore, so he was probably able to get help. As for the rest of us here, anyway, we're doing all right, the girl from before picked up. It's kinda like we're in that weird time before something big happens. We haven't been attacked since Ida-kun managed to get out, so I guess we have some good news. 13 groaned and tried to turn on to their side. We're in one of the most critical times of a fight, the calm. I wish I could have helped more. I'm sorry for being such a burden. The hero students, minus Shoji, all started waving their hands, showing that they don't blame them for what's happening. The tape-elbowed boy was in the middle of saying his reassurances when he saw Shoji tense. Hey, Shoji, you all right over there, man? He asked cautiously. I believe we are now entering the second wave of the attack. Everybody tensed at the serious tone of his voice and prepared themselves as best as they could. Let's see if we're missing anything, the leader started, his thumb tracing the outlines of the teeth on his mask. Eraser's out cold still, and I've got people watching over him. It's here to run interference for the stronger pros. That's right. Kurogyri, we're leaving this place. Still observing from the edge of the flood zone, Mineta started rejoicing loudly. They're leaving? We're safe. It's over. Once again, Sue wrapped her hands around his face to silence him. Shimura-kun, I don't like this one bit. Shimura nodded slightly, eyes bulging as his hands found his way to his throat as he started scratching. Yeah, why would they leave when they're right at the brink of winning? They even brought out that thing. The students saw a portal open, all of them holding their breath in hopes that this is truly the end of this nightmare. None of the figures made to step into it, not even the villains still, scattered in the pavilion. But before that, how about we leave a little parting gift for the little heralings over by the water? All three students tensed at hearing them being mentioned, but they were all frozen in their spots. They saw the leader turn and rush in their direction, faster than they could expect. Their vision was filled by fire shooting out of his hands before abruptly being cut off. The leader froze, hands still in firing position. "You had one job," he yelled, his head turning to glimpse behind him. "Don't kill him yet, just make sure he stays down this time. I really underestimated you, Eraser. You're a lot more stubborn than I gave you credit for." The villains standing around Eraserhead were in shock as they saw him looking up. His gaze settled directly on their boss. The one closest grabbed Eraserhead's head and smashed it into the floor multiple times while the others were kicking his body. Each blow Eraserhead grunted in pain until he slumped down again. Shimura's mind finally caught up to what was happening, and his body started to move. He tugged at the parts covering his right ring and pinky fingers, the fabric receding from, covering his fingertips. He reached his hand out to grasp the villain. "Get away from us." Quieter than ever before, the villain spoke again. "Nomu." A black blur came between the villain and Shimura and let out a piercing, inhuman scream. The part that Shimura's hand was touching turned gray and immediately started decaying, turning the flesh into meat chunks and ash. Shimura was once again frozen in shock as his hand stayed where it was, the decay spreading further and further along the Noma's body, its screams growing in a crescendo. Shimura stumbled back, finally ending contact. "What's this?" the leader asked aloud. "A 5-point contact requirement, with a spreading effect on the contacted area? Almost like a poison in that it immediately starts spreading. And by the looks will keep going if the areas aren't immediately amputated? How fascinating." The leader was now staring directly at Shimura. "And you were willing to use it on an enemy combatant when it's clear that you could kill with a single touch. Are you sure you want to be a hero?" Shimura felt a massive hand close around his fist and felt it squeeze hard, breaking it into pieces. Shimura let out a pained scream and fell to the ground, crawling back to his friends as they crowded around him. To their horror, the Noma's body started to regenerate with a terrible squelching sound. Internal organs were regrown and reconnected, bones and muscle fibers wrapping around the organs, until finally the skin had grown to cover the areas. Less than a few seconds later, the Nomu looked like nothing happened to it. The leader stood up fully, lightly dusting himself off. A valiant attempt, heroing. Truly. Had you kept touching the Nomu, I'm sure you would have been able to defeat it single-handedly. A shame you won't get to try that again. The Nomu grabbed his other hand and was about to squeeze as the doors to the USJ flew open. A single silhouette was in the doorway, but everyone in the building knew exactly who it was. The students that had a line of sight to the door, no matter where they were, all released small tears of joy. Their hero was finally here, but where that bright smile usually was, a deep frown was in its place. All Might wasn't smiling, nor was he projecting his voice like he normally does. This was quiet, showing the fury and anger he currently feels. "I am here." The leader glanced up to meet his gaze. "About time." Number 1. The fight begins. A chorus of All Might-esque could be heard throughout the USJ, from villains and students alike. The villains said it out of fear and intimidation. The students said it out of relief and joy. All Might himself paid them no mind, simply staring down at the figures below. His steps were carefully measured and his arms were swinging stiffly. "I apologize for not being here earlier," All Might stated, his frown turning into a grimace. "I had made a poor mistake in the morning, one that you students are unfortunately paying the price for. Fear not, everything is fine now. I am here." The leader stood up fully. "I was beginning to wonder if that heroing actually made it out. It's like I went for an autograph, but came out with a phone number." All the villains Eraserhead initially knocked out were already standing, but were slowly taking steps back. They knew that if they couldn't stand up against a nobody, there was no way they could stand up to the All Might. All Might crouched down in preparation for a jump, and the villains tensed in hopeful response. All Might suddenly vanished from view, and they all went down when he reappeared. In the blink of an eye, All Might took out the villain standing in front of him and was already standing back at the base of the stairs, holding an unconscious Eraserhead in his arms. "I'm sorry, Aizawa." He faced the leader and the students, again disappearing and reappearing with them in his other arm, a safe distance away from the villain. Sometime during All Might's dash, he landed a glancing blow on the leader, enough to blow his hood off and tear the mask from his face. The leader's face was partly covered by windswept hair, but he pushed it out of the way, crouching down to pick up his mask. "Amazing, simply amazing!" the leader exclaimed with joy, puffs of flame coming out of his mouth, so fast. To be able to move that fast while carrying a full-grown man, 3 teenagers, and hit me without me even reacting? You're something else, number one. The students shifted uncomfortably while All Might took on a readied stance, finally able to get a look at the leader's face. His hair was the same forest green as his mask with black undertones, a wild and curly mess. His face was round, but with a slightly chiseled jaw, and fair-skinned if a little on the paler side. His eyes were an iridescent green that looked as if they were glowing, but what was most noticeable was the scar on his face. A gash led from the middle of his left cheek down to his chin, continuing on his neck. The leader replaced his mask and took a deep breath to calm himself. "But I was still able to follow you. I've heard rumors, but it seems like there was a grain of truth in them. You really are getting weaker." The students picked up Eraserhead and were about to leave before Shimura spoke up. "Young, All Might, that brain villain, the Nomu. It has super regeneration or something. I touched it, and it came back. I don't know what else it can do, but those muscles must mean it's strong too." "Young Shimura, if it's only super regeneration and strength, this will be much easier than I was expecting." All Might flashed him a smile and a thumbs up. Shimura and the others walked away, fully trusting him to deal with the villains. With the students out of harm's way, All Might went in for the attack, crossing his arms in an X position, Carolina Smash. The leader didn't move a muscle. Nomu. Again, the beast came between him and the attack. Taking the full force of All Might's smash, the Nomu was flung backwards, forcing the leader to step aside to avoid getting caught up. The Nomu flew through the air, skipping a few times before hitting the walls of the downpour zone, chest caved in, and arms mangled. All Might was never one to gloat, but with the day he's been having, he let himself slip a little in appearances. It appears those muscles were all for show after all. He turned to the leader. "Now, villain, surrender now, and we can call this attack a failure." The leader tilted his head to the left in confusion. "Surrender now? Call this a failure? You seem to misunderstand. Number one, this is only the beginning." With his mask covering his face, All Might couldn't see it, but with how the leader's eyes were crinkling, he could tell that he was smiling. Not willing to let things continue, All Might pressed the attack. "Nomu, stop playing around and fight." All Might raised his eyebrow in confusion but moved on anyway. As he threw a fist straight at the leader, he found himself interrupted once again. A cloud of smoke was in his way, but he knew his fist was solidly in the body of the Nomu, completely healed. So that confirms Tenko's claim for super regeneration. The rest of the smoke cleared, showing the Nomu standing there completely unaffected. His brows raised and his eyes widened a fraction, but why didn't it go flying like last time? The Nomu raised its arms trying to grapple him, but All Might dodged out of the way. Confused, he heard the leader call out. He would have looked at him, but his focus was now on avoiding getting grabbed. "The heroling, young Shimura, you called him?" He was right. Nomu does have super regeneration. He saw it in action after he nearly took it down through dodging and counterattacking. All Might grunted out, "Keep his name out of your mouth, villain." Shimura-chan only guessed one of its quirks right. Hearing that, All Might froze for a fraction of a second. The Nomu took advantage of this and tightly gripped All Might's waist, picking him up and suplexing him, bringing up a massive cloud of dust. When it settled, All Might found himself pinned, much like the leader had Eraserhead before. The leader walked up and crouched down in front of All Might, confident he wouldn't break out. "What happened, number one? Something catch you off guard?" All Might struggled in response, but the leader waved him off. "No matter. Care to take another guess? Here, I'll even give you a free shot." "Nomu, Let him up. The Nomu did as it was told and got off All Might. All Might himself got up slowly, carefully watching the villain and Nomu for any signs of deceit. He rolled his right arm out a little, moving away to a position where he could see both opponents, eyeing them both. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? No tricks. The leader just shrugged. Noma has two quirks. One you already know as super regeneration, the other still unknown. Go ahead. One clean hit. Figure it out. All Might didn't move a muscle. Who are you? Kajiro Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains. Now are you going to take your chance or not? I promise you, you won't get another one. Just hurry up and do it. I have other things still to do. How will I know you won't attack me when my back is turned? You won't. All Might stood there, watching Shigaraki closely. Nothing about his body language suggested he was lying, and his tone seemed genuine enough. But that could very well just be a ruse. Shigaraki crossed his arms and started to tap his finger, seemingly losing patience. Not wanting to have to deal with two dangerous villains at once, All Might heaved a sigh, nodding. Shigaraki seemed to light up upon seeing this. Perfect. Remember, you can strike the Nomu only. I'll give you a little time to think before continuing the fight. All Might nodded and squared up to the Nomu, its eyes looking at him but not seeing, arms hanging limply at its side. All Might closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Opening them again, he rushed forward. Smash! Unlike before, no cloud of dust kicked up and the Nomu didn't go flying either. In fact, the Nomu looked completely unaffected. All Might stared at the beast in shock. No one has ever taken a hit like that before, not since that villain a few years back. But there was no way this was him. All Might couldn't find his voice, his mouth opening and closing. Shigaraki seemed to be grinning behind his mask, his voice giving it away. No guesses? I thought you were smarter than that, number one. All Might regained enough of his senses to remember he was still in the middle of his fight and prepared himself again. Its second quirk is shock absorption. Have fun, number one. Nomu, 3 seconds. All Might was still busy processing the new information, completely missing the fact that Shigaraki had slipped through a portal and was gone. All Might caught a glimpse of movement and immediately snapped back to attention. The 3-second Shigaraki mention must have been a countdown to let him get away. Looks like he has his work cut out for him. Kajiro stepped out of the portal, finding himself at the top of one of the buildings in the collapsed zone with a clear view of the fight between the Nomu and All Might. Next to him, the mist coalesced and receded, changing its form into the shape of a body, clothed in attire that looked akin to a bartender at a fancy restaurant. Was it wise to tell All Might the Nomu had multiple quirks? Kurojairi asked. Master wanted to stay hidden for a while longer. Kajiro brought his hand up to his mask, pressing on the 2 lower canines, causing it to recede into pieces stuck behind his ear. Master is still presumed to be dead to those in the know, and is completely unknown to the general public. Regardless of me telling All Might Nomu's quirks, he would have found out eventually. But now All Might knows for certain that there are beings with multiple quirks. There is only one person who has the power to dash. There are 2, and countless others are close to achieving it, perhaps within my lifetime. Master is of course the first, original, and the main, but times have changed. The idea of producing a multi-quirked being has been in the works since the advent of quirks. All major countries will deny this, but they all have scientists attempting to achieve this goal. Me telling All Might this has only shaken his belief that he already completely defeated Master. Kajiro rolled his neck, a few pops sounding out. He'll most likely try to reconfirm everything from their fight, the location, the people involved, even the documents he signed off on to keep things under wraps. He'll go through everything before coming to the conclusion Master has his hand in this. When he finds out everything is just as he remembers it, he'll relax a little, but the thought of possibly having failed will stay with him. Kurojairi stayed silent, knowing that arguing the point further will only cause them both to lose focus. Turning his head, he studied Kajiro's expression. He could see his eyes moving about wildly as he tracked the movements of the fighters. He could see his mouth slightly moving, no doubt providing a silent commentary on the battle. He could see Kajiro's right hand move as if it were writing and his left hand move as if it were typing, already making extensive notes about what was going on below. Kurojairi heard an explosion behind them and looked to Kajiro to see if he had noticed as well. Considering the only response he got was a barely noticeable gesture in the direction of the noise, Kurogiri was on his own to investigate. He moved from building to building, trying to find the source of the noise, only to find the villains he sent to the zone in various states of disarray. Their clothes were sporting burn marks, or their gear cracked and shattered on the ground. Scorch marks and fist-sized holes could be seen on all the surfaces. Whether those came from the villains or from the students he dropped in here, he couldn't tell. Moving slowly, he delved deeper into the building, following the trail of unconscious bodies on the floor. Eventually, he heard voices. One was loud and abrasive to the ears, the other cheerful and reassuring. Fading into the shadows, Kurogiri moved himself into the room to get a look at the people inside. Is this really what villains are like? They're so damn weak. The loud voice yelled out, belonging to a teen with spiky, ash-blonde hair. It's not manly to talk down on people, bro, the other responded. This one with bright red hair in a ridiculous fashion, especially if they're not here, or well, awake to defend themselves. It's not talking down if it's true. You go do whatever. I'm gonna find that missed fucker. He was the one who brought them here, so he's probably the one to bring them out. Shouldn't we look around the zone for an exit? Or try to regroup? I'm worried about the others. From what I saw during the battle trials, not everyone is comfortable being in a fight. Didn't you hear what I just said? Spiky hair for brains? If you want to worry about the others and go help them, then go. Kurogiri was getting a headache listening to the conversation when he noticed something on the wall. It appears that one of the villains has a camouflage ability and was sneaking to get an attack in. Listen good, 'cause I'm not gonna repeat myself again. You want to save the others? Go save the others, I'm gonna. The camouflaged villain took their chance and jumped in. Without missing a beat, the blonde stuck his hand out and released a little explosion. The smoke cleared to show the villain covered in soot. I'm gonna find the misty shit. You want to stick together? Then keep up. Kurogiri felt like watching them any further was a waste of time. He was about to portal back to Kajiro when he found himself in the middle of an explosion, being blown outside. The blonde landed on top of him, his hand on the metal bracer around his neck, releasing little pops in warning. Found you, the blonde growled, an almost manic smile on his face. Kurogiri's eyes squinted a little as he attempted to open a portal below him, but he felt the pops get stronger. Hup bup. No moving misty bitch. I don't know what this is, but it seems kinda important. You move in any way I don't like, and I'll blow you to bits. The redhead finally caught up to them. Dude, are you alright? We were walking out and then, is that the warp guy? How did you find him so fast? So manly. For whatever reason, Purple Punk's portals make the air in the area a little colder. When we were in the room, I felt the temperature drop, so I knew he was close. I just didn't know where exactly until Foggy here tried to leave. The blonde leaned in. So, you shitty fog machine. Where's your boss at? At being mentioned, a figure turned around to look at the scene. The two teens noticed they weren't alone where they landed. The building they were in previously overlooked the one that Kajiro was originally transported to. After the explosion, they landed right behind Kajiro. I'm right here, Kajiro replied. Kurogiri, you let yourself be captured? I'm disappointed, Kurogiri answered. My apologies, Kajiro Shigaraki. The loud blonde is far more perceptive than I could have guessed. He got the better of me. A bigger puff of fire escaped from Kajiro's mask. Unfortunate. You brat, what do you want? Briefly stunned at the incredible stroke of luck, the blonde didn't respond immediately. Huh? What do I want? What do you want, lizard face? You came in here guns blazing with villains up the ass. For what? You're just gonna get beat anyway. Hey, bro? You might not want to antagonize him. I'm getting a bad feeling just being in the area as him. The redhead tried to reel the other back, but he wouldn't listen. I've got the leverage here. He released more crackles into the bracer. Without Cloudy Boy, the villains can't leave, and All Might's here. They have no chance. Kajiro nodded. All good points, but I do need my warp gate back. So again, brat, what do you want? Give up? No. Are you blind too? I'm in control of this situation. Give up. Kajiro stayed quiet, studying the boy. The boy's quirk is explosion, or something related given what I saw, heard, in the grenade-shaped gauntlet. Quirk is focused around the hands, But what causes the explosions? There's always some kind of catalyst. He looked closely at the boy, noting how he was significantly sweatier than the other. He took a deep breath in from his nose and caught scent of something sweet. Sweet? Not black powder. That would have been obvious. Maybe the sweat? But no, sweat doesn't smell sweet. Not even the best deodorant can stop the stench. Nitroglycerin? That could pass as sweat, but that's odorless. So maybe it's something like that? The blonde watched as Kajiro seemed to freeze, unsure of what to do. Kajiro's gaze was still piercing him, tracing him up and down. Oi, lizard brain. I'm talking to you. Lifting his right hand, he released more mini explosions. The sudden sound seemed to bring Kajiro back, his eyes regaining the intensity they had before. Make me? Caught off guard by the sudden switch of personality, the blonde let out a confused, "What? Make me give up? You said it yourself. You've got the power. So why don't you use that power to make me give up?" Kajiro egged him on. "Or maybe you're not as strong as you think you are?" The blonde tried to hide his reaction, but still flinched at the implication. Underneath Kajiro's mask, he was smirking. Bingo. The blonde raised his right palm as Kajiro was emptying his lungs. "I'll show you who's weak." The blonde let loose a large explosion, but just as it came out, it suddenly fizzled away. What? Kirojiri took advantage of the confusion and portaled out from under him, reappearing next to Kajiro once again. Kajiro was taking a deep breath in, smoke pouring out from his mouth. The redhead's eyes widened in realization, tackling the blonde as he activated his quirk, shielding them both. "See you around, Heralings," Kajiro gasped out, finally releasing his breath. What came out was a massive stream of fire, completely blanketing the teenagers and the entire zone behind them. Shimura, Azui, and Mineta finally made it to the entrance of the USJ, regrouping with the others there. The pink-skinned girl was the first to notice them. "Guys, you made it. Thank God." Hearing the exclamation, the others hurried to receive the others, gently picking up Aizawa and laying him next to 13. "I'm so glad you're all right," the girl in the pink and blue bodysuit yelled, her brown bangs shaking back and forth. "Shojiko-kun told us you made it out, but we're stuck down there. You must have been terrified." Sue hugged the girl. "Achiko-chan, we were lucky to get out of there. The villain was about to attack us, but Aizawa-sensei saved us at the last second." Achiko tried to stop the tears from coming, but couldn't, instead choosing to bury her head into the crook of her friend's neck. The tape-armed teen walked up and placed his arm around Shimura, who was still clutching his hand, the other on Mineta's shoulder. "Are you two all right? I mean, you faced down that big scary thing, right? What happened?" Mineta was first to respond. "It was crazy. We were just sitting behind the bush, hearing the masked villain talk about leaving, and then boom." He raised his hands in exaggeration. "He was right on top of us. I thought for sure we were gonna die. And then Shimura went crazy and tried touching the villain, but then the big black thing dash." "Nomu," Shimura supplied numbly. "But then the big black Nomu thing was right there, and then Shimura was touching it. It was super gross, and the Nomu thing started screaming, and then it started healing itself, and then All Might was there. And now we're here." At the end of Mineta's recap, he was hyperventilating from the lack of breathing. Everyone listened in, nodding and crying as they heard what the trio went through. Shimura just stood still, holding his broken hand close to his chest while staring at the other. The teen with big lips and in the yellow costume awkwardly cut in. "But at least All Might's here now, right? We'll be good until the other heroes get here." Shoji maintained vigilance as he was watching the fight between All Might and Nomu, reporting what he saw. At the start, it looked like All Might was losing, but the Nomu is on the back foot now. All Might is giving it way more blows than taking any. Small cheers came up from the gathered students. That was a big blow. "I think the Nomu is done for." From down in the pavilion, the students could hear the final blows of the fight. Plus, Ultra. With a resounding boom, the Nomu was sent flying in the air, through the dome of the USJ. At the same time, a bright light and explosion brought everyone's attention to the collapsed zone. They all gasped in horror as it was covered in a wave of fire so intense they could feel it. Shoji collapsed to his knees, the others looking to him and waiting to hear what happened. That's where Bakugo and Kirishima were. Everyone else followed suit, falling to their knees and let out a disheartening wail. What happens now? Chapter notes. I had plans to get this chapter out earlier, but something just fell off when writing it out. I still can't figure out what it is, so if anyone has a clue, let me know. All Might's victory against the Nomu was hard-fought, but unfortunately short-lived. All Might landed the finishing blow on the Nomu, launching it through the USJ roof, but he had no time to celebrate or take a break. He felt the wave of heat before seeing it and followed the sound of the explosion. What greeted his eyes worried him to the core. One of the zones was on fire, and it wasn't the one that's supposed to be. All Might turned and leapt, crossing the distance from the pavilion to the collapsed zone in a single bound. All Might landed on the same building Shigaraki and Kurogiri were on, but there was no one in sight. All Might clapped his hands together hard, releasing a shockwave of wind, blowing out the fires. Curled up on the ground before him, he saw two bodies, one clearly attempting to shield the other. The former's skin had boils on the back, while the latter looked relatively unharmed save for the reddened skin. All Might's heart sank at the realization that his students had to fight for their lives so early in their careers. All Might moved forward, attempting to separate the two to better assess their injuries, but found the grip to be locked. All Might gulped heavily. Please still be alive. He raised two fingers to the students' necks, desperately praying for a pulse. When he felt a response in both, forgoing any attempt at being gentle, he picked the two up together and jumped to the entrance, depositing them, along with the others. Taking a head count, All Might only counted 8 students, 10 including the 2 he just brought over. He turned around, scanning the rest of the zones, trying to calculate how much time he had left before changing, but immediately cringed. What am I thinking? The student's safety comes first. I'll just have to push through. Students, he commanded. Does anyone know where the rest of your classmates are? Shoji replied in a subdued tone. I know for a fact there are people in the mountain zone, and most likely the landslide, but I don't know how many are in each. I'm also sure there are some in the downpour and conflagration. Thank you, young Shoji. All Might nodded and leapt off again, in search for anyone else. Shoji-kun, Achiko sniffled. Do you know where the villains are? All Might didn't say anything about them when he came back with Bakugo-kun and Kirishima-kun, so they must be gone. Are they still? Shoji attempted to get up but felt a hand on his shoulder. A pinky raised up. There's no need to look, Shimura answered instead. He lifted his pointer finger and placed his pinky back down, pointing forward. They're right there. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and saw the two villains in front of the fountain. The masked one sitting lazily on its edge, while the mist one standing at attention next to him. They all cowered under the masked villain's gaze, but no one moved. Shimura looked back down at them, holding his gaze before taking a step forward. He felt something wrap around his good arm. Whoa, man, where do you think you're going? Tape, Elbow asked. I'm going to go talk to them, he replied, wishing his other hand wasn't broken so he could decay the strand of tape. Yeah, no. Bad idea. Out of everyone here, you know what he can do. Not calling you weak or anything, but you don't stand a chance. You're still injured. Let me go, Shiro-kun. Because I know what he can do, it has to be me. Tsu spoke up. But why you, Shimura-kun? What are you going to do? What if he kills you? He looked back and answered resolutely, he won't. How do you know that? Because he hasn't killed anyone yet. That doesn't mean he won't change his mind. But you ignored my questions. Why you, and what are you going to do? Shimura stared into Tsu's eyes, searching for something but couldn't find it. His left hand found its way to his neck and started scratching. Arg, I don't know. I just feel like I need to do something. I had it. The Nomu. I could have stopped this attack from going any further if I wasn't such a wimp. I feel so weak just staying here when there's something I know I can do. Shimura-kun, if you're thinking about doing what I think you are, then you'd be the same as them. The villain knows what you can do too. Do you really think he'll let you try? The pink-skinned girl chimed in with a raised hand. Guys? Care to let the rest of us know what's going on? He almost defeated the Nomu, and is thinking about trying again with the villain, Mina-chan. Tsu replied bluntly. Mina didn't appear to understand, knitting her eyebrows together in confusion, but everyone else caught the underlying message. Before it could completely settle in their minds, Shimura attempted to ease their worries, shaking his hands wildly. Tsu-chan, everyone, no. I wouldn't do that. Never. They're just sitting there. We should be doing something to apprehend them. Shimura, a tired voice cut through. The students turned their heads, surprised to see Aizawa sitting up, the wounds on his face no longer gushing blood. We'll talk about that later. But everyone else is right. You going down there for whatever reason is beyond irrational. No one is leaving this platform for any reason. Zero, if anybody attempts to leave, tape them down. The boy nodded. Now, tell me everything that's happened. All Might arrived at the mountain zone to find 3 of his students. One, a blonde boy with a black lightning bolt design on his hair, was a clear hostage. The other 2 were both girls. The taller one was wearing a red bodysuit with yellow trim, her black hair up in a spiky ponytail, while the shorter was wearing what looked like a biker's outfit, her purple hair in a short bob with 2 longer bangs framing her face. They had their hands up in surrender, but upon seeing him, both girls gave a relieved smile. "What are you 2 smiling at?" the skull-masked villain asked, confused. "You that happy your classmate's about to get fried? You know, that's pretty messed up for kids wanting to be a hero." The girl in the biker outfit smirked. "Nah, we're just so happy that All Might's here." The skull-masked villain's eyes widened. He turned around and came face to chest with All Might. His grip on the boy released out of shock. All Might? All Might simply pounded his fist on the villain's head, and he was out cold. He immediately picked up the boy in his left arm and the other 2 in the other. "I apologize for being so rough with the handling, but I need to move quickly," he explained as he carried them out of the mountain zone. "I'm bringing you to this zone's emergency room. You are to stay there until you are retrieved by another hero." The girl with the spiky ponytail replied through being jostled. "All Might, where are the others?" "A group of the others are currently at the entrance of the facility, and I'm going around the other zones to find everyone else. This was the last zone I had to check." "Are they safe?" "Yes. Fortunately, your classmates were able to handle the villains in their zones. From what I saw, you 3 were the only ones that ran into that sort of problem." The girl looked down, disappointed. "I see." At this point, they all arrived at the emergency room. It was situated off to the side, set in one of the caves, looking more like a doomsday bunker than anything else. All Might gently placed the teens down and kneeled in front of the girl with the spiky ponytail. "Young Yaoyorozu, please do not look down on yourself. You were thrust into a situation that should never have happened on your 3rd day of high school, and despite having slightly more trouble than your classmates, you, young Kaminari, and young Jiro all performed admirably. So please, instead of thinking I was so weak, or I'm not ready, or I wasn't good enough, take what happened here and use it as motivation to get better and stronger. Remember what it was like so that you or anyone else will never have to feel that way again." Yaoyorozu's eyes teared up as she nodded. "I will, sir." "Thank you." All Might gave her one of his famous smiles. "Wonderful. Now please stay here until you are retrieved by another hero. They should be close, but the main villains are still out there." "Wait," Jiro cut in. "You mean that Big Boom earlier wasn't you beating them?" All Might shook his head. "Unfortunately, no. That was more of a diversion. The real villains are still out there. Go kick their asses, All Might." All Might grinned cheekily and gave her a thumbs up before closing the door. Kajiro was still sitting on the fountain, watching the group at the entrance intently. He saw one kid attempt to walk down the steps, Shimura-chan, but was brought back by someone out of view. He would be lying if he said he wasn't disappointed about seeing it happen. "I wonder what's going on in their minds," Kajiro wondered aloud. Kurojairi paused for a second, debating on if it was a rhetoric question or not. "How do you mean?" "I mean, just think about it." Kajiro sat up, explaining further. "That one heroing that got out, he left how long ago? 20, 30 minutes maybe?" Kurojairi hummed. "I get that not all heroes are as fast as All Might, but they're sure taking their sweet time. According to the info we got earlier, this facility is around 3 kilometers away from the main campus. It takes the average person around 20 minutes to run that far, 15-ish if they're in shape, and even less than that if they're taking a vehicle or some other form of movement or have a speed quirk. Besides that, the doors are wide open thanks to All Might, and none of them are even attempting to leave. I get that these are students, but they're severely lacking in common logic. The hell are they waiting for?" "I could ask the same of you," Kajiro Shigaraki, Kurojairi shot back. "All Might defeated the Nomu. Both 13 and Eraserhead are still alive. All the villains we brought along have been defeated, and to my knowledge, none of the heralings were killed or otherwise seriously injured, even the two we ran into. Why are we still here if we have been defeated so thoroughly? Kajiro stood up and stretched his arms above his head. And that, Kurogyri, is you misunderstanding the purpose of the attack. We came here to land a blow against the heroes, sure, but killing them? That was never the plan. Kajiro was now in Kurogyri's face, his eyes gleaming. No, killing them only creates more, kind of like the Hydra from Greek mythology. You take off one head, two more grow back. The same principle could be said for heroes. Kurogyri's eyes narrowed. It almost sounds as if you want the heroes to get better. Does your loyalty truly lie with Master? Don't try to take that tone with me, Kurogyri, Kajiro replied, his voice taking a dangerous edge, puffs of fire escaping his mouth. Just because my expectations for this attack doesn't match yours, it doesn't mean I'm disobeying or betraying Master, not in the slightest. Anybody worth their salt could kill a hero should they so choose. And anybody that isn't stupid can kill a teenager. Then why leave them alive? Because killing them is too easy. No, I want to shake them to their core. I want to haunt their dreams. I want to break them. Kurogyri backed off slightly, off-put by the intensity of Kajiro's words. You've been around Master longer than I have, so you tell me. What does Master love doing more than finding and taking quirks? Building up hope before crushing it completely, Kurogyri answered eventually. Exactly, Kajiro nodded. Master doesn't take quirks or kill people immediately. He plays with his prey beforehand, lulling them into thinking they're safe and then yanking the rug out from under them. Even then, sometimes he doesn't kill them. He lets them go, letting them live out the rest of their lives in fear. So no, Kurogyri. Killing them is far from what I want to do. I want them to know that they aren't at the top of the food chain, that heroes aren't untouchable, that they can be broken. If, after this, we find out that there are new or missing faces, then that means I got to them. If they're the same, then that means that the game is still on. It'll take some time, but I will win. Kurogyri studied Kajiro before relenting. Very well. I still do not understand why we're still here, though. The heroes are surely seconds away at this point, and despite our best efforts, I'm not sure we can defeat All Might and whoever else is arriving. Kajiro sighed heavily. To be honest, I wanted to see how UA responds and who they could scrounge up in an emergency. The rat's paws are in a lot of plates, I'm sure of it, so I wanted to get an idea of the breadth of his influence. But you're right, we can't afford to stay here any longer. I guess we'll have to find out some other time. Open a portal. I'll cover our escape. A portal opened behind them as Kajiro conjured two balls of fire on his hands. He took a deep breath in, causing the flames in his hands to reduce to nothing. At the edge of his vision, he saw a shadow move from the lower left to in front of him, growing in size as whatever it was came closer to the ground. Too slow, number one. He let out another wave of fire, aimed directly at the group at the top of the stairs. All Might was just exiting the mountain zone when he saw two figures standing in front of the fountain in the middle. He crouched down for a jump and leapt, ready to finally put an end to this attack. Still in the air, he saw the figure on the left, who appeared to be Shigaraki, produce balls of fire in his hands as a portal opened behind them. His eyes widened as he realized that they were about to leave. The light emanating from Shigaraki's hands vanished as he saw the makings of another fire-based attack. He turned himself midair, aiming a punch behind him to shoot himself downward faster, hoping to intercept the attack in time. As he grew closer to the ground, he found himself washed in a wave of fire. He aimed another punch at where he thought the villains were, dispelling the fire. Once again, when his vision was clear, he found no one there. Filled with a feeling he hadn't felt since his fight all those years ago, he released an angered yell. No. At the entrance at the top of the stairs, an assortment of heroes appeared, poised and ready for to fight. But all they were met with was a group of students in various states of shock, two heroes in need of medical attention, and the sound of the number one hero's cry. One hero stepped forward, clothed in a leather outfit, a set of speakers resting on his neck, and his blonde hair slicked back in a way reminiscent of a mohawk. What happened here? A familiar feeling. The students didn't even register the hero's arrival, nor them being ushered outside where cop cars and ambulances were strewn about, all still too caught up in the fact that All Might, the symbol of peace. The number one hero looked like he lost the fight. Their minds all rationalized that he did fight and beat arguably the most dangerous villain there, but their hearts knew that that wasn't the villain that they had to worry about. That villain, the Nomu, wasn't the one that orchestrated the attack, wasn't the one that attacked them, it wasn't even the one there from the beginning. No, that honor was held for the villain in the dragon mask, the one who set ablaze a disaster zone made of rock, the one who took down a pro-hero single-handedly and with ease, the one who taunted All Might like they were playing games on a playground. Shimura was sat on the back of an ambulance, completely unmoving. He was vaguely aware of the paramedic fidgeting his hand around so that it could be properly set and healed, but thought nothing of it. His thoughts still bringing him back inside, where the villain looked at him with those cold, green eyes. And you were willing to use it on an enemy combatant when it's clear you could kill with a single touch, he said. Are you sure you want to be a hero? Shimura looked over the area. His classmates were huddled in small groups, or being checked out like he was. All of them fought for their lives today, so why don't they look more worried? Is it because they weren't even in any danger because they're already so strong? Am I that weak? No, it can't be. I almost beat that Nomu. I doubt anyone else could have done that. Shimura-san, and those villains? It's clear that the dragon-masked one was way stronger than the others. So why didn't he have that thing kill me? Why didn't he kill All Might? But the way he looked at me, he was impressed. What could he? Shimura-san. He snapped to attention as the paramedic tried talking with him. Shimura-san, we've done everything we could for your hand at this point in time, but you'll have to be moved to get it healed completely and to be sure that you'll still be able to use your quirk properly. He nodded numbly. Right? Are we going to the hospital then? We've been instructed to bring all the injured back to the school to be looked at by your nurse. If you're ready, we can head over immediately. Yeah, let's go. Shimura followed the paramedic to the front of the ambulance and sat down in the front seat. Through the window, he could see that the paramedic was checking in with whoever was in charge. The ride back to campus was short, not giving the paramedic enough time to ask the questions he knows he wants to. Shimura was thankful for it, opting to stare out the window as he was still absorbed in his thoughts. Why did that villain look at me like that? Was I really going to kill him before that Nomu got in the way? Why do I feel so weak? Still inside, Nizu and two others were observing the destruction the attack caused. The only major damage they could see was collateral damage from All Might's fight against the Nomu and whatever happened in the collapsed zone. At any other point, the damage would have been the focus, but that's not what they were assessing. It appears there is a lapse in our school's security that evaded even me, Nizu spoke, breaking the almost solemn silence. To think that villains were able to bypass the alarms and have total access to this facility is troubling. The hero on his right, with long dark purple hair, clad in a thin white bodysuit with a black leather corset and a set of broken handcuffs on each wrist added on, not to mention they also have access to a warper. Teleportation quirks are rare enough as it is, but to think one is aligned with villains? It's giving me shivers, and not in the fun way. Nizu stayed quiet as he studied her face, unfamiliar with the emotion that flashed on it. Looking back down, he couldn't help but wonder if there were other things that he had overlooked. How many times must his students and staff pay the price for his carelessness? Once had better be enough. All Might was sitting in the teacher's lounge once again, replaying the events in his head, thinking about what he could have done better, what he could do next time. When he heard the door slide open, he immediately puffed up to look at the newcomer to find a familiar face. Pardon the intrusion, the man said. I heard from Recovery Girl that you might be here. Nao Mesa. All Might deflated back into his small form, ushering him into a room that had a lock. It's no problem, please. All Might led Nao Mesa into another room, gesturing to the couch as he set some tea out for them. Nao Mesa Tsukachi was a plain-faced man with dark hair and eyes, dressed in a tan trench coat with a matching hat. All Might always joked that he looked just like the detectives in the old black and white period pieces, but instead of denying it, Nao Mesa just laughed along with it. Nao Mesa placed his hat on the table before starting. I'd like to start off by asking you about— Sorry, but tell me about the students first. All Might interrupted, his hands raised to stop him. Are they all right? What about Aizawa-kun and 13-san? Always the hero first, huh? Nao Mesa chuckled lightly. Let's see. In that order, All of the students minus the two you picked up from the collapse zone and Shimura-kun are in good health. They all just had minor bruises and cuts, most likely from, he paused to check his notes, from falling through the warp gate, and from fighting whatever villains they came across. And before you worry about that, all of the villains in the zones are clocked in at D-listers or below, petty criminals and the sorts. The two main villains are currently listed at A ranks as they're previously unknown, but were able to successfully infiltrate, attack UA, and escape. And the one you fought hasn't been given a designation, yet as you're the only one who can speak on their behalf. The two students you picked up were treated for second and third degree burns, but are expected to have minimal scarring. Shimura-kun's hand was thankfully healed all the way after Recovery Girl got to it, and initial testing shows his quirk is still functional, but he's scheduled to check in at a later date to see if any problems arise. All Might heaved a sigh, relief flushing over him. That's very good. It would have been a shame to have his career as a hero be cut short. Agreed. As for Aizawa, he got off relatively easily. A few cracked ribs and some facial scarring from the attack. We're not entirely sure if his quirk was damaged since they sorta wrapped his head up all the way. Well, perhaps he'll finally look the part of being a mummy then. All Might gave a light laugh. Naomasa paused. His mouth hung open. All Might, you've never made a joke that funny before? I can't take all the credit. Everyone from the students to the teachers here say Aizawa-kun looks like a mummy, what with his capture weapon wrapped around him. Having regained his composure, Naomasa continued his report, peering at his notes as he goes along. 13 was probably the most injured out of everyone. Their suit was completely destroyed from having their quirk turned against them, as well as a portion of their actual body. It's nothing too serious, but they will be out of commission for a little longer. Needless to say, given the reports I'm hearing about the leader of the attack, Kajiro Shigaraki, everyone being relatively unharmed is nothing short of luck. All Might's expression darkened at this. I don't believe it to be luck at all. Realizing he was about to get All Might's statement, he pulled out a recorder, silently asking for permission to record everything. All Might nodded and took a deep breath. All Might settled more comfortably in his chair, regaling Naomasa on the events of the day from his morning saving people, the talk he had with Nizu, arriving at the USJ, and finally his fight with the Nomu. He paused at this point to better collect his thoughts. When the silence lasted a few beats longer than expected, Naomasa prompted him, All Might, what do you have to say about your fight with the Nomu? Naomasa could see conflict in his eyes, something that is rarely ever seen on the hero, which only deepened his worries. When All Might spoke again, it wasn't with words but with sign language. Naomasa's eyes widened as All Might finished gesturing. I'm going to omit parts of this fight, mainly about Shigaraki. After, I'll come back and tell you. Off the record, he signed. With the little hiccup out of the way, All Might recapped his talk with Shigaraki before the actual fight started, and against his better judgment, he told the detective about the Nomu having multiple quirks. I'm sorry. Pause there for a second, Naomasa interrupted. You are saying that the creature, this Nomu, has multiple quirks, correct? Correct. All Might nodded grimly. You are familiar with young Shimura's quirk, right? At the start of my fight, young Shimura mentioned it has super regeneration, as he touched it for a prolonged period of time, but when released it healed completely. He saw this quirk in action prior to my engagement, and this Shigaraki confirmed it. When my men recovered the Nomu from wherever you launched it to, we all thought it was a mutant type. I can't speak for its appearance, but I can confirm that it has super regeneration and shock absorption. It hit hard as well, so maybe a strength quirk as well, but I can't confirm that. When I was given a free chance to attack, I hit it with enough strength to level a city block and the beast didn't move 1 centimeter. It felt like all the power I had in the punch simply became nothing. The way you worded it suggests you believe that there is more to this Nomu than the 2 quirks. Can you expand on that? Without speaking negatively of those with mutation quirks, its entire appearance screamed like it was made in a lab. Very well. And you said that the leader, Shigaraki, confirmed the Nomu's quirks? Yes. He told me outright that its quirks were super regeneration and shock absorption. All Might continued his story, with Naomasa's expression getting more and more grim. When he finally reached the end, both men settled into an uncomfortable silence. Naomasa stopped recording when All Might was finished, but made no move to continue with the parts that All Might left out. He looked to the teacup All Might set in front of him and took a massive swig, shuddering lightly. Toshinori, I almost don't want to ask, but at this point I need to know. What exactly didn't you tell me? Naomasa groaned out, dropping all formalities. All Might was completely splayed out on his chair, his head resting on the back, staring at the ceiling. The leader, Shigaraki. He reminds me of him. Naomasa sat up straight, his eyes focused once again. Are you sure? You said that you defeated him. And I believe I did, All Might replied, now sitting properly again. But from how he acted, it was almost like I was back on the battlefield with him. Shigaraki, he was completely relaxed and nonchalant the entire time. He didn't take any of it seriously, like he knew he'd win if he actually fought. When that Nomo had me pinned, he didn't go for a killing blow like others would. He taunted me when I was down, laughed when I failed, enjoyed seeing me squirm. And not to mention the fact that he apparently has access to someone or has the ability to transfer quirks to another being. The picture he's painting isn't a pretty one. Naomasa shook his head in clear denial. The picture you're painting isn't a good one either, Toshinori. Are you saying that he has a successor? Or that he's somehow involved with all of this? I'm not saying any of this, but I can't think of any other good explanations. He may not have been the one I was fighting, but Shigaraki was in control of the fight the whole time. He knew it and flaunted it. The Nomu was clearly an experiment of sorts. Its strength was unnatural, and given the quirks it had, it was most likely made to fight me specifically. Shock absorption to tank the hits I can give, and super regeneration to heal any damage that I could have inflicted on it. I know I defeated him, but who else could have created something like this? And I'm not just talking about the Nomu. I've run into my fair share of villains over my career, but only he and Shigaraki have made me feel almost inadequate. The similarities between the two are too close to be a simple coincidence. Toshinori, breathe, Naomasa placated. I can't speak to how much this guy has affected you, but I do know that you're not one to lie down and take whatever this is. I know, he shouted, immediately backing down. I'm sorry for my outburst, but this Shigaraki, he's in another league entirely. I just know it. We met for not even 5 minutes, but he's left a lasting impression on me. That's not an easy feat, Naomasa sighed, rubbing his temples. If it'll give you any peace of mind, I'll personally look into this matter and see if I can't prove that he really is back. I'll also request some lab work be done on the Nomu to see if I can verify its origins. But Toshinori, I can't imagine what you must be feeling right now, but you're not alone in this fight. I and so many others have your back, and I promise you I'll do everything I can to bring this guy in. All Might took a deep breath, shook his head, and stood up. Naomasa did the same, walking together to the door. Thank you, Naomasa. I truly appreciate the work you do. I pray that my worries are just those, but in the off chance, please be careful. I will, Naomasa gave him a warm smile. You should probably visit Shimura-kun and the rest of the class. I'm sure they could use a little pick-me-up. A disheveled man walked the halls of UA, following a route that's been walked multiple times before by countless people in the past. The man was dressed in a loose black outfit, walking with his hands in his pockets, face wrapped in bandages and his long black hair tied up in a loose bun, much different than how he usually wears it. The halls were empty and quiet, but the man didn't mind it in the slightest, preferring it this way than how it usually is. Eventually, he made it to his destination, walking right up to the door without breaking his stride as it opened before him. The room is fairly standard. 2 couches face each other in the middle of the room with a dark oak coffee table between them. Beyond that was a desk, made of the same material, facing the door, with Principal Nizu sitting on a lush black chair behind it. The man walked around and sat himself on the back of the couch closest to the desk. Aizawa-kun, I'm glad to see you moving about so quickly. I heard that Recovery Girl was generous with the healing, Nizu greeted cheerfully. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement. The old lady basically healed me fully but insisted I wear the bandages. Such a waste of supplies. Yes, she does tend to go overboard for aftercare, but her heart is always in the right place. What do you have for me? Unfortunately, not as much as I would like, Aizawa drawled on. I engaged the leader, whom I'm being told is called Kajiro Shigaraki, at the start of the attack. To my disappointment, I was taken out quickly and efficiently and was kept down for the rest of the time. I eventually came to in time to see Shimura attempt to go confront the villains. Oh? I knew that there was an argument of sorts, but I wasn't aware that this was the case. I don't know what to make of it, but there was something in Shimura's eyes that didn't belong there. It almost looked like he was wanting to prove something, whether that's to himself or someone else, I'm not sure. Regardless, I think we should monitor him more closely, as well as have him and the rest of the class visit a counselor. Agreed. I'm also aware that a few of your students had extremely close calls thanks to Shigaraki, so it's best to address any lingering issues immediately. Aizawa grunted again. And what do you make of the leader? I'm going to hold off on my full report for tomorrow, so I won't have to repeat myself, but my preliminary is that he's dangerous, much more than any other villains we've come to face recently. Without waiting for a dismissal, Aizawa walked back out the door, leaving Nizu alone in his office. He hopped off his chair and turned to face out the window, clasping his paws behind his back. The sun was already going down, painting the sky in a beautiful orange hue. What are you going to do now? Nizu wondered aloud. Kajiro Shigaraki, evaluate and adjust. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Notes. Kajiro walked down a dimly lit corridor, lightly stretching, his back popping a few times. He was dressed in a loose-fitting and wide-necked gray t-shirt, slim-fitting black pants with the legs pinrolled, and dark green athletic shoes quietly smacking with every step. Turning down another corridor, he came to face stairs leading down with a door at the bottom. Beyond the door was a decently sized bar, the counter in an L shape with a wall of bottles backlit in amber light. There were red-topped stools with a low back lined up at the bar, with booths situated behind them. At the end of the counter sat a small TV screen, displaying the light snow of electronic static. Kurojairi stood behind the bar and poured Kajiro a glass as he sat down on one of the stools, silently sliding it in front of him. Kajiro nodded, swirling the glass around, smelling the liquor within. Bourbon? Scotch. Kurojairi corrected. Single malt. Highland. Kajiro let out an annoyed TSK but took a sip anyway. The TV screen blinked, no longer showing static but a black screen, indicating the presence on the other side to be present. A voice crackled to life, sounding over the speakers. I hope you have a more detailed report regarding your attack, Kajiro, seeing as you chose to postpone it. Kajiro placed his glass down, spinning in his chair so he was facing the TV fully. I wanted to postpone the meeting to see if I could recover the Nomu before the police or heroes got their hands on it, but by the time I found it, the police already had it in a maiden. I don't know where exactly it is, but I can take a guess as to where it was transported to and spring it. An unfortunate loss, but it's nothing we can't recover from. If we need it again, you can do so, but don't bother with it for now. I'm assuming you have data from its fight? Of course. Kajiro reached into his pocket and grabbed a thumb drive, showing it off to the unseen camera. That was another reason why I wanted to wait longer. I know how the doctor is picky about being accurate, he said with air quotes, and it was difficult to quantify it, but that should be good enough. He tossed the drive to Kurojairi, who motionlessly created a portal, sending it off. What of your personal account? Kajiro took another sip of the scotch, letting out a sigh before continuing. As you know, we launched an attack against UA. The purpose of the attack was to unsettle and shake the heroes. The schedule that we dash. Why didn't you kill any of the heroes that were there? The voice interrupted. Kurojairi tells me you had ample opportunity to kill a few students as well as Eraserhead. Kajiro glared at Kurojairi, who ignored it as he picked up his glass and started cleaning it. Kajiro didn't respond immediately, choosing his words carefully. I don't believe killing heroes, or killing in general, will help us in the long run. That's still not to say I won't do it should the need ever arise. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths, knowing full well the things he said are borderline treasonous. They were too close to doubt, too close to insulting, and too close to being an outright denial. Kurojairi. A portal opened in front of Kajiro, who looked at it worriedly. He knew exactly where the portal went and what it meant. He sighed heavily before walking through. When he re-emerged, he found himself in the warehouse. The portal didn't drop him off directly in front of Master, but in the middle of rows of tanks. Thick wires and tubes were running along the floor, each feeding into their respective places. The tanks themselves show suspended figures in various forms of development, some being as small as a fetus, others fully grown into hulking or lanky figures. Each one displayed a different nomu. No one the same as the last. Kajiro weaved around the wires with practiced ease, making his way to the back corner of the warehouse where he knew was expected. When he got to his destination, he paused before the door before him, the last thing that was separating him between him and his master beyond. Taking one more deep breath, he stepped forward and turned the knob. He was immediately engulfed in a wave of pain. His body collapsed at the intensity of it. His limbs were uncooperative as he tried to fight through it, willing himself to not make a noise to show any further weakness. "Master," he rasped out, "please, I meant no disrespect when I said that." He was on his knees at this point, weakly reaching a hand towards the source. The back of the chair was still facing him, but the pain didn't stop. "Master, I can explain. Please allow me this." After what felt like another hour of this, the pain suddenly stopped. He collapsed onto all fours as he tried to catch his breath, heaving heavily. As the pain subsided, he slowly stood back up, wiping the drool from his mouth and the sweat off his face. "Master Dash," he started, a raised hand stopping him. The figure in the chair turned around to face him. He was dressed in a black suit and white dress shirt, top buttons undone, but his outfit was the only thing almost normal about the man. His head was bald, his face lacking the prominent features of a nose and eyes, his ears just little mounds where they should be. In their place was terribly scarred skin. Tubes were stuck into his throat, facilitating his breathing, giving the voice of the man an almost mechanical tone to it. "I don't allow such insolence to be spoken in my presence, Kajiro," he spoke. "Are you suggesting that I am close-minded? That I'm as simple as the common thief? That I am but a shadow of my former self?" "No, master, never," Kajiro responded. "I am saying that killing heroes wouldn't change things how we want." Again, he was met with silence, and again he slowed himself down, carefully forming his explanation. "I mentioned this to Kurojiri, and considering you know I didn't kill any heroes, you probably already know this, but I don't want to kill the heroes. Killing heroes is easy enough. I could ambush them and slit their throat before they could react, or hire a semi-competent hitman to get the job done. But there's nothing more to it. You came to power through overwhelming force and controlling the underground with an iron fist and fear, and I want to do the same. Killing heroes spreads fear, but it's superficial at best. It just makes them more cautious, and the only attention it garners from the underground is a sense of respect and villains whose only goal is to kill or destroy. What is the problem with having strong comrades? In my time, I had only 50 people behind me, and it was enough to take down the government and destabilize the country for a period. Master, with all due respect, raw power isn't everything. Surely you could agree to that. You have all of the power in the world. No one can stand up to you, but you don't flaunt it about. You prefer to hide in the shadows and bide your time. You like to play the long game because you know that there is fun in pulling the strings. Be mindful of your next words, Kajiro, he rumbled out. Kajiro gulped. He knew that he was at the edge of his master's patience, but he needed to get his point through if he wanted to succeed. "Master, if killing heroes was your goal, you would have showed up at the Hero Commission's headquarters and destroyed it. Then you would have went to every hero school from the big ones like UA to any small school that had the slightest mention of a heroics program in the works and done the same. You would have raised Japan to nothing, but you didn't. Because with everything destroyed, there would be nothing left to rule." The longer he spoke, the more he felt his tongue loosen. He felt power and confidence in standing his ground. "I want the heroes to fear me like how children fear for monsters under the bed. I want them to know that the only reason they're alive is because I'm the one who allows it. If I kill every hero I come across, my message won't get spread. My influence won't grow. No, I needed those hero students, and Eraserhead, and 13, and All Might alive so that they could spread the word that I am coming. I will do anything I have to accomplish my dream." At the end of his spiel, Kajiro stayed quiet, maintaining his gaze on where his master's eyes would be. His hands were flexing in preparation for a possible attack, with smoke already pooling at the corners of his lips. The next few moments would be critical, and if played out wrong, he would be in for more pain than before. His master looked at him impassively. The only sign of movement was a slight tapping of his finger on the armrest and the slow breaths. Without warning and faster than he could react, His master shot his hand out, placing it over his head. Kajiro tensed, expecting pain or maybe a tug as he fought for his quirk, but instead he felt his hair being ruffled. Confused, he looked up and saw a smile on his master's face. "That's what I was looking for," his voice laced with pride. "Kajiro, I understand why you didn't kill anyone during your attack. Kurojiri explained to me your reasoning for doing so, but I wanted to hear it from you. I needed to hear the conviction and determination in your voice before approving of your plan." Kajiro felt his mouth open in confusion. "You're not angry with me? Why? I know what I said. I all but directly insulted you." His master removed his hand from his head, still giving him a smile. "Because you understood the danger and stood your ground. Heroes, villains, and government officials alike have insulted me, but all cowered in fear the moment I gave them a fraction of my attention. They were all bark and no bite, for lack of better terms. But you didn't back down. I could sense it in your voice, the minute changes in your posture, the heat rising from you. You were ready and willing to attack me if I acted in a way that went against your goals. You found your hill, and you were ready to die on it. Why would I be upset with you when you're finally understanding the lessons I've been teaching you since I brought you under my wing? My hill is what I've built. I wanted to rule Japan, and I do. No, from this point on, I will support you with all that I have. You have my word, on the name of All for One. I apologize for keeping you all here after school has been let out, but this is a problem that's better dealt with as soon as possible." Nizu addressed the room. The teachers were sat in a conference room, with the desks situated in a U-shape with Nizu sitting in the middle of the bend. To his right was Eraserhead, on his left, All Might in his deflated form. The other heroes that made it to the USJ filled up the remaining seats. Stood at the top of the U was Detective Tsukachi, giving his report and acting as facilitator for the meeting. "Thank you," he nodded at Nizu. "To start, the leader of this attack is called Kajiro Shigaraki. According to the statements we've received, we aren't able to pin what his quirk is, but they all agree that it has something to do with fire. There are mixed accounts saying that the fire can be shot from his hands or mouth, but even with this, attempting to find him through the registry will take much longer than we'd like since fire quirks are extremely common. We were also unable to find any matches regarding the Warp Gate user called Kurojiri. At this time, we're assuming that neither quirks are registered, and the names are most likely aliases, so we're unfortunately at a dead end there. According to the statements as well, it appears that neither Shigaraki or Kurojiri received any injuries throughout the attack, so we unfortunately don't have a possible timetable on when the next attack could be since they're presumably in perfect health." A hero in a gas mask, wearing a red cloak and a hat that made him look like a cowboy, spoke up. "So we're basically shooting blind, and I reckon we should be preparing for another attack soon. Damn, if this ain't just a headache, I don't know what is." "If it's all right with the rest of you," Tsukachi cut in, "I'd like to hear All Might's and Eraserhead's accounts regarding the attack, seeing as they were the first responders. Unfortunately, 13 is still unavailable to give their statement, but this should provide everyone here a better clue as to what and who we're dealing with." Eraserhead grunted, indicating he'll speak first. "The short version of my account is that Shigaraki is exceptionally skilled and far more dangerous than what we're normally used to dealing with." At the shortness of his statement, everyone else looked at him expectantly, wanting more information. He just sighed before continuing. "I was there from the very beginning of the attack and unfortunately had minimal contact with him. The majority of my time was spent on taking out the mob of villains they brought out, but I did eventually get to him. Or more accurately, he came to me. He ran at me while I was dealing with a group of villains. I sent out my capture weapon to intercept, but he used it against me, pulling on it so I'd be forced to fight him. It's also worth mentioning that he yanked hard enough to pull me off my feet and through the air. The strength was surprising to say the least, as he didn't look particularly large. He blocked my attack and my shirt sleeve caught fire, presumably from his quirk." "He was able to use his quirk on you, Aizawa?" the long, purple-haired heroine interrupted. "But you're normally so good at keeping them off." Eraserhead sighed again, irritated at being interrupted. "Yes, he was able to use his quirk on me, Midnight. In the initial strike, he called me Eraserhead and pointed out that I'm not good for prolonged battle, indicating he knew who I was. It's not a well-known facet of my quirk, and I've never told anybody how my quirk works exactly, but for the sake of this meeting, I will. The longer I use my quirk, Any successive use immediately afterwards drops. I can use it for as long as I keep my eyes open, but it'll stop as soon as I blink. I can start it again right afterwards, but there'll be a delay when I can activate it again, and the time it's active will be shorter. It's like being in a staring contest. The longest stare is the one as soon as you start, but once the first blink happens, you won't be able to keep your eyes open for as long. Let's say I use it for 30 seconds. Once I blink, there'll be a delay of 2 seconds before it'll activate again. The next use will be 27 seconds before I blink. Then there'll be a delay of 5 seconds. The numbers are random, and I don't know the rate at which the delay increases and usage decreases, but that's essentially how it works. Shigaraki attacked me during that delay. The very fact that he either knew about the weakness or was able to figure it out during battle speaks wonders to his observational skills. In the corner of his eye, he could see Nizu perk up a little. Rolling his eyes, he continued, "Afterwards, he had me pinned and I was promptly knocked out. When I came to the first time, I noticed that villains with mutant quirks were around me, which shows that he also knows that my quirk won't work on them, and he was attacking Shimura, Azui, and Mineta. I was able to stop the attack, but was then knocked out again. When I came to for the second and final time, I was at the top of the stairs, surrounded by a group of students. My contact with Shigaraki was limited, but from the brief encounter I can definitively say that he is smart, tactical, and strong. A horrible combination for a villain to be." The others murmured in agreement, slowly ingesting the new information. Tsukachi was writing notes down. "Thank you for that." All Might coughed into his hand before speaking, similar to Aizawa-kun. "My contact with Shigaraki was short. I would also like to preface this by saying that this attack felt very focused yet not. I'll expand on this later. Let me just go over my experience first." Everyone nodded, silently shelving their questions. The majority of my time was spent fighting the Nomu, and then afterwards it was ensuring the students still spread out in the disaster zones were safe. The only time we interacted was before my fight with the Nomu started properly. When I first arrived, I took out the remaining villains in the plaza, recovered Aizawa-kun and the students that were down there with him, as well as got a good look at the villain. Tsukachi took this as his cue and passed out sketches of Shigaraki for the teachers to see. When he spoke to me, I didn't get the same feeling of him being this cold and dangerous villain that we've been hearing about. I can definitely see how they came to that conclusion, but from what I saw, he seemed happy, ecstatic even, when seeing me in the flesh, whereas the other villains all cowered. A man with white spiky hair, wearing a yellow visor and red and black suit scoffed, "So he's a little crazy. That's still within the ballpark of a villain." "Well, yes," All Might awkwardly replied, but he didn't seem crazed. His happiness seemed genuine, but then it was like a switch flipped and then he became what we know him as. But I'm getting a little off the point. That's part of what I want to talk about later. When I went to attack Shigaraki directly, he used the Nomu as a shield. I already knew beforehand that it had super regeneration from young Shimura, and when I hit it, it went flying and it ended up a crumpled mess. I went to attack Shigaraki again, but it's what he said that didn't sit well with me. He told it to stop playing around and fight. When my fist connected with it again, nothing happened. It didn't go flying. It felt like I was hitting air almost. And then, Shigaraki told me that it has more than one quirk. At that, everyone stilled, not expecting to hear this. Most notably, Tsukachi and Nizu looked the palest, a detail that wasn't missed by Eraserhead. The Nomu had me pinned and Shigaraki had me dead to rights. Instead of going for a killing blow like others would have, he let me up and even let me have a free shot to attack the Nomu. Of course I didn't believe him, but at the time I didn't want to risk Shigaraki growing impatient and attacking me alongside the Nomu, so I did as was told. I told Tsukachi this when I gave my statement, but I aimed to punch at the Nomu with enough strength that would have leveled an entire city block and it didn't budge. Not a bit. He told me that the second quirk the Noma has was shock absorption. That was the last interaction I had with him. The room settled in an uncomfortable silence as everyone was processing the new information. The silence persisted for a few beats longer before Nizu spoke up, breaking it. "So you're saying that Shigaraki is also an emotional manipulator?" Everyone gawked at the statement, with surprise shown most on the face of present Mike, the hero clad in a leather outfit and long yellow hair. His gaze moved between All Might and Nizu, his eyes begging for either of them to explain. Nizu brought his elbows onto the desktop, clasping his paws and rest his chin on them. All Might described Shigaraki as having a switch to his personality, which in and of itself isn't too concerning as everyone here has a switch of sorts, hero and civilian, but is still something to note. Perhaps what All Might said about him being happy is his actual personality, and the cold one is the villain persona. Additionally, Shigaraki was also able to get the better of All Might, not using brute strength or anything of the like, but by using words to knock him off balance. He somehow was able to hit chords within All Might that allowed him to gain the upper hand. He did the same to Aizawa-kun, but on a much smaller scale. He threw Aizawa-kun's weaknesses in his face and actively exploited them. And then there was All Might's initial note, saying how the attack seemed focused and yet not at the same time. There has to be a reason for this, but I can't think of it right now. From what I've heard and the information I gathered from my own investigation, Shigaraki was able to kill at the minimum 7 people directly, but chose not to do so. If his attack was as focused as All Might claims, then we surely would have had to send out letters of condolences and possibly been forced to shut down, but we weren't. Niza didn't speak up more after that, appearing to lose himself in his own thoughts. Yes, I agree, All Might nodded. If this attack was really as harebrained as to simply kill me or anyone else, then we'd already be dead. I believe there was more to this than we've been led to believe. But then that leaves us with the biggest question. What do we do now? Before anyone else could speak, Eraserhead answered him, there isn't much we can do. We know next to nothing about the instigators of the attack. We don't know if or when there will be another one, and we don't know the motive. Logically, what we should do is ensure the safety of the students as well as the mental health of 1A. Surely there's more that we can do than just that, Aizawa. Come on, Present Mike replied, waving his hand up and down. Do you have any better ideas, Mike? We're essentially chasing ghosts, and if Shigaraki is as smart as we believe him to be, he's not going to make another big move to keep the heat off him. If we try chasing him the traditional way, it'll end up in a wild goose chase, or worse, he'll disappear completely. Tsukachi cleared his throat. Unfortunately, we at the station are of the same mind. As much as I hate to admit, this is a situation where we can't move proactively, but reactively. The best we can do at this point is to help the students in what ways we can, bolster security where it's needed, and hope we won't have to deal with them soon. I don't like this one bit, Nizu sighed. But I agree with Aizawa-kun and Tsukachi-kun. There are far too many unknown variables in this to be able to respond appropriately. Everyone, I'd like to ask you all to do your best to support the students moving forward, as well as keep your ears to the ground. Detective, I believe that this covers this meeting's purpose. It does. If we have any follow-up questions, I'll be sure to reach out. Tsukachi bowed and exited the room, leaving the heroes to discuss amongst themselves. No one was willing to speak up, still thinking over the dump of information given over the meeting. Everyone's faces were set in hard frowns, trying and failing to come up with countermeasures, blaming themselves for not doing more, praying that their integrity as heroes remains intact as the media no doubt is already writing their downfall. How could none of them, not even Nizu, see the purpose of the attack when it's unfolding all around them? Chapter end notes. Sorry, this chapter is a little exposition-y, and basically a recap. We should be moving forward, and then a little back, from this point on. One step forward. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Notes. Kajiro didn't return to the bar after his meeting with All for One. Instead, he chose to aimlessly roam Kamino, taking in the night sights. The streets were bustling with the nightlife, billboards and signs blazing in their bright neon colors, practically begging people to come in and enjoy what they have to offer. Groups of drunks were stumbling along the sidewalk, loud and obnoxious. He would have crossed the street and kept walking, but he was never one to move out of the way for someone else, save Master. So ahead he kept walking, purposefully walking into the middle of the group, shoving whoever was even slightly in his path out of his way. When he heard shouts of discontent from the group behind him, he just smirked to himself. He continued walking, no destination in mind, reflecting on his latest encounter with Master. He approves and accepts my plan. So what should I do now? Way too soon to do something else so big, but I don't want to lose any momentum. Maybe recruit some new members? I only went for fodder last time. But moving forward, there should be at least some people who can think beyond petty crimes. By the time Kajiro finally made up his mind, the moon was already high in the sky, but he still had more to do. He dipped into an alleyway, using the dumpsters and fire escapes to make his way onto the building's roof before pulling out his phone and dialing. It rang 4 times before the line was picked up. Jiren, Kajiro spoke, less of a question and more of a statement. Depends on who's asking, a sleazy, lazy voice replied. Shigaraki, I want to put a line out. Oh? And what are we hoping to catch?
Allies.
I heard that your attack on UA was unsuccessful and whoever was with you was arrested. Finding people who are willing to join you after such a failure will be difficult. Those weren't allies, they were fodder. Their role was specifically to get captured. Why else would I bother with purse snatchers and convenience store robbers? I want actual villains this time. People who are willing to put in the work for the bigger payout. Still a bit of a tall order, but nothing that I can't do. Anything in particular? How many you hoping for? Normal vetting. I don't want any loose cannons or outright psychopaths. If they have some sort of honor or moral code, even better. Bring as many as you can find to the bar, but I'm capping the ones I take in at 8. And my fee? You'll be compensated accordingly. If I don't let them join, you get half. If they do, paid in full. A pause, slight pause. But when Jiren spoke up again, Kajiro could tell he was smiling. I'll see what I can do. The line clicked and Kajiro was left alone, staring over the city. He took a big breath, allowing some fire to escape his mouth, giving him temporary warmth. He took a running start to the edge of the building and leaped across to the next. Now to start phase 2. Shimura-kun. 3 knocks on his door sounded. Uraraka's voice behind it. Shimura-kun, are you all right? Everyone's been asking where you were after you didn't show for dinner. Shimura sat on the floor of his room, back against his bed, facing the TV. The curtains were drawn closed and the lights were off, the room only illuminated by the TV. He sat hugging his knees, staring at the game over screen displayed on the game he was playing. His mind was still playing back the events of the USJ. The scream of the Nomu, the piercing gaze of Shigaraki, the words spoken to him, everything on a constant loop in his mind. His eyes peer at the screen from just over his arms. Beyond the words, it shows his character in a bloody mess, panning to whatever it was that killed him in the first place. That could have been me. That would have been me. Why the hell wasn't it me? More knocks pounded on his door, this time much louder and aggressive with an equally loud and aggressive voice behind it. Oi, nerd. Bring your sorry ass out here before I blast your door down. He heard even more voices call out after this, one of them sounding like the earnest voice that could only belong to Ida. Despite the war in his mind, he still smiled as he imagined the scene outside his door. Cat yelling at whoever dared to tell him otherwise. Ida chopping his hands as he tries to explain the importance of some rule, and Uraraka's head shaking back and forth like she was watching a tennis match as the 2 others go at it. Feeling his mood lighten a little, he slowly stood back up, shuffling quietly as he made his way to the door. He opened it slowly to allow his eyes to adjust to the light in the hallway and was greeted by exactly the sight he conjured up in his mind. He raised his hand up to scratch his neck, but stopped himself before he made contact. Hey guys, he greeted. Sorry for worrying everyone. It's just been really tough since, all 3 friends stopped mid-action to look at him. Shimura-kun. Uraraka jumped at him, hugging him tightly before immediately backing off. Sorry about that. She sheepishly scratched at the back of her head. Bakugo studied him closely, his eyes flitting from him to his room behind him, eyeing the game over screen on the TV. Some gamer you are? Still stuck on that easy-ass level? Ida was quick to admonish him. Bakugo-kun. It isn't polite to insult people on their skill and their hobbies. Was I talking to you for eyes? Not my fault the nerd is trash. Bakugo and Ida devolved into another arguing session, but Shimura didn't take what he said to heart. He's known him for years and has learned how to differentiate how he talks. This wasn't him telling him off. This was him silently asking if he was all right. No, he interrupted them. I was just trying out a glitch I found. It was supposed to make me invincible from that point on, but I guess I did something wrong. My character reverted just before I made it to the boss. Again, Shimura found himself under Cat's eyes. Whatever. You done then? Nope. I want to get it down. The boss is still really hard to beat, even after playing it over again. Shimura-kun, I must advise that you take a break for now. It isn't healthy to play video games for so long, and in the dark at that. Uraraka took this as her cue. Yeah. Anyways, we came up here because Ashido-chan and Hagakure-chan are setting up a movie night down in the lounge since we're off school for a few days. You should come down and watch with us. Ah, thanks. Shimura gave her a small smile. Yeah, that sounds great. You go ahead. I'll meet you down there. Ida and Uraraka waved as they left to round up whoever else was still in their rooms. But Bakugo stayed behind, not saying a word. Once they were out of view, Shimura let his shoulders droop and let out a long sigh. Listen, Kadash. Bakugo grabbed Shimura's shirt and dragged him back into his room, slamming the door behind them. He threw Shimura onto the bed, walked over to his curtains, pulled them apart, and opened his windows to let in the fresh air. Grabbing the wooden chair sitting at his desk, he placed it facing the TV and plopped into it, arms resting on the back as he stared at Shimura. Neither boy spoke a word, staring at each other, reading each other's emotions, trying to glean some information from the look in their eyes. Shimura shifted uncomfortably on his bed as the silence dragged on, but he knew that Katsuki wasn't going to be the one to break it, so he bit the bullet. Kat, listen. I don't really know what you want from me. I'm a little down from what happened. So what? We're all safe now. That's what matters, right? Bakugo scoffed, as if you actually believe that. If you did, you wouldn't be holed up in your room playing that shitty game. So what actually happened that messed you up so badly? Like you don't already know. Come on. No, I don't, Bakugo stated. I was out cold the entire time. All I remember is being transported to the mountain zone with shitty hair for brains, hearing a loud scream, finding the warp freak, then getting tackled. I woke up in a hospital bed wrapped in gauze. You know I don't like repeating myself, so tell me, what happened? Shimura stared defiantly at Katsuki before finally relenting. I almost died. Yeah, no shit. Me too. And shitty hair, and hobo, and Michelin man, and apparently frog and grape. We might as well throw in the entire class for that matter since the extras had to fight too. Shimura groaned. You're really going to make me say it? Huh? Well, fine. I almost killed the Nomu almost killed me, and then I almost went and got myself killed again by wanting to go talk to the villains. Still doesn't explain anything. Do you believe that I can be a hero? The question threw Bakugo through a loop, coming completely out of the blue. He froze out of confusion. His eyes blinked slowly before his mind finally caught up. That was our plan from the beginning. You and me, being heroes together. I'll be number one. You'll be number whatever because you'll never be as good as me. I'll blow them to bits, and you clean up after me. Shimura adjusted himself on his bed, sitting cross-legged at this point, desperation bleeding into his voice. But do you believe that I can be a hero? That I'm supposed to be a hero? Bakugo stayed silent, not understanding what's being said. Something happened when I was down there with the Nomu, before All Might came back. I wasn't thinking, I was just moving, and when my mind finally caught up to my body, my hand was on the Nomu. It was crumbling before me, screaming. I nearly took that thing down on my own, and then the Dragon Mask villain, Shigaraki. He spoke to me. He broke down my quirk in an instant, mentioned how my quirk could be used to kill people so easily, asked if I wanted to be a hero. Of course I'd want to be a hero, right? That's why I'm here. But a part of me wanted to keep going. After All Might defeated the Nomu and the villains were just waiting, I started to walk towards them. I didn't realize it at the time, but looking back, I just really wanted to touch them, reduce them to dust. That's not what a hero does, right? Shimura was scratching at his neck frantically, parts of it starting to bleed from the irritation. Bakugo was in front of him in a second, grabbing onto his hands to stop him. Stop that, Tinks. You know you're not supposed to do that. He made his way to Shimura's bathroom, searching through the drawers until he found his ointment. He tossed it to Shimura, who caught it and silently started applying it to his neck. You never answered me, Cat, because you already know the answer to that, Bakugo retorted, sitting back down on the chair. I might be number one, but that doesn't mean you're gonna be nothing. You're gonna be a hero, even if I have to beat that into you until you realize that. Then why do I feel like I'm not? Shit, Tinks, I'm not a therapist, I don't know. Go talk to Hobo or something. I'm sure he'll have a better answer. At the mention of their teacher, Shimura's eyes widened in remembrance. Fuck. Aizawa. Sensei wanted to talk with me about the USJ. I'm so screwed. Bakugo smirked. Have fun with that, nerd. Aizawa was poring over the notes he'd been given by Tsukachi, reading over every statement from each of his students, paying more attention to the ones that either came into contact with or were able to view Shigaraki from where they were at. All the stories lined up, each going over the same events in the same fashion, but he couldn't help but feel that something was missing. He moved from his coffee table where the papers were spread out to the computer on the counter behind him, rewatching the footage they were able to recover from the USJ. Luckily, whatever quirk they used to knock out the security system didn't affect the cameras, but watching over the footage only filled him with more anguish. Each time he watched the clips over, he was reminded of his faults as a teacher, as a hero. Not only was he unable to protect his students from danger, but he was also taken out easily. He was sidelined not even 10 minutes into the attack, completely unaware of what was happening behind and around him. When he came to, all he could do was hope that his students could fend for themselves long enough until more help arrived. He leafed through the clips to when Shigaraki was reported to being in the mountain zone. Unfortunately, none of the cameras in the zone had the best angle, but it was clear that Shigaraki was watching the fight between the Nomu and All Might intently, only taking his eyes off when he was addressed by Bakugo. He continued to watch, noting down what Bakugo stated about Kurogiri's quirk, extremely helpful for any future instances. As the clip got to the point when Bakugo attacked Shigaraki, he paid closer attention. Through the pixelation, it was hard to make out, but he could see Shigaraki's body move as if he was taking a deep breath. At the same time, he saw that the explosion Bakugo was releasing dissipate, and smoke started to billow out of Shigaraki's mask. He clicked through the different cameras again, trying to find one that had a better angle. He replayed the same moment, watching as Shigaraki took a breath and Bagwo's explosion disappearing. He let the clip play through to completion, noting that the strength of the attack Shigaraki released looked eerily similar to the explosion that came from Bakugo's full gauntlet. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, fatigued from working for so long but pushed through, looking through the footage for when Shigaraki used his quirk again, to right before his co-workers made it to the entrance. This time, there was no explosion, but he noticed that Shigaraki had sizable balls of fire from his hands. Shigaraki looked to take a deep breath again, but this time the fires at his hands disappeared, and what came out from his mask looked exactly like them. Aizawa's eyes widened in realization, quickly going back to the Mountain Zone's cameras and watching through again. He watched the clip at the plaza over again, comparing to what he did before. So, Shigaraki can pull fire from an external source and release it through his mouth. He must have a support item that could make a fire he could use in case there isn't already one going. He walked to his couch, letting himself fall over the edge and landing on it laying down, an arm covering his eyes. An unregistered warp quirk and a sort of flamethrower quirk, both extremely powerful from the looks of it. That's one checkmark on the "what do we know" list, but that's still nowhere near enough information. Unwilling to work any longer, he let himself drift off to sleep. His dreams were haunted by Shigaraki's dragon mask and toxic green eyes. Chapter end notes. I wasn't lying when I said Tenko wouldn't be talking in video game speak. He doesn't in normal conversation, only when he's with Katsuki and he wants to talk about something serious. Beating the hunter. Chapter notes. Not like it really matters, but I'm saying this again. This FIC does not have a posting schedule. That being said, I'm bringing it up again because I'm going back to work and won't have much time to write anymore. If you're enjoying this story, it is not going on hiatus. It is not being forgotten. Just don't hope for a new chapter to come in a timely manner. A bell jingled as the bar door closed shut. Kurogiri didn't look towards the door, preferring to finish polishing a glass with a white towel. Kajiro was sitting at the bar, silently writing down notes in his notebook. The only sounds in the bar are the light scratching of his pen on paper and the low hum of the air conditioner. "What do you want?" he called out, not stopping his writing. The man at the door smirked. He was wearing a purple suit jacket with matching slacks, a white dress shirt underneath with the top buttons undone, and a thick gold chain could be seen resting on his neck, just peeking out from under his shirt. He combed the longer fringe of his gray hair and popped a cigarette in his mouth. "Is that any way to greet your named twin?" he responded, opening his arms wide as if asking for a hug. Without looking, Kajiro shot his right hand out, 2 fingers pointing, a thin line of smoke trailing from the tips. Kajiro Okuta, better known as Jiren to the underground, has a reputation of being sleazy, walking with a swagger in his step, and being worth every yen paid. He was an information broker of the highest regard, with customers and clients on both sides of the law, some as low as muggers, others as high as the Hero Public Safety Commission itself. As one could expect, he's met with extremely dangerous people. So when he finds a scorch mark smoking next to his head, level with his mouth, he didn't flinch in the slightest. He let out a disappointed sigh. The joke he attempted to open with fell on deaf ears. He took a few more steps deeper into the bar, his left hand stuck in his pocket while he motioned to Kurojiri for a glass. He silently complied, pouring him a glass, placing it on a napkin and an ashtray at the seat next to Kajiro. "Since you're here alone, I assume you're out of luck," Kajiro guessed. Jiren took a puff of his cigarette, belatedly realizing that it was already lit. "As much as it pains me to say that I am." He took a swig of the glass. "It's been a week already, and while there are people out there, no one is willing to side with you, even knowing your backer." He raised his glass to the TV. Kajiro closed his notebook, sitting up straighter on the stool. "Anyone you feel worth putting on a wait list?" "There are a few," Jiren shrugged, taking a sip of his glass. "But they're more hung up on another character, the hero killer Stain." "Stain? He sounds familiar. He's based in Tokyo, right?" "Not exactly. Sources and reports say he started in Tokyo, but he's been reported to be bouncing around the country. 1 month he's in Tokyo, the next he's up in Sapporo, then so on and so forth." "Well, where is he now?" "Somewhere in Kanagawa. If you want specifics, that'll cost you." Kajiro snorted. "No, that's more than enough." "So Stain is the reason why things are moving slowly. If this Stain is a hindrance, then we should take care of him immediately," Kurojiri interjected. "There's no need for that," Kajiro waved him off. "Maybe we can start a dialogue with him, see if he's willing to join. If we can get him on our side, then all the holdouts will follow." "Can you arrange a meeting with him?" Jiren took a long drag before replying. "The best I can do is put another line out. He's notorious for flying under the radar despite the high-profile kills, and even more selective when it comes to making contact. If he wants to talk, he'll find you." The conversation lapsed into silence, Kajiro thinking over his options while Jiren just sat enjoying his drink. "Guess I'll have to shake some trees and see what falls," Kajiro stated, breaking the silence, a small puff of smoke escaping his mouth. He stood up and walked to the door that led further into the building, leaving the 2 other occupants staring at each other, Jiren raising an eyebrow in a question. The 2 stayed quiet until Kajiro returned, dropping an envelope of money next to Jiren's glass. "That's for your work so far. Give me the shortlist, and I'll follow up with them on my own time." Kajiro ripped a page out of his notebook and slid it over to Jiren, who took it and the offered pin. "So I'm assuming this is the end of the current deal?" It's a pause. "Depending on how it goes with Stain, I'll be calling you again." Jiren downed the rest of his drink and put his cigarette out on the ashtray. He stood up, grabbing the envelope and putting it in his jacket pocket. "Then for now, I'll see you around." Kajiro and Kurojiri watched him as he ambled to the door, not waving goodbye or any other form of acknowledgement. As the door clicked and the bell jingled again, Kurojiri passed a glass to Kajiro. "What will you do now, Kajiro? With Stain in the picture, you won't be getting the new members you'd like," Kurojiri pointed out. Kajiro lightly groaned. "It's to be expected. While we went dark following the attack, Stain has apparently been making his rounds and making a name for himself. We need to get a move on before any respect we might have had is gone." "Are we not going to try and meet with this Stain?" "No, not yet," Kajiro shook his head. "As we are now, there is only one thing to our name. And even though we know that our attack was a success, everyone else sees it as a failure and an embarrassment. No, first we need to show everyone that we aren't a joke." "What will we do?" "Killing heroes will make people think we're copycats. Robberies and kidnappings aren't front-page stories anymore. Unless..." Kajiro swirled his glass as he was lost in thought. "Master, is the facility still up and running?" Tsukachi stood in front of the rolling whiteboard that showed any and everything he had regarding the attack on the USJ. At the top of the board were the sketches they have for Shigaraki and Kurojiri, the clear leader or leaders of the attack. Off to the side, just slightly below the two, was the mugshot they had for the Nomu. Having interviewed all the villains that were arrested, it was clear to him that they were nothing but pawns, and thus weren't worth placing them on the board. Sticky notes and lists were sprawled all over, asking any and all questions. Beneath the sketches, a checklist was written for each: name, quirk, alias, allegiance, anything to help them complete the picture. One clear leader, a getaway, and a strong asset. A mob of villains, no casualties, no demands, nothing. Where is the connection? His office door opened, revealing Aizawa coming through with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He handed one to Tsukachi, who took it gratefully, pulling the cap off to smell the drink. He sighed contentedly as he took his first sip. Thanks for that, Aizawa. Tsukachi sat up against his desk. I hope you've got something new to add. Aizawa grunted an affirmative. I believe I've figured out Shigaraki's quirk, or at least understood enough of it to maybe help narrow down searching through the registry. Tsukachi looked at him with wide eyes and a marker in his hand. Well, what is it? Some form of pyrokinesis. Aizawa himself took a drink of his coffee and sat in the spare seat. We already know that much. He's a fire breather that can't produce his own flames. Aizawa walked over to Tsukachi's computer and plugged in a drive. He scrolled through the files until he found what he was looking for. This is the first instance of where we see Shigaraki use his quirk, in the mountain zone when he encountered Bakugo and Kirishima. He pressed play, stepping back so that Tsukachi could have a full view. He let it play to completion before changing it. And this is when we see him use it again right before he escapes. He let Tsukachi watch the clips on his own, turning his attention to his coffee. When he noticed Tsukachi stand up straight again, he looked at him expectantly. I'm not sure I'm following how you made that jump. Tsukachi shook his head. The clips are in good quality, but I can't make out what you're saying. When he faced off Bakugo, we can see that Bakugo did release an explosion right before it suddenly disappeared. If you focus on Shigaraki, you can almost see him taking an extremely deep breath at the same time. When he releases it, the flames that come out are in the same magnitude, if not greater, than what the explosion was. Right before he escapes, we can see that he has 2 fireballs on his hands. Again, we can see him take a deep breath and the flames disappear. When he lets it out again, the fire looks to be twice as strong. I hate the word, but my theory is that whenever he inhales, he draws in whatever fire is in his vicinity and breathes it out just as or twice as strong as the source. But you said that he can't create his own fire, Tsukachi pointed out. The reports from Azui, Shimura, and Mineta all say that when he moved to attack them directly, they saw the making of flames coming from his hands. This is why I hate the word theory, because it's nothing but guesswork, Aizawa groaned. But I still maintain that Shigaraki can't create his own fire. It's easy enough to create a support item that could create fire. For all we know, he could probably get away with using a simple lighter. And considering the fact that Bakugo himself stated that it felt like his explosion got taken from him, I believe that's his actual quirk. Tsukachi rubbed at his forehead. I don't know, Aizawa. It's still not too much to go off. Even if you were able to figure out his quirk, there's no guarantee it's even in the registry. Aizawa stared blankly at Tsukachi before slightly nodding. I'm aware of that. But regardless of whether this is enough to find them, it's still best to get an understanding of what we're dealing with. Fine, Tsukachi relented. I'll look again. But you owe me more than 1 cup of coffee next time I see you. Aizawa nodded and grunted, leaving Tsukachi behind to his musings. Kajiro sat in his room on his computer, poring over the files the facility had in the last 15 years. The facility was one of All for One's projects that he had been running around the time he came upon Kajiro. A chain of quirk counseling offices spread throughout Japan. All were situated in poorer regions, and almost exclusively took in anybody that society deemed to have a villainous quirk or anything non-flashy or non-combative. It was the perfect setup for All for One to cherry-pick the best quirks that came through. Despite its ties, the facility and its proponents were completely legal and had all the proper certificates and qualifications to run as a quirk counseling office. The counselors there were some of the best, and those that came in almost always ended up in a hero school, some of them even making it to UA or Shiketsu. Those that were lucky enough to eventually make it in the top 100 became the pride and joy of the facility. It wasn't an indoctrination center or anything along those lines. It did exactly what was expected. The only reason All for One bothered with it past its initial phase was because he saw the potential it had. By keeping documents and files about every quirk and user that entered its doors, he was able to keep track of any quirk he liked. This way, when he took the quirk, he wouldn't need to train it to increase its strength. That would already be done. Kajiro opened one last folder, quickly reading over its documents. His eyes glinting in the low light, he read aloud the file name. Kanagawa Branch, Active Heroes, Year 2 XXX. Kajiro let out a light chuckle. Let's see who the better hunter is, Stain. Finding New Blood. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. You may not have been my original target, but you will do just fine, an almost crazed voice declared. The man's hand raised in the air, a katana pointing down, hovering inches above the prone hero's heart. May your sacrifice usher in the coming of a new era of heroes. Wait, please, I can dash. The hero's eyes widened in pain and shock before rolling into the back of his head. The villain removed his katana, swinging it to the side, flinging off the blood that clung to the blade. He stood over the body, taking in the pathetically distasteful costume. The fallen hero was wearing a deep blue bodysuit, complete with a tight-fitting hood. Plastered on his chest was a picture of the planet Saturn minus its rings. Pebbles and rocks lay flat on his chest, having fallen from their orbit when the hero died. The villain scoffed. To think you were able to make it this far shows how rotten the system is. If only I could find my actual target. Removing the small fries changes nothing. He walked further into the alleyway, blending into the shadows before jumping onto the roof. The hero woke with a start, her head still foggy. She looked around the room, completely barren save for the chair in front of her and the singular light bulb hanging between the two. The walls looked to be made of smooth concrete, with only a door on the wall facing her. She tried to move but found herself bound to the chair she sat on. Craning her neck as far back as it could go, she found that her arms were bound behind her, attached directly to the chair's back. Struggling a bit, she found no wiggle room and what felt like metal covering the entirety of her forearms. Looking down at her legs, she saw they were attached to the chair legs, her ankles wrapped in thick metal clamps. She huffed, realizing her arms were probably bound the same way. Despite her bonds, she still tried to struggle free. After what felt like 10 minutes, she stopped, realizing she was completely stuck. She puffed at a lock of hair that got loose in her struggles. Luckily, she could still move her hands, which means she could still use her quirk. Flicking her right wrist, a dark mass of shadows sprang to life. As quickly as it came to life, it was immediately dispelled. She didn't want to risk her captor knowing she could still use her quirk. Before long, the door opened, revealing her kidnapper. When they finally came into the light, her eyes narrowed at the sight of the mask he was wearing, a green dragon maw. Kajiro Shigaraki, she spat out. Her struggling began anew as she tried to attack him. To her credit, he blinked in surprise. Well, that saves time on the introductions. He crouched down, placing a glass on the floor next to his chair before walking towards her with another drink in hand, a straw swishing with the movement. He raised it to her mouth. Drink. I'm sure you're thirsty. She turned her head to the side. Like I'd ever drink anything you give me. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, keeping the glass up. It's not poisoned. Why would I go through the trouble of keeping you contained if I was just going to kill you right off the bat? You apparently know who I am. If I wanted you dead, you already would be. She eyed him a few seconds longer before relenting. She took the straw in but stared Shigaraki down the entire time. Shigaraki just watched impassively before suddenly pulling the drink away, deciding that was enough. He sat down in the chair before her and crossed his arms, just watching her. She met his gaze head-on with a glare of her own. When seconds turned to minutes, she started to shift uncomfortably. Look, whatever it is dash. Esmeralda Kaya, also known as the Dream Hunter hero, Ruya. Quirk, Nightmare, he stated. The now-named hero's eyes narrowing again as he went on. Twilight Hero. Ranked 247 overall. Forced to leave your home country, Turkey, after accidentally placing everybody in your apartment complex in a nightmare upon your quirk's awakening. At the last sentence, Ruya Lost started to writhe in her bonds again. How do you know that? What do you want? Move to Hiratsuka with your mother at 5 years old. Kajiro ignored her. He stood up and started to circle her. Still living with her in a nice, lush apartment overlooking the sea. Using your earnings as a hero to give your mother a life of comfort. How noble. To stay true to the tradition of providing for your parent as they grow older as they provided for you growing up. Ruya let out a scream, her normal harsh and abrasive personality being dropped entirely as panic started to seep in. Joined up with an agency with like-quirked heroes hoping to find a place where you could fit in, but even among the heroes there you were still an outcast. Enough! Ruya screamed, the mass of shadows appearing once again. Its features forming horns, glowing red eyes peeked out from the front as a mouth opened, revealing jagged teeth and a red abyss within. With the short distance between her and Kajiro, the shadow leapt at him. Immediately Kajiro's vision darkened and his senses dulled. He felt himself stumble backwards into the chair, but all he could hear were echoes of voices long forgotten playing in the back of his mind. I told you to stay out of my office. Your father loves you. He's just stressed from work. Hisashi. Don't. Stop. You want to be a hero? I thought you loved your family. After what felt like an hour, but only lasted for barely 15 seconds, his senses came back to him in full force. He was once again back in the nondescript room, with a captured hero in front of him. He shuddered violently before taking a few seconds longer to regain his breath. He shakily raised his hand to his mask, retracting it so that he could take full breaths unhindered. As he finally managed to bring his heart rate under control, his focus shifted to Ruya. Ruya herself didn't look too good either. She was sunken into her chair as much as she could, out of breath as well. Her black to white hair was stuck to her face by the sweat that had accumulated. Her blue and amber yellow eyes were slightly glazed over. Incredible, he spit out a glob of blood, offhandedly noticing he bit his cheek sometime during Ruya's assault. What do you call them, prowlers? Those don't induce the nightmares, do they? No. Your victims say that when they get hit, they just get nearsighted. That must have been everything you had. He let out an incredulous laugh. And I'm still standing. In any other situation that would have ensured your victory. He sighed, having sobered up a little. That was really stupid of you, Shigaraki hissed, his tone dipping. Ruya recovered from her attack, but instantly paled as she felt ice creep up her veins. Despite being spent, she picked up her efforts of escape. She felt one of the braces break as she pulled an arm free. She gasped in delight before freezing, Shigaraki having caught her arm with one hand and cupping her face in the other. He brought his face in close. You should have tried that after getting your arm free. A villain stood on top of a building, listening to the sounds of the city, looking for any more fakes he could cull tonight before disappearing. His hunt in this city, while successful, felt far less rewarding. Someone was getting in his way, reaching his targets before he could get to them. Even after his targets showed themselves, they were no longer worth culling, that much he could tell. The first time he found his target after they had gone missing, they all but begged for him to kill them. Instead of fear or regret in their eyes, he would see something that almost looked like relief. Completely thrown off, he momentarily forgot that he was going to kill them, but instead asked them what happened. Each time he found his target, the reply was the same. I don't want to be a hero anymore. I'm retiring, they all said. Somehow, someone knew exactly who he was going after and beat him to them. Someone was doing his job of ridding the world of fakes. He growled in frustration, about to take a leap onto the next building when he felt a shift in the air. He turned around, katana already drawn and at the ready when he saw a figure made of mist. I apologize for the suddenness, Stain, but I must ask you come with me, the figure greeted. Stain narrowed his eyes, raising his katana towards them. Who are you and how did you find me? I am called Kurojairi, as he bowed. As for your second question, that is better reserved for our leader. We don't want to take too much of your time, and after we're done talking, I'd be happy to transport you to any city you wish so that you may continue your hunt. Stain eyed Kurojairi a little longer before sheathing his blade. One conversation? 10 minutes. Of course, Kurojairi swept his arm, brining another portal to life. After you. Stain entered the purple portal and emerged in the bar. The only other person inside was a man with green hair, wearing an oversized black long-sleeve shirt and ripped gray jeans. Stain didn't need any more introductions, already aware of who he was. Shigaraki was standing behind the bar, wiping his hands clean with a towel as he saw who came through. Kurojairi materialized in his place behind the bar beside him as Shigaraki pulled out 2 glasses, gesturing to one of the seats. He turned around to search the bar for a bottle before grabbing it. "Would you like a drink?" Shigaraki asked, already pouring himself one. "I know that this is a rather last-minute meeting, so it's the least I could offer." Stain didn't move from where he exited the portal, nor did he give any sort of indication he was going to sit otherwise, so Shigaraki just shrugged. He moved around to the other side of the bar and stood in front of Stain. "Tell me something. Are you aware of the influence you hold? It's amazing. Despite being a villain, you have people praising your actions on both sides. So tell me, how can a guy like you, who leaves no witnesses, have a bigger following than me? Why is it that you're being praised while I'm being ridiculed?" Stain's hunched form took a step forward, slightly closing the distance between the two. "What do you want? You want me to join you on your pointless crusade? Follow someone who doesn't know what they want. Pointless? I don't know what I want." Shigaraki paused and swirled his glass before sitting on his stool. "You make me sound as if I'm some sort of child that's throwing a tantrum. Stop trying to take the high ground. From what I've learned about you, we do the exact same thing." "Oh? And what is it you think that I do?" "You kill heroes you deem unworthy, using criteria that no one but you knows." Shigaraki threw his head back and downed his drink in one go and set the glass down. He swiveled so he was facing Stain directly. "You think yourself the judge, jury, and executioner when really you're just like any other serial killer. You kill heroes because you like doing it. That is where you're wrong. I kill because somebody has to. Every hero I killed has been a fake. They use their status as a hero to gain fame and fortune, while simultaneously taking the title hero and turning it into a job. The standard for a hero has dropped, and only a select few actively stay true to the essence and history of what a hero should be. Nobody is willing to take action to make the changes that needs to be done." Stain ranted on, an aura of conviction radiating off of him. "But I am. Through my hunts, I have removed the weak links, the bad eggs, the dead branches. I alone am increasing the quality of the heroes." Shigaraki stared at Stain, impressed by his statement before chuckling. "You're a villain and you've taken lives. But the reason why you're doing it is for the greater good, right? I bet you were even a hero hopeful once. It would answer so many questions regarding your actions." Stain growled and lunged, a knife appearing in his hand. He slashed at Kurojairi, nicking his arm before he could form a portal. He then threw a knife at Shigaraki, implanting itself in his shoulder as he was thrown off the chair. Stain followed up, immediately setting himself on top of Shigaraki, grasping the hilt of the embedded blade and twisting, causing him to let out a cry. "Guess I hit a nerve with that one, huh?" Shigaraki groaned. "Kurojairi? How are you doing over there?" Kurojairi replied through a strained voice. "I can't move. It must be his quirk. I came here because the Mist Man said you wanted to talk, that you had a proposition for me," Stain snarled. "But since arriving, all that's happened is you insult me. So, I'm going to give you one last chance. What do you want?" Stain applied more pressure on the blade in Shigaraki's shoulder. He groaned a little, but still let out a chuckle. "You and I really are alike. You feel dissatisfied with the current state of heroes, so you take out the ones that aren't up to snuff. I feel dissatisfied with the current state of heroes, so I break them. Our methods differ, but our goal is the same. We want society to stop placing anybody with a good quirk on pedestals. You want true heroes, but I only want the best." Shigaraki took a deep breath, fire coming to life in the back of his throat. Stain's eyes widened as he jumped off, just missing the stream of fire as it was released. Stain raised his katana in preparation as Shigaraki stood up. "I don't want you to join me." Shigaraki touched the knife in his shoulder but winced. "Just from our little interaction, I could tell that you and I won't get along. So what I'm proposing instead is a truce of sorts." Stain dropped his blade a few centimeters. Shigaraki took that as a sign he's listening. "I'll stop taking your targets if you send people my way." Stain's posture faltered for a second before recovering. "What do you mean to send people your way? I work alone. I have no followers. Do you not remember the first thing I asked you when you came in? Whether they're aware of your true intentions or not, people have been following your movements since you surfaced. You've gained a following in the underground, and because of that, my own plans have been halted. I don't know if this is asking too much, he started as he walked away through the door. At the complete lack of caution or respect to what was happening, Stain dropped his katana entirely, dumbfounded by Shigaraki's actions. Kurogyri let out an audible sigh as the silence stretched long. I apologize, Stain. Kajiro Shigaraki has a tendency to go on a bit of a tangent mid-conversation. He will be back shortly. If you would be so kind as to let me free, I can prepare you a drink as we wait. Stain grunted and sheathed his sword, finally taking up residence on a stool. Just get me a sake. Now free of Stain's influence, Kurogyri bowed and pulled out a bottle, placing it in front of him. It seems that all I do is apologize for Kajiro Shigaraki's actions, but he truly does mean what he's saying. We sought you out because we heard that everyone that would be willing to join us is too busy being caught up in your actions. The door opened again, and Shigaraki walked out, his shoulder patched up and now wearing a tank top. As he walked, he idly flipped Stain's knife in the air. Not even taking a moment to take in the scene, he continued his conversation as if nothing happened. I don't know if it's asking too much, but could you at least meet with some of your followers? Explain to them that you work alone, but you know of a group who you're allied with. I never agreed to an alliance with you, a non-aggression pact, whatever. If you do this, everyone will win. You get to go on your hunts unhindered by me, or anyone else crazy enough to try to seek you out. I get new allies for my league, and the people that join would be able to do what they want, just under a new banner. How does that sound? Your terms are agreeable, but there's still one problem, Stain responded. Your group, the League of Villains, you've done one thing and failed. If I start promoting you, it'll make me look bad. I thought you weren't concerned with your reputation so long as you achieve your goals, Shigaraki shot back, crossing his arms. He shook his head before adding on, everyone misunderstood the purpose of the attack on UA. Not like I didn't expect that since I didn't announce our goals, but it's still annoying to have to explain it all the time. I attacked UA to show them, to show the rest of the country, that even the best of the best is vulnerable. Like I said, you kill heroes because they don't live up to your standards. I break them because they're too weak to stand up to mine. Stain sat quietly, contemplating his next moves. He leaned over and grabbed Shigaraki's empty glass, pouring some sake in it, and handed it over. I accept. He reached out with his own cup, toasting with Shigaraki to a successful deal. Chapter End Notes. Shout out to you if you can figure out who Ruya is. Time to start. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Thank you all for coming, Nizu greeted his teachers. With the sports festival days away, I wanted to touch base with everyone and see if there are any last-minute requests. Aizawa immediately raised his hand. No, Aizawa-kun. We can't cancel the sports festival. Aizawa grumbled as he lowered his hand, sinking into his capture weapon. Even if there wasn't a threat to our students' safety, canceling it this late into the process would be disastrous for not just UA, but for everybody involved. Majima-kun, how are things progressing with updating security? A short, bare-chested man sat up straighter in his chair, his orange hair covering the entire upper half of his face. An excavator claw-shaped helmet sat on the table in front of him. They're about as good as they can get given the wide-scale changes you wanted. He tapped on the conference table. A holograph popped up, displaying a camera feed. From the looks of it, the view was of the conference room itself. All of the cameras have been upgraded to have facial recognition with a direct link to multiple precinct servers for any and all process criminals. The analysis is done in real time and can work with a minimum of 30% facial clearance with a 97% accuracy rating. Wonderful, Nizu chirped. And the sensor array? Majima scratched his head, dismissing the holograph. That one is still in the works, unfortunately. The villains that attacked the USJ had the forethought of ensuring we were completely blocked out for the duration of the attack, and because warp/teleporting quirks are rare, I don't know exactly how to track it, let alone develop a way to scramble it. The footage we had from the attack helps, but there isn't much data I can pull from that. He paused, taking in the confused looks of his co-workers and Nizu's expectant gaze. Oh, come on now. That wasn't even actual technical language. Majima groaned, rubbing his temples. Under his breath, he mumbled something, but no one was able to catch what he said. No, The sensor array and scrambler aren't working yet. I know far too little about the warp quirk to develop any dependable means to work against it. Which means, he stressed this word a bit more, hoping that everyone else was still following. There is still a chance that we could be attacked while the festival is going on. He sat back in his chair, crossing his arms, his fingers drumming annoyedly. A heavy silence fell on the room as they processed the fact that there was still a major threat to security. It's unfortunate, but this shouldn't be a problem, the spiky white-haired hero spoke up, trying to boost the morale. We've already increased our in-person security fivefold. Principal Nizu said he was able to contract heroes to patrol around the grounds, and we'll have who knows how many plainclothed cops walking around as well. Adding the upgraded cameras to the mix, I'd say we're pretty well covered. If someone tries to start something, they'll be shut down immediately. Vlad, while I appreciate your optimism, I don't think you truly understand the scope of the villains we're worried about. Aizawa spoke up. These villains, Shigaraki and Kurogiri, they aren't your run-of-the-mill bank robbers. Shigaraki is smart, and Kurogiri is an asset that we have no way of confronting. And I think you're overestimating them, Vlad replied gruffly. I'm not going to act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the villains, because that would be an insult to everyone that was affected. But from what I've heard regarding them, we don't need to worry about an attack during the sports festival. The other teachers stared at Vlad, silently asking him to carry on. If they're half as smart as you make them out to be, then a widespread attack is the last thing on their mind. All Might and Principal Nizu both said that there could be some ulterior motive to the attack, and I think we're witnessing it right now. Aizawa, your whole gimmick is making rational and logical decisions, but you pushing so hard to cancel the festival is the exact opposite. Take a step back and think. Vlad could tell he had everyone's attention when he saw everyone's heads turn between Vlad and Aizawa. Anyone who has ever met Aizawa knows that he prides himself on non-biased and logic-based decisions, so being called out like this is unheard of. You were attacked, but you came out relatively unscathed. All Might was attacked and came out no worse than he normally is. Your students were attacked, and the worst injury was a broken hand. Shigaraki could have killed you, and everyone there but didn't. Do you ever wonder why? Aizawa hissed. Every day since. But what about 13 then? 13 was attacked and survived, had the worst injuries out of everyone, but will make a full recovery. Vlad Kuin, Nizu interjected. His paws steepled on the table. As much as I love hearing your opinion, might I remind you that we are still on a bit of a schedule? I have an idea of your point, but I would like for it to be made in a timely manner. Vlad sighed, shaking his head. I believe Shigaraki's ulterior motive was to create fear and panic while making us doubt ourselves. He purposefully attacked the USJ and wanted to get in our heads. He wants us to fear him, and he did that by showing us exactly how easy it was for him to do it. Aizawa was stunned into silence. Not only did Vlad call him out on irrationality, but it seems that he also was able to solve the problem that evaded himself and even Nizu. The staff liked to joke around a lot, and generally gravitated towards having Vlad on the receiving end because of his reactions, but they all forgot one thing. Vlad King was still a pro with a respectable record. He reacts accordingly based on the joke, because he takes everything in at face value. With him being so far removed from the problem, he had the clearest look at the situation. What makes you so sure that he won't attack the festival? A voice asked. Vlad turned his head to face the hero it belonged to. The hero, in simple terms, looked like a block of cement, with small eyes set near the top of his head and mouth set in a perpetual frown. If his goal was to create fear, then wouldn't the festival be the perfect opportunity? Thousands, if not millions of people watch it from home, and at least tens of thousands will be present in person. Because of what All Might said, Vlad pointed at the man, who coughed up blood into a handkerchief. Wah, what did I say? All Might spluttered. You said that he didn't seem crazed. Vlad pointed directly at him. The type of people that would launch an attack of that magnitude on that many people has to be unstable to a certain degree. They want chaos for the sake of chaos. But because Shigaraki acted as if he had a certain goal, he doesn't fit that category, Aizawa finished. He sat slouched in his chair, seemingly deflating as his head dipped ever further within his capture weapon. The sports festival should go off without a hitch, yes, Vlad concluded. After an undeterminable amount of time, Nizu spoke up again. Does anybody have anything more to add? He was met with a resounding silence, everyone still caught up in what they just witnessed. Then I believe this meeting is adjourned. Please resume your preparations. The sports festival will begin in 2 days' time. Kajiro, the speakers on the TV crackled to life. The sports festival is soon. What do you plan to do about it? Kajiro stopped typing on his laptop to peek at the TV. As always, no video was shown, but there was no mistake that All For One was on the other end. He glanced at Kurojiri, who stood at his place behind the bar, his eyes asking if he called. With no response from him, Kajiro turned to face the TV fully. The only plan I have for that is simply to watch it from here. I would try to go in person, but All Might and some of the students saw my face, he responded. I'm also certain that UA upped their security since the attack, so getting in and out of there unnoticed won't be as easy as before. Surely that isn't enough of a deterrent for you. It isn't, but I would have nothing to gain from seeing it in person. The entire event is televised, so I would arguably get a better idea of the students' skills than if I were confined to the stadium. The longer my exposure out there, the greater the risk I'd get found out. Your penchant for caution is admirable, but there are times when you must take a bold step forward. If you continue to hide out, you not only eventually lose any courage you have to take that step, but you also lose any hope of growing. You have stated multiple times that you don't want to lose the momentum you gained, yet all you've done since is take heroes out of the picture behind the scenes. The only people aware of what you've done are in this room, the heroes themselves and the hero killer. I heard your conversation with him. I heard the plans that you were making after Jiren left. I heard what you did with the heroes. I may have given you my blessing for the long-term goal, but you haven't been making any real progress towards reaching it. Kajiro could hear the subtle shift in All For One's voice the longer he talked. He heard it change from inquisitive to lecturing to almost impatience. Do I have to step in for you? Kajiro lightly bristled at the tone and implication. Even Kurojiri's form faltered for a second. Kajiro slowly turned his head to Kurojiri. Silently, he mouthed water at him. A glass was immediately pushed forth. Kajiro took a long sip before answering, trying to come up with an appropriate response. And no, master. That will be unnecessary, he eventually choked out. Is it not? You've shown me great potential with your work, yet ever since we had our talk, you have yet to truly take initiative. Your lack of action makes me wonder if you truly have your heart set on the motion. Master, if I may, Kurojiri tried to placate. No, All For One cut him off. I want to hear this from him. Kajiro felt like he was back in the room in front of All For One. He could feel the oppressing force he exudes, and couldn't help but stumble his way through as his mind raced to find a way out of the situation as close to amicably as he could. I want to buy as much time as I can before I start making my moves. I used the USJ as a test. He paused, trying to find the words. Society's been lulled into a state of relative peace because of All Might, and I learned that because of that, UA has become just as lax as everyone else. The rat calling himself principal isn't as omniscient or omnipotent he likes to believe, and because they're a school first, they have no real authority outside of school matters. The sports festival will be filled to the brim with heroes and civilians alike, and will probably be decked out with the best security UA could upgrade to in the time between. If I were to attack it, I'd be announcing myself to the whole world, which I'm not ready to do yet. Yet you're willing to show yourself to UA, one of the best hero schools in the country, with no problem. Kajiro perked up a little. He heard the tone change, but he didn't dare to get his hopes up too high. I can deal with the heroes they have on staff, that much I'm sure of. He shifted a little in his seat. I can deal with random heroes showing up in the city, but having everyone on the lookout for me isn't something I want to deal with right now. That's why I want to recruit people first, bolster my numbers, and cover my blind spots. Kajiro, if you are looking to recruit, would it not be better if we ask around ourselves? Kurojiri spoke up. We have the list we received from Jiren, so should we not follow up? He shook his head. No. If we start going after them ourselves, we'll make ourselves look needy and desperate. And master, he leveled a look toward the TV. I'm sorry to say, but if you get more involved than you already are, we might end up with way more heat on both sides than I'd be comfortable with. The bar stilled, anxiously waiting for a response. Kajiro tentatively finished his water and passed the glass to Kurojiri, who carefully and quietly started to clean it off. That was well thought out, Kajiro. All for One's voice cut through the silence. Very well. I'll stay my hand for now, but I do expect results. Kajiro bowed his head towards the TV. Thank you, Master. I promise I won't disappoint. See to it you don't. The TV clicked off, leaving Kajiro and Kurojairi to stare at each other, both releasing a relieved sigh. Kajiro, do you truly plan on not attending the sports festival? Kurojairi asked. It would be no bother to me to warp you in undetected. I really wasn't planning on it, but after that I feel like I have no choice, Kajiro lamented. At the very least, I'll get an idea of what kind of upgrades UA made, and maybe see who they can get to work as security. Kajiro puffed a little smoke in the air. Leaning back into the chair, he scratched the back of his head. Getting into UA wouldn't be a problem. Getting recognized would be a pain. Getting out would be even more so. Maybe I'll see if our little helper can't do anything about that. His phone rang, taking him from his thoughts. Not looking at who was calling, he picked it up. What? On the other side of the call, an annoyed grunt came out. Nice to hear from you too. Listen, I don't know what you did or said to the hero killer, but now I'm getting contacts and requests left and right. Kajiro sat up, his attention fully on the conversation. I went through most of them, but only 3 stood out so far. Do you want me to tell them to go to your place, or are you going to pick them up? Tell them to gather at Baraka Scrapyard tonight at 9. I'll have Kurojairi bring them over. I want you here as well. You can either join them or get here however you normally do. Kajiro ended the call there. I assume Jiren came through? He did. Kajiro tapped on the bar top and thought, maybe there is something to do about the sports festival after all. Chapter end notes. Heavily debating whether to actually cover the sports festival, because that'd just be a beast to write out. We'll see. But hey, at least we'll get to meet some familiar people next chapter. Maybe. Finishing the preparations. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter 4. Notes. 20 minutes before 9 hit, Jiren walked through the door, his cigarette already lit. He sauntered up to the bar top to the seat he was at last time. Kurojairi passed him an ashtray as Jiren ordered a drink. A glass of whiskey on the rocks was pushed forward, the round ice cube swirling in the liquid. Jiren picked up the glass, nodding and toasting to both Kurojairi and the TV. Taking a swig, he let out a pleasured sigh. So where's the young master at? He wanted me to come by, but didn't have the decency to greet me when I come in. Kajiro Shigaraki had to step out for a moment. Kurojairi narrowed his eyes. He mentioned something about wanting to make sure something's ready. He should be back momentarily. Jiren let out an unamused grunt, returning to his cigarette and drink. Seeing as Kurojairi no longer wanted to engage in conversation, he took the quiet moment to appreciate the absolute normality of the bar. The shelves were stocked with a wide variety of spirits, most of them Jiren couldn't even recognize. Licenses and certificates were displayed on one of the walls, and it had a cozy feel to it. Had someone accidentally stumbled onto it, aside from the misty bartender, they would assume it was any other dive bar. A phone dinged from behind the bar, and wordlessly Kurojairi opened a portal. Kajiro walked through, dressed in what looked like his villain outfit, minus the knives sheathed on his legs, affixing his mask to his face before lightly dusting himself off. He glanced at Jiren and then to the clock hanging on the wall opposite to the bar and shrugged. Thanks for making it out here, he greeted. Jiren puffed a few times on his cigarette before putting it out. Think nothing of it, but even if you hadn't asked, I still would have come with them. It's only right I introduced them myself, and besides, he swirled his glass, watching the ice ball spin with the movement. Figured if I got here early I could enjoy myself a bit. By all means, Kajiro lazily swept his arm out, gesturing to the bar. Kurojairi, it's nearly 9. Why don't you bring them in? Kurojairi bowed as he disappeared within the mist. Returning his attention to Jiren, so what can you tell me before they get here? Well, only one of them has a real record. The other 2 are relatively green. Kajiro paused, his head quirked to the right. Didn't I ask for seasoned criminals? If they're green, that means I'd have to babysit them. And here I thought you were smart, Jiren retorted, downing the rest of his drink. You also said you wouldn't mind if they have a coat of sorts. If they're green, you can change them to whatever form or color you want. Kajiro's eyes crinkled as he smiled, his eyes taking on a dangerous glint. He was about to reply but was cut off by the swirling purple of Kurojairi's portal. He stopped mid-thought and stepped back, allowing for more room on the floor. 3 figures walked through the portal, with Kurogiri materializing at the back. The first and tallest of the trio had spiky black hair, piercing blue eyes, and horribly burned and purple skin. Staples lined the borders between the healthy and burned skin, holding them together. He wore a loose-fitting shirt under a ratty black jacket, black chino high-water pants, and shoes. The second was a teenage girl with ash-blonde hair and twin messy buns. Her eyes were yellow and cat-like, with excitement shimmering just beneath the surface. She wore a slightly oversized beige cardigan over what looked like a sailor suit uniform, with knee-length black socks and brown loafers. The third looked even younger than the girl. He was dressed in a standard Gakurin with teal gloves and white shoes. Light brown, tousled hair rested on his head. Under his arm, he held a gas mask and green helmet that looked like they came from a military surplus store. Kajiro didn't move to talk with them, opting to study the new arrivals and get a clue of what he was dealing with. None of the 3 looked like they were going to speak either. The black-haired man was looking over the bottles on the shelves instead, and the girl looked more lost and confused the longer the silence dragged on. The boy was the only one among them that tried to appear professional, trying to match the stare he was receiving from Kajiro. Jiren, while thoroughly enjoying the standoff, decided he needed to be the one to start the conversation. He stood up from his stool and hooked an arm around the black-haired man, who looked displeased by the contact. "Guess I'll have to be the adult in this situation," he opened. "Shigaraki, may I present to you Himiko Toga, Dabi, and Mustard." The girl, Toga, perked up and waved animatedly. The black-haired and burnt man, Dabi, just barely nodded his head in acknowledgement while shoving Jiren off his shoulders. The young boy, Mustard, readjusted his helmet and mask under his arm. Jiren stuck a thumb out, pointing to Toga. "Let's start with girly over here." With initial introductions out of the way, whatever trepidation or nervousness that held Toga were gone. "I'm Himiko Toga, and you're the one Mr. Staney was talking about." She cut Jiren off. Her expression dropped to a serious glare. A knife appeared in her hand as she leveled it in front of her. "Is it true? Are you really working together?" Kajiro took the change in tone in stride. "My definition of working together may be different than yours. I can tell you had more to say, so just finish it up." Toga held her glare for a second longer before her wide smile came back, the knife disappearing. Kajiro didn't notice at first, but now that he's focusing on her, he sees defined canine teeth. Mild carnivore mutation? I want to live in the world Mr. Staney is trying to make. This world isn't fun. Too many people are mean. Without the meanies in the world, I can finally feel at home. Kajiro nodded and gestured to Dabi to start. Dabi looked Kajiro over before starting. "What? You don't want to know her quirk? Don't think I didn't see you eyeing her." "Impressive." Kajiro's eyes darted to Dabi's. "You're sharper than you look." "But no, I'm saving that question for the end. What's your piece?" "I go by Dabi," he huffed. "As for my piece, I plan to carry on the hero killers will long after he passes. If he doesn't want me, fine. I'll join you and help him from the sidelines." Dabi stared Kajiro down, daring him to make a comment. "He may have pointed me towards you, but ultimately I follow his will. If there's one thing I want most out of this partnership, it's the death of Endeavor." At that, Kajiro was intrigued. He was used to hearing people spout about how they want to kill All Might and any other hero, but those were always weak shows of strength. Dabi meant what he said and truly believed he could do it. Getting restless from having to wait, Mustard spoke up without his prompt. "I'm Mustard. My quirk lets me release a gas that puts people to sleep and dash." "I'm stopping you right there," Kajiro cut him off. "Do you even know what this is? What's happening right now? This isn't the first day at school, kid." Dabi rolled his eyes and Toga stifled a giggle. "Why are you here?" Mustard paused, looking between the occupants of the bar, searching for a lifeline that wouldn't be thrown. He sighed, hunching his shoulders in defeat. Kajiro felt his breath hitch, his vision flickering, overlapping Mustard and a shadow of an old memory. "I'm bullied at school and I'm unwanted at home," Mustard confessed. "My parents, if you could even call them that, don't care what I do so long as the only reason I'm home is to sleep. At school I'm forced into a literal bubble because they don't want my quirk accidentally going haywire. The kids kick it around and cover the vents so I run out of air to breathe. I'm tired of being put down for something that I had no power in choosing. Mustard looked up at Kajiro, his eyes shining with determination. I'm here because the heroes made my life turn to absolute shit. They preach about how anyone can be a hero, but what they're really saying is anyone with a cool and flashy quirk can be a hero. Because my quirk isn't cool, it gives everyone the right to push me down, and I'm sick of it. I want to change how society looks at quirks. Kajiro was impressed. Not only are their goals aligned with his, but there was also enough wiggle room in their goals to fit his. He made eye contact with Jiren, who just smirked. Jiren started a slow clap. Well done, everyone. I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, Shigaraki, anything you have to say to these wonderful, upstanding citizens? You all aren't half bad, but only one of you has a body count, and while that's not necessary, I need to know just how far you're willing to lose yourself, particularly you. Kajiro pointed at Mustard. You're just a kid. You're jaded and have a major chip on your shoulder, but you're way too young to seriously be considering this path. Are you actually a villain? Dabi laughed. What villain tries to make others reconsider their life's choices? The kind of villain that isn't single-minded. Kajiro shot back. Or an absolute scum of a person. I may be a villain, but that doesn't mean I don't have standards. Now, Mustard, are you 100% certain that you want to continue down this path? It won't be easy, and it will involve blood. Mustard fiddled with his helmet and mask in thought. All the while this was going down, Toga sat herself down on one of the stools and was lazily spinning herself around, seemingly lost in her own world while she waited for whatever was happening next. Mustard finally came up with his answer. I'm sure. There's nothing at home for me, and no one I care about. I'm starting over, and if it means I'll have to kill someone to prove it, then I will. Kajiro studied him closely. Young, impressionable, willing to get his hands dirty. He moved on to Dabi, who noticed and matched the look. Arrogant, observant, clear motivation. Finally, he looked at Toga, who was now sipping on a drink that Kurojiri must have given her. Outcast, carefree, already ingrained in the life. Kajiro reached up to his mask and retracted it. Fine. Kurojiri, get Jiren his payment for the lot. Hearing that, Jiren gave a lazy bow in gratitude. As for you three, welcome to the league. As a formal introduction, my name is Kajiro Shigaraki. Over there behind the bar is Kurojiri. Toga, Dabi, what are your quirks? And Dabi, Mustard, your names. Having received his payment, Jiren cut in quickly before they got started. I'll take my leave then. Shigaraki, I'll let you know if there are any more. Again, now that the boring stuff was out of the way, Toga was back to her cheery self. My quirk is called Transform. It lets me change into anybody I want so long as I drink their blood. The more blood I have, the longer the transformation holds. She pointed to her teeth. My canines are sharp so that I can bite into people and drink their blood directly, but I don't like doing that unless they're cute. She crossed her arms in an X. That explains the teeth, but what was the source for the change? Toga seemed done with her explanation and was looking towards Dabi with interest. He sighed and brought his hand up, conjuring a ball of blue fire. Kajiro's eyes sparkled. That will pair perfectly. That's my quirk. As for my name, I don't know you well enough to give it to you, so you're stuck with Dabi. I'm not budging on this. Mustard shifted on his feet. I'm not giving you my name either. If I'm starting anew, then I want to leave everything of my old life behind. Kurojiri, bring them to the warehouse. Kajiro abruptly changed the topic. He addressed the group. I want to get a feel for your skills, so we're going to have a little test. That was all the warning they got before portals opened beneath them, swallowing them in the darkness. Shimura grunted as he was slammed onto the mats once again. He immediately swept his legs around, catching his opponent off guard. Getting back on his feet, he jumped at the downed opponent. From their fight devolved into intense grappling. He made sure to always keep a finger up so he doesn't accidentally disintegrate his opponent, a weakness that was constantly exploited as his opponent kept grabbing the extended finger and wiggling out of a hold. Shimura was able to secure the opponent's arm, seconds away from getting them into an armbar before he felt a jolting pain in his right hand. He let go in shock, scrambling away. Shimura? You okay, man? Kaminari questioned. I swear you had me for good right then. Shimura cradled his right hand, shaking it off lightly. Yeah, I'm good. My hand just acted up. Is that normal? I thought you said recovery girl healed it for you, Kaminari asked as he stood back up. He grabbed a water bottle and handed it over. She did, Shimura nodded thanks. Like, I can still use it in my quirk just fine, but my hand just randomly flares up in pain from time to time. I already asked her what's wrong, but she couldn't find anything. That's the hand that got crushed, right? Shimura flinched at the memory. Kaminari immediately backtracked. Right. Sorry about that. Shimura waved him off, instead busying himself with taking a long swig of the water. But hey, thanks for agreeing to spar with me. I know I'm not the best fighter in the class, but if I can't keep up with you, I know I can do well in the sports festival. Kaminari tried to lighten the mood. Shimura smiled, happily taking the change in topic. You and me both. But if I'm being honest, I think you do better than I will. What do you mean? Kaminari frowned in confusion. I mean, your quirk is way more versatile than mine, Shimura explained. You've got good offense and defense, while I'm only really good for offense and clearance. And killing, his mind added on. Kaminari waved his hands in front of him. What? No way, man. I have basically no control over it, and a limited amount. Not to mention, if I go over that, I get all we I.e. he emphasized as he acted out his way state, as he jokingly called it. Shimura hummed in agreement and gave a small smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. But you can still touch people and have decent range. I have my gloves, but something tells me I won't be able to use them for the festival, and the only way for me to use my quirk is if I'm in close contact. If I make it to the final round, I won't be able to fight properly. Okay, first. It's when you make it to the final round, Kaminari quickly reassured, holding up his fingers as he counted his points. And B, you don't even need to fight to win a match. All you gotta do is grab their arm or something and boom. They're forced to surrender. I thought the whole point of the sports festival was to show off your quirk? Oh yeah, Kaminari quickly conceded. But when you make it to first place, I don't think people will care about your quirk since all they'll want is to work with the winner. Besides, there'll be what? 3 events total? I bet you could show them what you can do in the first 2 rounds. Shimura's eyes widened in realization. He turned to Kaminari and gave a real smile. I totally forgot about the first 2 events. Thanks, Kaminari. Kaminari flashed him a smile and gave him a thumbs up. No problem, dude. Now come on, let's get cleaned up. I hear Bakugo's making dinner tonight, and I want to hide all the super spicy spices before he gets started. He makes great food, but I swear he no longer has taste buds. You're just weak against spice. Kaminari stuck his tongue out and headed to the showers. Shimura chuckled and shook his head, amused at his friend's antics. The sports festival is my chance to prove I can be a hero. I can't let this go to waste. He shook his head in determination. He was going to win the festival, and when he did, he'd give a nice big middle finger to Kajiro as he bit into his gold medal. I am a hero, damn it. Chapter endnotes. Writing toga is so hard. Issuing a challenge. Chapter notes. Nearing 10k hits, nearing 100 bookmarks, and we passed 420. Just blaze. Kudos? Absolutely wild. Glad y'all are enjoying my story. Shimura felt the crowd as soon as he and his class entered the tunnel. He could feel the sound wave of the crowd get funneled in and focused on the students waiting for their cue. If he placed his hand on one of the walls, he could feel it rumble from the spectators in the stands above him. He was in complete awe at the whole spectacle before him. Wow, Ciro remarked. It's like an earthquake in here. It's crazy to think how many people are probably standing right over us. It's pretty intimidating. Speak for yourself, man. Kirishima knocked his hardened fists together. Hearing those screams out there is amping me up. I can't wait to start this thing. Everyone. Ida's voice cut through the conversations. The sports festival is going to begin momentarily. Let us all prepare to exit and give our best performance for all. Not the best rallying speech, Vice Press, Kaminari chuckled. But it's all right cause I'm ready to go. Shimura stood beside Uraraka and Bakugo, letting his classmates' excitement and nerves wash right over him. He was too busy trying to think about how he could stand out in the festival. Everyone's going to be trying their hardest today, but here I am, about to willingly handicap myself. How can I even bother to stand in the same stands as them if I won't try my hardest myself? He felt a nudge on his arm. Looking over, he saw Uraraka giving him a concerned look. Are you all right, Shimura-kun? You're looking kinda She waved her hands above her head, aimlessly, unable to find the word. He gave her a shy smile. He brought his arms up and lightly rubbed on them. I think I'm okay. I'm just getting a little nervous about this whole thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. She gave him a warm smile. It's crazy to think we'd be doing this so early into the year, especially when we barely got any training done. That's intentional, round face. Bakugo cut in. This is when we first get looked at by pros. If we show them how good we are with only a few weeks of training, they'll know we're the real deal, and they'll want to work with us. Uraraka brought a finger up to her chin. Yeah, that makes sense. I hope I dash. She was cut off as present mixed voice sounded out over the speaker system. Yeah. Swarm, mass media, gather around, one and all. The UA Sports Festival is about to begin. Guess it's time to go. Uraraka flashed Shimura a determined smile. All right, class. Yaoyorozu's voice sounded out over a megaphone, trying to talk over present mix introductions. We're about to head out. Even though this is a competition, I'd still like for us all to work together if given the chance so that we can all make it to the finals. Good luck to everyone. A chorus of cheers came up from the gathered students. Shimura shook himself out, willing his nerves to calm down. He felt Bakugo slug him in his arm. The silent reminder that he had his friend next to him helped calm down all the way. I got this. You know who they are. The rising stars who faced down villains and came out stronger and brighter than ever. From the first year's hero course, Class 1A, the class exited the tunnel and nearly stumbled as they were met with the combined force of the bright sun and the intensity of the crowd's excitement. Every seat in the stadium was filled, the occupants yelling and cheering and shouting as they finally got to see the competitors. Wow, I guess what we felt in the tunnel wasn't exaggerated at all, Kaminari remarked, smiling and waving at everyone, playing up the crowd. Next up, they may not have gotten the attention, but that doesn't mean they're pushovers. Introducing Hero Course, Class 1B. Present Mike continued his introductions as the other classes came out of their respective tunnels. The cheers were still deafening, but noticeably less than for their own entrance. Class 1B came out of the tunnel to their left, all of them in similar states of awe at the spectacle. Shimura glanced over to see the members of his sister class. He saw a wide variety of people, but what stood out the most was the number of stink eyes he was getting. A fair amount of the students were glaring at both him and the rest of his class. Most notably was from a boy with slicked blonde hair and light blue eyes. Not knowing what to make of it, he returned the glares with a confused look of his own before turning away to look over the crowd again. Now, coming from our general education track, classes 1C, D, and E. Don't take your eyes off these students. They're full of underdogs that can turn the tides. Man, is there really any reason for us to be here? He heard someone from the general education voice. We're only here to make the hero course look good. Well, that may be true, but at least we aren't from management, another replied, pointing a thumb behind them. Shimura followed the thumb to what he assumed was the management/business course. They were still waiting in their own tunnel, waiting for their cue, but Shimura saw their point. Every one of them looked utterly disinterested, choosing to stand in small groups, huddled together talking about whatever it is they're going over. Coming out of the tunnels looking like some crazy cyborgs, our support course, students, classes 1F, G, and H. Last but not least, rounding out the classes, we have those from our business and management course, classes 1I, J, and K. There wasn't much pomp for the last few groups, as it was clear the only reason they were there was because they were forced to be. With all 11 first-year classes out on the field, they gathered in front of the small stage set up in the middle. From behind the stage, the students could see who the referee for this year's festival would be. A smock of dark purple and spiky hair showed up behind the stage, followed by red domino-shaped glasses. A few steps later, the R-rated hero, Midnight, came to view in all of her sultry glory. With the referee properly introduced, the crowd's yells seemed to reach a second crescendo. She took center stage, brandishing her cat-o'-nine-tails whip and flicking it to the side, causing another round of whoops to be heard. Welcome to this year's UA Sports Festival, she opened. Now that all the classes have gathered, a word from our student representative. She paused for dramatic effect, the audience waiting with bated breath as she let it ride out. Tenko Shimura. He heard his classmate's jaws drop on the floor. Shimura himself blanched in shock. Whoa, Shimura. I didn't know you beat Bakugo in the entrance exam, the big-lipped student, Sato, commented. It would make sense that the student representative is the person who placed first, Ida commented. Shut it, big lips, Bakugo bit. The nerd only beat me by a few points for some bullshit reason. But I scored more in villain points. Off to the side, another snide remark came from a girl from general education. First place in the entrance exam for the hero course. Maybe? Tenko Shimura, come on up. Midnight prompted again, completely ignoring his inner turmoil. The people in front of him parted, making a path for him up to the stage. He anxiously scratched at his throat and stepped forward. When he finally made it to the stage, he stared out at the audience. He tapped on the microphone, causing feedback to sound out through the speakers. He saw his classmates and teacher wince in response. To be completely honest, I had no idea I was doing this. So, here I go. He took a deep breath, looking over at Midnight for reassurance. She smiled and gave him a nod. He cleared his throat again. Everyone standing before me earned their right to be here, whether in the hero, gen ed, support, or business course. He paused again, trying to gather his thoughts, taking in the audience's silence as he was searching for motivation. As if on cue, his hand flared up in pain again, immediately reminding him of what he bore witness to at the USJ. On the first day, my class was told that it's a hero's job is to correct the unfairness in the world. Then, on the fourth day of class, we saw just how unfair the world could be. He saw some of his classmates nod their heads solemnly, clearly remembering the USJ. It's unfair that some of the students in Gen Ed couldn't make it into the hero course when I'm sure they have amazing quirks for a hero. He heard gasps come from the general education area. More than a few of the students' eyes were wide and had their jaws open. It's unfair to the students who are here competing today when they'd probably rather be tinkering. He gestured towards the support course, getting a few nods. Or, whatever it is the business students do. One of the students in the back yelled out, "Fair enough." Shimura looked straight into one of the cameras he knew that was focused on him. It's unfair that my class was attacked. But you know what? That's fine. Because we're all still standing. We're putting ourselves out there to show that we are strong. We're all heroes, whether in name or ideals, and we will do anything and everything we can to make everything fair again. So this is a challenge for you. I'll be giving it my all today to win this, and I'll be giving it my all to make my dream come true. The same could be said about everybody here. We're all going to move forward, and nobody will stand in our way. We're all going to go beyond, Shimura trailed off. Plus Ultra, the stadium and students alike erupted in unity at the school's motto. Shimura stood stunned on the platform, both ashamed and proud of what he just said. He went completely off track with where he wanted to go with his speech. He didn't mean to say half of the things he did, and he certainly didn't mean to call out a certain villain that was no doubt watching this very moment, but he somehow turned it into a pretty inspiring speech. He lit a fire under everyone's seats, one that he sure wasn't going to go out, no matter what was thrown at them. He felt pride in his classmates at their tenacity as he stepped down. As he rejoined his class back on the field, he received more than a few backpats and words of thanks and encouragement. He was sure that his friends and classmates were praising him for his passionate speech, but he wasn't paying attention. What the hell did I just do? That was so stupid. As if we needed another reason to have a target painted on our backs. My stupid mouth is gonna get me killed. Midnight retook her place on the stage. What a way to start off the festival. What do you all think? She was met with yells once again, flashing a smile before cracking her whip. Now hush, mommy's speaking. It's time for the first event. Kilometers away in the bar, Kajiro, Dabi, and Kurojairi were watching the sports festival kick off. Kajiro sat at his normal bar stool, nursing his gin and tonic, staring intently at the TV. He saw Shimura-chan step up to the stage. He leaned forward in interest, cranking the volume up so he could hear what he was saying. And nobody will stand in our way. We're all going to go beyond, the little Shimura-chan said on the TV. He was staring right into the camera, making it look as if he was staring right at Kajiro. Oh, is that a dare, little Shimura-chan? A dark chuckle left his mouth, a puff of smoke soon after. Dabi caught his comment. So that's the brat you were talking about? He looks crustier than me. What's so special about him? He's a wolf trying to live among sheep. I know it. Dabi gave him an unimpressed stare. Right. As much as I enjoy day drinking with my new illustrious leader, why keep me here when you've got the other two out? You're way too noticeable. Even if you cover up, you'll look even more suspicious. Mustard's still a kid with a clean slate, and Toga's quirk lets her look like anyone. Why would I send someone that stands out so much to spy around a place crawling with heroes? I'm not talking about why I'm not at the festival. I'm not stupid enough to think I could sneak around there, Dabi drawled, swirling his own glass. I'm talking about why keep me cooped up here when I could be doing literally anything else. Kajiro turned the volume back down on the TV, spinning in his stool so he faced Dabi. Because you and I will pair together well. I wanted us to get a little closer. I don't swing that way, Dabi immediately shot out. I'm talking about quirks, idiot. I'm not gay either, Kajiro rolled his eyes. He took another sip of his drink before pushing it away and rolled up a sleeve, conjuring a ball of fire just like Dabi did. I'm a fire type as well, but I'm limited to white. Kajiro's eyes focused a little as he willed the fire hotter, the color changing from orange to yellow to white, emphasizing his point. Kajiro Shigaraki, please don't start fires in here. I don't want the alarms to go off again, Kurojairi admonished. Kajiro let a breath out, releasing the fire as well. Dabi continued to look unimpressed. So? I've seen plenty of fire quirks. Yours is nothing special. Maybe, but neither is yours. Kajiro shrugged, swiveling so he's back to facing the bar. You can produce blue, but based on your scarring, you can't maintain it too long else you'll burn up. I'll bet you learned that the hard way, right? Dabi tensed ever so slightly. Kajiro smiled in amusement and kept talking. Every fire user has the same basic weakness. We can't sustain the fire too long or we risk burning ourselves. Your threshold is probably a lot lower than most of ours. What's your point? Dabi asked, still slightly on edge. Unless you're saying you can somehow get rid of that problem, I'm no longer interested in this conversation. Kajiro gave an amused huff. Lighten up a little. I'm just trying to figure out what makes you tick, but I am serious about me wanting to get to know you better. With your fire and my quirk, there really isn't too much that can stand in our way. What is your quirk? Dabi inquired. There's no way you're just a simple thrower. Your mask looks like a dragon, and you release puffs of smoke from your mouth, but you just showed me a fireball. Misdirection, was all Kajiro said, as he blew a small plume of smoke at Dabi. Dabi's nose scrunched as he inhaled it. He waved at the smoke to dispel it, and when it cleared he tried to shoot back a response, but Kajiro already turned the volume back up on the TV, his attention glued to the events, apparently finished with the conversation. Thrown off by the complete lack of a proper conversational flow Kajiro follows, he shook his head and downed the rest of his drink, the liquid burning down his throat. That was a can of worms for future Dabi. Kurojairi, let me get another one. Mustard walked around the stalls that littered UA's grounds, utterly disgusted by what he was seeing but doing his best to hide it. He dressed in his casual clothes with a simple white t-shirt with blue trim and matching blue shorts. Besides him strolled a teenaged girl with the mid-length hair, the same shade as his, wearing a light pink skirt with a hood under a biker-style jacket with long brown boots. She was carrying a small peach-colored purse, swinging it around as she walked with a skip in her step. To everyone else, it just looked like a sister taking her little brother out to the festival. I don't get why we're here, Mustard lamented. It's not like we're actually going to be watching the events go on. The girl giggled and pat his head. Don't be so bummed out. Shirkuin wanted you to get more experience with this sort of stuff. So you get to hang with your favorite big sis all day long, Mustard groaned. But what do we even do? All we've done so far is walk around looking at the stalls. I thought we'd be sneaking around the stadium or school. He was immediately pulled to the side, away from the main crowd. In front of him, the face of the girl whom Toga was impersonating was right in front of him. He felt a knife lightly press itself into his shirt. First things first, Toga started, her voice taking a serious tone. When out on a mission, a stealth and recon mission, you never talk about it. You don't know who could be listening in. She pressed the knife further. Second thing, Whatever you think you know about sneaking around for movies or whatever, it's nothing like that. What did you notice when we were walking around just now? Mustard's eyes were filled with fear. He completely misread Toga when he met her a few days ago. He knew that she could be serious, but she's downright terrifying right now. It took a little while for him to realize that she asked him a question, but he was drawing a blank. Toga seemed to pick up on that as well, heaving a large sigh before she withdrew her knife. She stepped back and took a calming breath. If you want to survive, you need to take this seriously. The people here aren't your friends. Heroes haven't, aren't, and won't save you. You either live or you die in this world, and how you're acting, you're going to die. Go call Kurogiri. I'll do this myself. Like a switch was flicked, Toga went back to the preppy girl that he met her as. A carefree and deceptively genuine smile plastered on her face as she skipped away to fade into the crowd. Mustard watched her go as he released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He stayed against the wall he was pushed against as he reined his heart rate in. Exactly what did he get himself into? Learning new things. The UA Sports Festival, a yearly televised event that showcases UA's students. Civilians and pro heroes alike watch the 3-day spectacle in awe as they see the best of the best duke it out in a tournament-style competition. The event is held once a year, spanning 3 days to cover the 3 different years of the students attending. After the advent of quirks, tried as they did, the world could no longer hold the centuries-old Olympics like they used to. Quirks were an unknown and untested factor, and given that some quirks gave people boosts that increased their strength, speed, or stamina, it was deemed unfair to those who were unfortunate enough to develop quirks that gave none of those benefits. Over the years, the Olympics lost its worldwide popularity, and people moved on. Now, at the very least, the citizens of Japan have flocked to watching the UA students beat each other up. For civilians, it was a great way to see the skill of the future heroes that graduated out of the school. They had security in knowing their future was safe and secured. For pro heroes, it was a great way to measure and gauge a student's potential, see if they're worth investing their time and efforts into mold them into an even better hero. Of course, having the bragging rights of saying you helped mentor some of the newest rising stars is its own rewards. To any child, adult, and even other pro heroes that didn't go to UA, competing in the sports festival would be a dream come true. It would be the absolute best time of their life. Tenko Shimura was having the worst time of his life. I can't believe this. Shimura wailed as he looked at the scoreboard. After I talked up such a big game, I come in at 35th place. A few snickers could be heard from the people who finished near him. The blonde from 1B that was glaring the hardest at his class was laughing crazily with his arms spread wide, palms up. So much for Mr. I placed first in the entrance exam. Guess you're not as strong as you thought. Monoma-kun, a quiet girl, spoke up. She had straight black, shoulder-length hair in a bob cut, her face showing a neutral look. He placed ahead of you. Unfazed by the demure girl's comment, Monoma continued his cackles. Shimura sent him the hardest glare he could muster. Everyone that caught a glimpse of it felt a tinge of hostility and turned away, heckles caught in their throats. The classmates that caught it gave sympathetic smiles and waves, all eventually awkwardly looking away. He scratched at his neck before sulking away to the outskirts of the designated area. He didn't want to stand around his friends despite their clear attempts at trying to wave him over. He ignored them in favor of wallowing in his own self-pity. That didn't stop them from trying to reach him. Shimura-kun, Uraraka yelled, her hands cupped around her mouth. Shimura-kun, over here. I could have easily come in the top 15 if not for that rope bridge and pit. You try crossing that thing with only 8 fingers. See how well you do. Only a monkey could do it that easily. Who the hell designed the course anyway? Midnight gave the gathered students a few more moments to catch their breath before moving forward. Only the top 42 from this round gets to move on. If you didn't make it, don't worry. We have some things lined up for you to show off, and that'll happen before the final event. But now, on to the next round. Midnight raised her whip into the air and pointed to the Jumbotron screen in the stadium. Anyone have any guesses as to what it is? Anyone just dying in suspense? The screen displayed a colorful spinning wheel with all the possibilities. It was going just fast enough so that no one without enhanced perception could read, something that Shimura found annoying. The wheel finally stopped spinning, and the screen was filled with cavalry battle, spelled out proudly. Shimura couldn't stop the groan that came out of his mouth. The students around him couldn't help but chuckle at his obvious displeasure. A cavalry battle, Kaminari trailed off. I wonder how this is gonna work, Zero commented, scratching at the back of his head. Midnight was getting visibly irritated, pointing her whip at the two. If you give me a little time, I'll explain it to you. Now shut up and don't interrupt me again, or else you'll be paying for it later. Both boys immediately shut their mouths, nodding in understanding. The basic rules of this event are the same as what you're familiar with. You'll form teams of 2 to 4, with 3 horses and 1 rider. This time, only the rider will be wearing a bandana, and if you lose it, you're not out. The big difference is that each of you have been assigned a point value, based on how you ranked in the first event. The points start at 5 at the bottom, so 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st is 10, and so on and so forth. You following? Pop quiz. What's first place is worth then? One of the more scholarly students raised their hand. Miss Midnight. I believe they're worth dash. That's right. Midnight talked over them. First place is worth 10 million points. Everybody's attention immediately turned towards the first place winner. Those that were standing near them spread out, giving them a wide berth so they were standing all on their own. In the middle, a boy with red and white hair split right down the middle stood. The white side sported a gray eye while the red side had a bright blue eye with a hideous burn surrounding it. His face sat expressionless, nothing betraying any emotions he may have felt. Midnight's eyes shone with mischief. As the son of a top pro, you're probably aware of your situation. But for those who aren't, listen up. Those at the top are surrounded by pressure on all sides. So we here at UA are doing what we can to prepare you for the future. You know our motto, right? The match will last 15 minutes. Shimura drowned out the rest of Midnight's explanation, having heard enough to get the gist of the event. These events are stacked against me. No chance to really showcase my skill, especially in a team-based setting like this. How the hell am I supposed to make it past this round? You have 15 minutes to form your teams, Midnight announced. A portal swirled behind Kajiro and Dabi at the bar. Dabi craned his head to see who came through, but Kajiro kept his attention to the TV, already knowing who it was. Mustard walked through, no worse than when he left, but with noticeably red eyes, as if he were crying. Dabi looked him over again before smirking. Ah, did someone's feelings get hurt? Dabi fake cooed. What happened, little guy? Get separated from your mommy? Mustard quickly wiped at any residual tears that remained on his face. Fuck you. Dabi chuckled. Whoa. Aren't you a little young for using such adult words? A balled-up napkin hit Dabi in the forehead. That's enough, Dabi. Kajiro had muted the TV, the screen displaying a wide shot of everyone participating in the second round. He was now facing the new arrival, a lazy but sharp eye looking him over. Why are you here and not with Toga? Disappointment apparent on his voice. Mustard balled his fists, trying to appear more sure of himself than he felt. Toga sent me back. Said that she wanted to finish the mission on her own. That she works better alone. Not bad for your first try. Not bad, but could use more work on sticking to it, Kajiro slowly replied. His arms crossed, nodding his head. Mustard stilled in confusion. Thank you? That's basically what Toga said. That's why I'm back here. Dabi was leaned up against the counter. He snickered at Mustard's obliviousness. That's not what he's talking about, twerp. Mustard looked between Dabi and Kajiro, utterly confused. Kajiro still looked like he was following exactly what Mustard was saying, but Dabi's snickers were slowly growing into a chuckle. What is it? Dabi's laughs were getting on his nerves, and Kajiro's silence wasn't helping. He was growing more frustrated the longer both went on. Mustard crossed his arms and was seconds away from stamping his foot before Kajiro spoke again. How are you supposed to learn if you're given all the answers? Kajiro replied, already turning his attention back to the TV. You've got until the end of the second event to figure it out. Kajiro unmuted the TV and swirled his glass before downing the rest. So, Mustard started. What should I do now? Both Kajiro and Dabi gave a lazy wave, a clear dismissal as any. Mustard swallowed and awkwardly walked up to the counter so he too could watch the sports festival. He motioned to Kurojiri for a drink, his finger raised up as he was about to order. Hirojiri cut him off. Nothing alcoholic. Mustard's finger dropped a little. I wasn't expecting to get one anyway, he grumbled. I was going to ask for a smoothie. Hirojiri hummed and started on the drink. Mustard turned his attention to the TV, the screen showing the competitors spread throughout the stadium. They were all bunched in groups of 3 or 4, with someone clearly riding on top. The announcer, whom he identified as Midnight, stood on a platform. Ready? Begin! Her on-screen counterpart yelled. All but one team rushed forward, either to evade or to attack. The one that stood still had a boy with white and red hair sitting atop. The camera view switched to something a little closer, where Mustard saw the boy sweep his right arm in front of him, a thick layer of ice following its movement. The cavalry battle has begun. Mustard could have walked right through the gates since he was still a normal middle schooler, but Toga couldn't. Kajiro warned her that because she was connected to the murder of a classmate, even though she was never caught by the police, they still had access to her face. So there they were, standing in the mouth of an alleyway, looking for a disguise for Toga to don. They didn't have to wait long before they found someone who matched what they were looking for. They stalked the girl until she was in a more deserted area before they pounced. A few minutes of a struggle later, Toga was dressed in the girl's outfit, her features slowly changing to match the bound girl in front of her. She was no longer Himiko Toga, but Sachiko Namba, a second-year student at some public school that was on her way to meet with her friends to watch the sports festival. Toga waved, her ticket in the air in triumph, before leaning down to lick the blood still dripping from where Toga cut her on the arm. Mustard used his gas on the girl to knock her out before heaving her into a dumpster. Toga hummed happily as she skipped along the grounds, flanked on either side by food or game stalls. She jumped between them all, trying the wide variety of foods available and playing every game until she got bored. Her head was on a swivel, taking note of every lamppost, every security camera posted on a building's corner, every person that was wearing a baggier shirt than the rest whose heads were also on a swivel. Those guys were cops in plain clothes, not very good at hiding in plain sight. Toga made sure to keep a running tally in her head. The man in front of her was wearing jeans with a pastel green short sleeve button down, with a baseball cap that displayed the logo of a hero she didn't recognize. This guy was as easy to spot as the others because she could clearly see the holster that held his .38 caliber, double-action, 5-shot revolver on his hip under his shirt. This guy was number 42. She was also on the lookout for heroes, but they were even easier to spot than the cops since they were all in costume. She giggled at some of the heroes with a sillier costume and moved on. Ready? Start. She heard Midnight's voice ring out over the stadium speakers, signaling the start of the second round. She picked her pace up a little, trying to find a way into the stadium that had the least amount of coverage. After all, she had a special message to deliver. Her answer came in the form of a loose panel that was partially hidden behind some bushes. The entrance was too good to be true, so Toga looped the area twice before deeming it safe to enter. She quickly dipped behind the bushes, struggling slightly as she pried the panel open further so she could slide through. Once inside, she took extra care to cover her tracks. Moving swiftly and silently through the halls, she used a compact mirror she found in Namba's purse. She peeked the mirror portion around corners, screwing her eyes in concentration to see if there were any cameras that awaited her. The halls of the stadium were a labyrinth, but not winding enough for her to lose her way back. She stalked along quietly, taking note of anything that looked important before she stumbled onto a staircase. Creeping up a few steps to the landing, she heard some voices talking. Next event's the one-on-ones, right? Who do you think will make it to the final round? The first voice asked. That Todoroki kid for sure, and probably the one that has explosions. Did you see what they did? The second voice asked, slightly more animated but definitely more masculine than the first. Endeavor's kid literally skated his way to victory in the obstacle course, and the explosion kids got the fire to win it all. Toga heard the first voice hum before replying, but what about the kid that did the pledge? Shimura? With how he performed, it's a wonder how he placed first in the entrance exam. The other voice laughed as they continued their conversation. Toga waited until their voices slowly died out before reaching the next floor. If there are people patrolling on this level, there's something worth guarding. Access to the student stands? Public area? If there were heroes patrolling, And if it was a public area, Toga didn't want to take any chances. She's been lucky to stay undetected thus far. She shook her head before she went back downstairs to find a room to hide out in until the second event ended. She turned on her phone to the live broadcast of the sports festival, so she knew what was going on. Once the third event started, part 2 of her mission came into play. The screen of her phone showed the camera focusing on a particular student. The camera perfectly caught the intense look in his eyes as he chased down another student, his hand stretching out towards the other's headband. The other student's eyes grew wide as the hand encompassed their head before switching to a different student. Toga giggled quietly in anticipation, leaving a message. The timer on the screen displayed 3 minutes left in the round, and the cameras were catching every intense expression on the competitors' faces. Shimura's team, consisting of the bird-headed Tokoyami, Uraraka, and a girl with pink dreadlocks who boisterously demanded she be called Mei because saying Hatsum-chan takes too long, started off with a meager 365 points and struggled to get more to add to their pool. Their team had a decent composition, but it was focused more on defense and maneuverability than offense, something that Shimura found grating, but accepted it. Shimura himself was the rider since that position didn't run the risk of accidentally disintegrating his teammates, with Tokoyami as the head horse, Uraraka as left, and Mei as right. With them doing a variety hit-and-run tactics, they were able to snag a few more headbands, bringing their overall total to somewhere near 1,000 points. Shimura glanced up at the board. Ahead of them was Todoroki with his imposing 10,410 points, and Bakugo sitting in second with a respectable 1,360 points. Shimura's team was firmly in third place, with the silver-haired boy Tetsu following in fourth. Torn away from his musing, Shimura was jerked to the side to avoid the swipe of another team. "Shimura-kun," Uraraka yelled from below him. "Are you all right? You're zoning off, and we can't keep running forever." Shimura shook his head out as he took in his surroundings. Todoroki had managed to create an ice wall all around them, leaving them with one way out, through Todoroki's team. To his right and left were other teams who got caught in Todoroki's attack, leaving them frozen in place. Further behind Todoroki, he could see Bakugo's team running up to gather any last-second points. Shimura's gaze fell to Todoroki's glare. "So I guess standing still and letting the clock run out isn't an option?" Todoroki's glare hardened. It never was. Ida, through the frosty haze that sat on the tournament grounds, Shimura could see Ida crouching down, his exhaust pipes glowing with heat. Over the roar of the crowd, he could make out the sound of an engine revving, much like drag racers do before immediately taking off down the strip. "Recipro," Ida started, the exhausts in his legs turning a cherry red as the flames in his legs started to burn hotter. Shimura's eyes widened, realizing what was about to happen. "Uraraka-chan. Mei, we need to get airborne. Now." Ice flew out from Todoroki, creeping up his teammates' legs, keeping them grounded. "You're not going anywhere, Shimura." "Uraraka-chan. Make me float, hurry. But we'll be disqualified if you touch the ground. Then catch me after. I don't care. Just get me up." Desperation was starting to leak into Shimura's voice as the chances of moving on grew slimmer the longer they hesitated. "Uraraka!" He looked down at Uraraka, pleading with all his might. She met his gaze, her eyes still showing hesitation. "Please. You need to do this now." She paused for a moment longer before she nodded resolutely. She slapped his calf and gave him a boost in the air. Burst! Ida shot forward faster than any of them could register. Uraraka blinked and Todoroki's team was no longer in front of her. She twisted around to where she figured they stopped. In his hand raised high, Todoroki held a headband. A pit formed in her stomach. She was too slow. Breaking her out of her self-deprecation, she noticed that Shimura was no longer right above them. Ida's slipstream caught him and was now slowly but surely hurtling him towards the boundaries of the field, screaming the whole while. "Tokoyami-kun," she yelled. "We have to catch Shimura before he goes out." Tokoyami, having been frozen facing forward, acted immediately. Dark shadow, a dark mass emerged from his stomach, taking the shape of a bird with arms on it. The shadow twisted behind them, stretching impossibly far to grab their ride before he got too far, bringing him back towards the safety of his team. Dark Shadow situated Shimura back on top before retreating closer to Tokoyami while Uraraka released her hold on him. The group grunted as they came under his weight again. "Thanks, guys." Shimura breathed a sigh of relief. "And that's time." With a nice rider recovery to end it all, Present Mike shouted over the speakers, enticing the crowd to roar in applause. "Everyone please turn your attention to the screen to see the final results of this round." The screen blinked before showing the results. In first place, the team that couldn't be stopped, Team Todoroki, who were able to keep the 10 million points the whole time, and then some. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place, Team Shimura. And finally, in fourth place, Team Team Shinso? What a last-second upset. Todoroki's team stayed at the top with a total of 10,480 points. In second place, Bakugo's team had 1485 points, their score having increased from grabbing more points from the frozen teams. In third came Shimura and his team with 975 points. Ending in fourth place was Shinso's team with 730 points. Present mixed commentary faded into the background as the mentioned teams all digested the results. They all made it to the next round, a fact that hit Uraraka like a truck. She turned towards Todoroki's team. "Wait, what headband did you grab? I thought for sure you got our big points." Yaoyorozu held the headband up so she could see. Ida-kun was faster than any of us were prepared for. It seems Todoroki-kun missed and ended up grabbing the 70-point headband by mistake. Shimura stared at the screen in shock. "Holy shit, I actually made it to the final round. You guys." He turned to face the rest of his teammates. "I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Tokoyami had his arms crossed, but nodded in acknowledgement, Dark Shadow appearing briefly to give a thumbs up and what looked like a smile. May just waved her hand lazily, preferring to tinker with her support items that got damaged. Uraraka gave him a full-face smile. "With the end of the second round, we'll be having a 1-hour lunch break. Make sure to check out the stalls if you haven't already. We'll catch you afterwards for our recreational activities for those who couldn't make it further. See you there." Present Mike finished making his announcements and immediately dropped to a more conversational tone. Still mic'd up, "Yo, Eraser, you want to get some food?" Toga put her phone back into her borrowed purse as the stream changed to highlights of the first and second rounds, once again leaving her in the darkness of the room she hid in. Her eyes adjusted to the dark slower than usual, something that she didn't miss, but quickly dismissed it as she wasn't exactly herself at the moment. With the second round over, and at least 2 hours before the final round started, it was time to start phase 2. She hopped off the chair she was sat on and quietly opened the door, peeking through the slimmest of cracks. Once again, she was met with nothing. Quietly opening the door wide enough to enter, she slipped back into the hall, stalking through it as she hopped from cover to cover, pillar to pillar. She made her way back to the staircase she was on before and noticed it was significantly louder than it was before the second round started. "Guess this is a public area." She crept up to the landing and paused, keeping her ear open for anything that sounded out of the ordinary. Hearing the constant chattering of people, she quickly ascended the steps, seamlessly weaving herself into the crowds. She easily matched the excitement the crowd was feeling, talking about the rounds with everybody and nobody at once. Having ingratiated herself with another group of girls that looked the same age, she brought up the next topic. "Oh my god, do you think if we're lucky we'll get to eat lunch with the competitors?" The girls all squealed in excitement. One of them, a girl with light blue skin and hair puffy like clouds, spoke up. "I never thought about that." "I hope so. Maybe if I'm lucky I'll get that Todoroki boy's number." "Todoroki? No, it's all about that loud blonde with explosions," her friend replied, her black and red hair and twin pigtails swishing side to side as she shook her head. "Nothing beats a bad boy with the skills to back it up." She swooned and pretended to faint. Her friends all laughed at her antics. "What about you, Namba-chan?" the first girl asked. "Who do you have eyes for?" Toga easily came back to the conversation, having been distracted by looking for access to the student stands. "Oh no, you'd make fun of me." She puffed her cheeks in a fake pout. "Ah, come on, don't be like that. There's nothing to be shy about," the pig-tailed girl whined. "Unless you're talking about him?" Toga picked up on her tone. "Him? Oh, you know. Mr. Shaggy Hair whines a lot." "Him? Toga looked away, twirling her hair, a light blush dusting her cheeks. I don't know what you're talking about. The girls she was with all gasped over dramatically, giggling at Toga's obvious crush. It is him. You're something else, girly. They continued like this until they eventually made their way to the cafeteria, a lot slower than Toga would have liked. When they finally arrived, Toga's eyes never stopped moving. Her head was a radar that looked back and forth, scanning for either of her targets. Eventually, she found what she was looking for: the students wearing the bright blue athletic uniforms, their backs turned as they were already on their way out. She scanned the group of students until they landed on target. A side profile showed Shimura, caught up in conversation with Uraraka, Ida, and Bakugo, laughing at an unheard joke. The quartet nearly out of sight behind the crowd. The smile that would have been natural on her normal face looked skewed on Namba's, just a hair too wide, something that her friends were quick to point out. Hey Namba-chan, are you LR? The cloud-haired girl started but trailed off as she followed her gaze. Oh, gonna make your move already? How bold. She pushed Toga forward a few steps, who stumbled but ultimately started walking that way. She turned back and stuck her tongue out to the girls, who stuck theirs out in turn. You guys get food. I'll catch up. As soon as her back was fully turned, her smile dropped. She deftly weaved through the crowd, picking up her pace so she didn't lose sight of Shimura. 10 meters, 7-4. Shimura called out to his friends, smiling as he turned back towards the cafeteria. Toga could see his eyes pass over her, locking on for a second longer than normal, before being dismissed. She smiled inwardly. Way too easy. Shimura was ecstatic. He might not have placed the best in the first round and eked out enough points to come in third in the second, but he still made it to the finals. He was way more successful than he thought he'd be. After the second round, he was quick to get some food, wanting to get in line before they got too long. He all but ran straight to the cafeteria as soon as they were dismissed. Bakugo, Ida, and Uraraka eventually found him carefully eating chicken wings. As they all finished their food and were heading back to the field for the recreational events, Shimura decided to hang back. Something felt off, like they were being watched. All things considered, it's not surprising. They were in the middle of a competition, and all four of them made it to the final round. But it didn't feel like the normal, enjoying from afar. Turning around, he scanned the room, scouring to find the source of his discomfort. Nothing stood out. A brown-haired girl was looking at him too, but he dismissed her as one of the enjoyers. He lingered a little longer on her, though. She was quite cute. The moment was too short. Someone walked in front, hiding her from view, and she was gone. Shrugging, he turned back, but as he did so, something else caught his eye. At the edge of his vision, he swore he caught a glimpse of toxic green. He paused. He looked around the cafeteria, confirming what cameras he could see. If he saw him, then the cameras did too. Right? He hardened his resolve and planted a foot forward to confirm his suspicions. He took a step forward before he was shoved into one of the many rooms that lined the hallway. The room was pitch black and the door slammed shut behind them. A click sounded a second later, indicating the door was locked. Shimura quickly recovered, moving himself further into the room to create distance. Through the darkness, he thought he could make out some desks, a stack of chairs piled up on the side, a few shelves set up across from them. A storage room in all intents and purposes. He cautioned to look behind him and wasn't surprised to find a blank wall facing him. He was trapped. He could barely make out a figure still facing the door, their back towards him, hands still on the handle. They slowly turned around. It was difficult, but he was certain that it was a girl. She looked a few centimeters shorter than him with a slender build. Shimura shut his eyes in a quick prayer. Please let this be like one of those mangas where this is where I become a man. As he slowly opened his eyes, the girl's presence was gone. He immediately took a defensive stance, backing himself up against the wall. With the wall behind him, he only had to worry about what came from in front and to the sides, 3 avenues of attack instead of 4. He forced his breathing to slow, calming himself. He strained his senses, willing his hearing and sight to increase in effectiveness. All sense of time vanished as he waited. You've got decent enough battle sense, Shimura-chan, the girl's voice whispered in his right ear. He immediately swung his left arm across his body, hoping to get a solid hit, but contacted nothing. From behind him, the voice spoke out again. A little slow on your feet, though. He aimed a back kick with his right leg at the voice, again contacting with nothing. He growled in frustration. Show yourself, you damn coward, he yelled to the empty room. The lights turned on, momentarily blinding him. He took a kick to the gut, his back slamming against the wall. He weakly swung out an arm, but it was caught. He felt it be rotated and swung upward. His fingers pointed down and his palm facing forward, his arm locked in a painful position. His attacker leveraged his arm, pain coursing through it as he felt his elbow bending further in the wrong direction. Blinking as his eyes finally adjusted to the light, he came face to face with Toga, still disguised as Namba. Is that really how you treat a girl that's coming on to you? She asked, her voice almost purring. Shimura swung his free hand at her face, but she leaned back, catching it in his other. Toga kneed Shimura in the stomach again, grabbing both of Shimura's wrists, pinning them above his head. Shimura felt a knife get pressed on his throat. If you keep going like this, you're gonna make me want to make you bleed even more, she giggled. He felt the pressure of the knife increase before she withdrew it. She let him go and stepped back a few steps. Shimura clutched at his stomach, already feeling bruises forming underneath his shirt. He stayed leaned up against the wall, eyeing Toga carefully. What do you want? Toga smiled, her mouth growing a little wider as she let the disguise drop a smidge. Shirkuin wanted me to tell you something. Despite the circumstances, Shimura scoffed. Shirkuin? Who the hell are you talking about? Who are you? Shirkuin. You know, green hair, dreamy green eyes? All? Toga's demeanor immediately changed, her eyes taking on the toxic green he'd grown afraid of, looking him up and down. Before long, she returned to normal, her arms spread open as if she finished the best performance of a lifetime. Shirkuin? Shimura stilled, having figured out exactly who she was talking about. Shimura felt his hands raise as he scratched at his throat, trying to use that to ground him, but all it did was make him more anxious. What do you want? Shimura gasped out, his scratching intensifying. Are you here to kill me? To finish the job? The girl giggled, her left hand brought up to hide her laugh. Of course not, silly. Shirkuin just wanted me to say that he's rooting for you. And should you ever feel dissatisfied, that he'd be willing to lend an ear. Shimura felt his fingers dig a little deeper. He pulled his hands away, seeing the tips dyed in blood. Quicker than he could react, Toga was on him, her tongue lapping up some of the blood before retreating. He recoiled at the feeling. She swooned at the taste. Oh, you're sweet. Kinda like Shirkuin, but he's sweet like fruit. You're sweet like candy. Shimura was too shocked to respond. You've been gone too long. People might get suspicious. I can't wait to see you again, Shimura-chan. Even though Shimura was staring right at her, it was as if she disappeared into thin air. No portal swallowed her up, the door didn't open and close. It was as if she never existed. She was there one moment and gone the next. Coming to his senses, he plowed out of the room, running straight to the announcer's box where he prayed Present Mic and Eraserhead were. People scurried to get out of his way, sounds of surprise following him. Finding the door locked, he pressed all 5 fingers on the handle, reducing it and the locking mechanism to dust. Kicking the door open, he found it as he expected the box to look like, save for a lone sheet of paper on the table. Before he could read what it said, he heard a voice behind him. Shimura-kun? What are you doing here, little listener? What's wrong? Present Mic questioned. Shimura breathed a sigh of relief, but wordlessly raised the paper up so his teacher could read it. On it was a single sentence, signed with a lip-sticked kiss. Kajiro Shigaraki says good luck to the finalists. The league was here, was all Shimura could say before promptly fainting. Getting away again. Present Mic rushed forward, catching Shimura before he hit the ground. Shimura-kun? Mike reached up to Shimura's neck for a pulse. It was still there, a little weak, but steady. He laid Shimura down softly on the ground, momentarily leaving him be as he reached for the lone phone in the booth. He pulled the phone off the receiver, already dialing the preset number. It didn't even get through a full ring before he heard another voice on the other end. Yamada-kun, the voice answered, chipper as ever. I hope the sports festival has been moving along smoothly. Event-wise, it's going off without a hitch, which is rockin', Mike easily replied, But we have a situation that requires some advisement, Principal. Both off and on the job, it's very rare for Present Mike to take on such a serious tone. He much rather prefers to be upbeat and positive, as he's found that it generally helps people calm down after a harrowing event. Even rarer does he, or anyone really, use Nizu's hero name. The major shift in tone and grammar Present Mike employs when he's in one of his moods is enough to sober up even the most laid-back of heroes. Acknowledged. Give me the situation. I'm pulling the footage now, the principal replied. Down to business immediately. Present Mike nodded, knowing at this point the principal is already watching through his multiple cameras trying to get a handle on the situation. I returned from my lunch break and found the door to the announcer's booth open. Upon investigating, I found Shimura-san in it. When I asked what was going on, he showed me a piece of paper that read, Kajiro Shigaraki says good luck to the finalist that was signed by a kiss. He then relayed, the league was here to me before fainting. We have been infiltrated by at least one hostile, most likely female and aligned with the League of Villains. Should we cancel the festival or proceed as planned? Present Mike stayed crouched on the floor, hovering near Shimura as he awaited guidance. Proceed as planned, the principal answered eventually. If we move towards a Code 3 and Red Alert, we'd be causing far more harm than good. We have a high volume of people within our grounds. If we raise the alarm, we'd be inducing chaos that doesn't and shouldn't happen. How should we proceed? You said Shimura-san fainted? Find a replacement to cover for your absence, and bring him to Recovery Girl. I assume he is our first contact? It appears so, yes. Bring him to Recovery Girl for the time being. I'm going through the footage now. You said that you just came back from your lunch break, so I assume the League made themselves known within the past 45 minutes at the minimum. Stay with Shimura-san until he wakes up. Yes, sir. Present Mike hung up the phone and folded the note before placing it into one of his many jacket pockets. He crouched back down and scooped Shimura back into his arms, turning around to exit the room. On his way out, Eraserhead turned the corner, nursing a cup of coffee in one hand and the other in his pocket. He came to an abrupt stop, taking in Shimura's unconscious form in Present Mick's arms. Mike? What happened? We've been infiltrated. The principal instructed me to take Shimura-san to Recovery Girl and to find a substitute announcer. Present Mike tersely responded. He continued walking but stopped a few steps behind Eraserhead. He also said to keep the sports festival going. Without waiting for a response, Present Mike walked off. Eraserhead cursed before raising a hand to his ear, activating the comm link that was always present. This is Aizawa. I need another teacher up in the announcer's box with me. We have a situation and Present Mike will apparently be unavailable for the near future. He sat back down in his chair, taking a big sip of his coffee before he got a response. Ectoplasm, the comm crackled. I'll send a clone to you. Copy. Eraserhead slouched further into his chair as he waited for his new companion, grumbling the whole while about how nobody listens to him. Why does Mike get to leave? This is literally what he does, and even though I can understand the logic behind it, why aren't we canceling this? He dug into his pocket and pulled out a jelly packet, opening it with one hand and quickly emptying the contents before tossing the container in the trash. I don't get enough respect around here. The principal was perplexed. While not certain, as many things rarely are, he was confident that with the updates to security and increase in number of heroes and police walking the grounds, any potential threat could be dealt with quickly and decisively. He was aware that despite the precautions taken, there would always be a blind spot in the security, whether that be due to human or mechanical error. He was even aware that there were indeed convicted criminals walking amongst the crowds, also enjoying the festivities. At the push of a button, he could have all 357 criminals pinged and their exact whereabouts sent to the nearest hero or police officer that was spread throughout the grounds. He wouldn't do that, of course, because they have yet to commit any crimes, but he still had the ability to do so. What he didn't have the ability to do, however, was find who the League sent, where they were/are, when they made themselves known, and how they bypassed every camera and personnel. He shortly entertained the idea of the intruder being invisible like the expressive and mischievous Toru Hagakure, and toggled the camera views between infrared, ultraviolet, and X-ray vision, but found that to be a fruitless endeavor. The sheer amount of people present made it extremely difficult to discern one individual from another. Kirojiri, The warp quirk user was a thought as well, but he dismissed it just as quickly. They might not currently have a countermeasure for his portals, but they did against physical entities. Even if they chose to enter in a secluded part of the forest surrounding the grounds, or in one of the more isolated gyms, the second the intruder set foot on the ground, a sensor would have triggered and a staff member alerted. The response to the intruder might be delayed, but at that point, the intruder would have already been tagged and tracked. He took a sip of his tea, sighing at the pleasant taste. As the principal sat back in his chair, mulling over the problem, he found himself recalling the words of an author from long before the age of quirks came about. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He mused aloud. You walked in right through the front gates, in plain view of everything. With renewed vigor, he changed the scope of his search. Instead of looking for someone suspicious, he was now looking for someone that was normal. Someone that fit in a little too well. He thought back to present Mick's rushed report. Present Mike said he came back from his lunch break and found Shimura in the announcer's booth, along with the note. This brought a few instances on when and where he would be able to identify the intruder. The first was when they entered to leave the note. The second was when they came into contact with Shimura. Whenever that happened, confirming the note should be easy enough. He saw Present Mike and Shimura's actions in reverse and continued watching through. Once the room was empty again, 2 minutes before, the note suddenly appeared on the table. The principal paused, rewound, and played it back again, twice as slow. The feed slowly made its way to when the note appeared, the principal's eyes scanning everything down to the individual pixels to see any evidence of tampering. He pored over the short moment multiple times before seeing it. The shadows made by the microphones were slightly longer than they should be after the note appeared. The principal's mouth formed a thin line. This does not bode well in the slightest. Wanting to be thorough, he went through up to when Present Mike and Eraserhead exited the room. The display didn't change as he went further back. The only indication the feed wasn't frozen was the very minute movement of the shadows going east to west. He eventually made it back to the point when Present Mike and Eraserhead's backs entered the room. He rewound all the way to when lunch break started and nothing looked out of place. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and moved on. There was nothing else he could gather for the note. Moving on to Shimura's side of the story, the principal retraced his path before making it to the booth through the cameras. Minutes before, he found when Shimura burst out of a storage room on the second floor of the stadium. Going back a little further, he found something interesting. The principal moved to a closer camera and watched the scene play out. And who might you be? The camera quality was excellent, but much to the principal's dismay, none of the cameras had a good shot of her face. He watched as Shimura get shoved into the room by a brown-haired girl. He quickly flicked through the cameras until he found the one inside the room, but again, the girl's face was hidden from view. Moving back to the camera in the hallway, he fast-forwarded to before Shimura ran out, trying and failing to find when the girl left the room. He stayed on the camera well after Shimura was gone. The feed didn't show the girl exit. Too focused on the door, the principal missed the very subtle jump in the feed, a faint shadow receding into the top of the camera's frame. Abandoning this path, he shifted to following the girl's tracks. Attempting to follow the girl through the cameras proved difficult. There were multiple times when she was visible, but every time she came up, her face was somehow always obscured. Other times, he would lose her entirely, until he eventually found her in a completely different location. Eventually, he found the moment her ticket was scanned, and her face displayed in full view. He froze the feed, bringing up her face so it was in full view on his screen. He ran the algorithm power loader created, letting his computer think before the results came back. The computer dinged, signaling it was finished. He took another sip of his tea before pausing. Well, that doesn't make sense now, does it? The bell jingled as the door to the bar opened. The occupants all turned their heads, curious to see who the new arrival was. A head peeked in the frame, mid-length brown hair framing her smiling face before the rest of her body followed. Dabi eyed the girl lazily while Kurogyri visibly tensed at the sudden entrance of the newcomer. She walked up to the bar, arms swinging exaggeratedly before seating herself at the bar. Kurogyri recovered enough to compose himself as the bartender and host and provided her with a coaster. A glass of water followed a moment later. Dabi eyed her suspiciously, while Kajiro sat in silence, his head tilted in clear thought. The air became thick with suspense, to the point of it being near suffocating before she finally caved. Is no one going to say welcome back? At once, everything clicked for Kajiro. Ah, Toga. Sorry, we didn't recognize you. Dabi rolled his eyes and grumbled. Kurojairi relaxed minutely, still a little wary of her. Toga pouted, puffing her cheeks out. What do you mean you didn't recognize me? I'm Dash. She cut herself off, catching a glimpse in the mirror settled behind the glasses for the bar. Oh, I'm not me. Toga's disguise as Namba slowly turned to gray sludge. As it slowly fell off her frame, her blonde hair and messy twin buns became visible, golden, cat-like eyes shone dimly. The sludge kept falling to the floor. Kurojairi gave an audible sigh as he looked over the mess he'd have to clean. As more sludge fell from her body, everyone averted their eyes, realizing she wasn't wearing anything under. Geez, Toga, don't you have any shame? Dabi whined, his head turned up and away from her. Imagine if Mustard were still here. Kurojairi produced a bath towel from behind the bar and handed it to Toga, who wrapped it around her, letting the remaining sludge either fall completely to the floor or get caught up in the towel. Simply fascinating. I wonder if the sludge is fresh enough, and we have enough of the material, we could synthesize a clone of the person Toga took blood from, Kajiro muttered. Everyone turned to look at him, Kurojairi quickly realizing he probably watched the entire transformation happen, regardless of what was shown. Kajiro Shigaraki, Kurojairi quickly admonished. I understand your fascination for quirks, but there are limits to what you can do, even as a villain. Kajiro had enough sense to look slightly embarrassed, averting his eyes down to the floor, but only just, sorry. Toga turned away from everyone, wrapping her arms around herself as she held the towel tighter, hiding her blush as she caught on to what Kurojairi was hinting at. Dabi watched as the bar lapsed into an awkward silence, smirking at the two's antics. He was about to speak up, teasing the two before Kajiro beat him to it. So, Toga, seeing as you're back, I assume you were successful? Dabi gawked. He was hoping to drag on the awkwardness for as long as possible, always ready to sow what small seeds of mischief he could, but Kajiro recovered way too quickly. MHM? Toga softly replied, still not fully facing everyone, was able to deliver the message and then some. Oh. Kajiro responded, curiosity obviously piqued. Toga nodded, her side profile now facing the group. She dug into her towel for something, causing Dabi to groan and turn away again. Kajiro watched until he felt a thump on his head. He looked at Kurojairi, who gave him a disapproving look. He huffed and turned away as well. I got this little sample from Shimura-chan. Calling attention back to herself, she was holding a little vial of blood, containing barely enough to fill a pipette. I looked for him as instructed and was able to swipe some blood. He made it really easy too. It was the neck scratching thing, right? Kajiro guessed, holding his hand out for the vial. Yep, Toga replied, popping the pea as she handed the vial over. Seemed like she was finally getting over her embarrassment. When I cornered him, he started scratching his neck, hard enough to bleed. It was so pretty. I even got to taste a little bit. Kajiro held the vial up to the light, the blood slowly moving as he turned it over. This is incredible. Good work, Toga. I'll have to pass this off to the doctor for holding. I don't know what to do with it yet, but I know it'll come in handy. Toga gave a wide smile, nodding her head up and down. I believe we can continue this chat later, Kurojairi intervened. Toga, please go put on some clothes. This is still an actual running bar. We don't want to attract any undue attention should a real customer come in. Okay. She hopped off her stool, bare feet plopping in the sludge, leaving a trail behind her. Seeing the mess increase, Kurojairi silently moved into the back room to grab a mop. Kajiro and Dabi were left in the bar, both looking at the TV but not really watching the recreational games go down. One oblivious to the elephant in the room, the other unwilling to let it go. He saw Kajiro take a long sip of his drink before speaking up. So, Dabi drawled, did you enjoy the show? Kajiro grunted as he felt the alcohol burn his throat. What? No one cares about the recreational games. They're no different than any other sports festival. Dabi chuckled. Despite being so observant, Kajiro really is as blind as a bat. Yep. 'Cause that's what I was talking about. Kajiro picked up on the tone, eyes narrowing. Sarcasm was something he easily identified. What would you be talking about, if not for the festival? Nothing. Nothing. Just forget it. Dobby propped his head on his arm, lazily sliding his glass side to side with his left hand. Kajiro said nothing, mentally picking apart the short conversation to figure out what Dobby was getting at. The door that leads further into the bar opened again, revealing Toga dressed in her normal sailor uniform and oversized cardigan. "I'm back," she announced. "Kirojiri, can I get a Shirley Temple with extra red?" "Of course, Toga-san." "A moment, please," called out from behind the bar, putting away his cleaning supplies. Toga swiveled in the bar stool, looking between Dobby, who was snickering silently, and Kajiro, who was still lost in his thoughts. "Hey guys, where's Mustard?" "Things are changing." Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shimura opened his eyes, taking in the lights and the high-domed ceiling above him. As the fog in his head cleared and his vision slowly adjusted, they opened wide in shock. He bolted upright and found himself in the middle of the pavilion at the USJ. All around him were jeering villains, taunting him with every insult imaginable, slowly forming a tight circle around him. He tried to break out of the ring but was harshly shoved back in. In desperation, he grabbed at the leg of one of the closer villains, all 5 fingers closing on their ankle. He could see the villain jolt with pain, letting out a short scream before disintegrating entirely. The decay spread from the first villain onto the next, who similarly was reduced to ashes. One by one, slowly picking up pace, the decay that started on one villain spread, taking out every single one of them. Shimura gaped at the horror. A terrible mix of blood and guts and ash pooled all around him. He stared at the floor, watching the refuse combine and flow until it was touching his shoes. He knelt down, staring at the warped reflection of himself in the puddle. He could barely make out his features, but as his face got closer, the image rippled, now changing into the disturbing face of the Nomu. Shimura startled, jumping back but hitting something solid behind him. He slowly turned around, coming face to stomach with the Nomu. He immediately swept his hand at the Nomu, only for it to grab it again. He braced himself for the pain, but was lifted up in the air. The Nomu swung him around, his back hitting a wall, his arm pinned above his head. The scene shifted to the storage room he found himself in earlier, but instead of the girl, he came face to face with Kajiro, his green eyes piercing into his red. He felt the grip on his pinned hand tighten, the sensation a few steps below what he experienced from the Nomu, as Kajiro brought his face closer. "Are you sure you want to be a hero, Shimura-chan? How's the little listener looking?" Mike asked, worry evident in his voice. An old woman, wearing a slightly too long lab coat over a yellow and red vest and pink boots with her grayed hair up in a high bun, hopped off her stool where she was sat, quickly referencing her notes before replying, "No sign of any physical injuries, no head trauma, glucose levels looking normal, he's perfectly healthy. At this point, all we can do is wait until he comes to again." Present Mike nodded numbly, fully aware that Shimura wasn't in danger anymore, but he still couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. The older hero, Recovery Girl, studied him before nodding to herself. "What do you think of the students so far?" Present Mike shot her a smile, appreciating the blatant distraction. "Oh, the little listeners are absolutely killing it. They're doing so good." Todoroki-kun has been dominating the competition with Bakugo-kun right on his heels. And then there are the absolute underdogs, like Shinso-kun and his team. They came out of nowhere in the second event. But I'm most excited for the final event. There are a lot of scrappers this year, in Aizawa's class alone. Did you see the lineup? 12 of the 16 that made it to the final round are 1A. Can you believe it? I'm more relieved there haven't been any major injuries yet, Shitutade, whose brilliant idea was it to put 0-pointers, a chasm, and a minefield in one event. Recovery Girl, Present Mike shushed, arms waving all around. "He'll hear you. I'm not scared of Nizu. He knows that without me, he wouldn't get away with half of the things he does," she quickly retorted. "And for that, I am forever grateful." One of the speakers spoke up, Nizu clearly keeping tabs on the situation. "How is Shimura-kun doing?" Recovery Girl scoffed. "As if you don't already know. But before Recovery Girl could give her report again, movement caught Present Mike in hers eye. Shimura tossed a little before sitting up straight, screaming in pain as he clutched at his hand. Present Mike immediately flung himself to Shimura's left, trying to calm him down, while Recovery Girl flanked his right side, appraising his hand. "Whoa there, little listener," Present Mike started. "You're safe here. It's Present Mike, your favorite hero. Recovery Girl is here too, by the way. They were here. I saw him." Shimura gasped out, his head whipping around as if he were searching for something. "I know I did." And Shimura groaned in pain as his hand flared up again. "And there was this girl and whoever was here. They're long gone now. You can count on it," Present Mike stated. It was a poor move on his part, and he knew it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Present Mike knew he made a mistake. You never bring up a potential trigger to someone, especially if it was the direct cause for the problem. He internally winced as Shimura started to freak out. Even worse, Shimura's breaths started to increase in frequency, becoming more erratic. He started to hyperventilate as his eyes bugged out as he renewed his frantic search. "How can you be so sure? They were here. They were in the cafeteria, in the announcer's booth, in the building, in the..." "Deep breaths, little listener, deep breaths," Present Mike consoled, cutting him off before he could spiral any further. Present Mike set himself a little closer to Shimura, exaggerating his breaths and slowly tapping on the bed's railing so Shimura could follow. "Breathe in, tap, tap, tap. Breathe out, tap, tap, tap." Shimura slowly quieted, focusing more on Present Mike's breathing and tapping than anything else. He was aware Recovery Girl was in the room fussing about, but he couldn't spare her anything more than a passing glance. They fell into a spell of relative silence. The only sounds were the exaggerated breaths, one steady and strong while the other slowly changing from haggard and wild to quiet and calm. Once he felt grounded again, Shimura was the first to break the silence. "Did you really call yourself my favorite hero?" Present Mike squawked. "Wah, I am offended. How could I not be your favorite? I'm funny, likable, approachable. I could keep going on. Don't tempt me. I won't stop until you say I am." Shimura chuckled lightly. Present Mike gave a small smile, silently saying he's happy he's feeling better. Shimura gave him a smile back, still not fully looking up, but his intentions were clear as day. Recovery Girl took the lapse in conversation as her cue, handing a glass of water to Shimura. "Are you feeling all right, dearie? Any dizziness? Hard time focusing? Headache?" "Nothing of the like," Shimura hummed, taking a sip of the water. "My hand is a little sore, but that's it." "I noticed you were clutching your hand when you woke up," she nodded. "I didn't want to touch you earlier to check it out. Do you mind if I do now?" Shimura nodded, raising his hand up for inspection. She turned it this way and that, asking him to flex and relax, ball it up and open again, stick one finger out at a time. Once she was done, she handed him a tongue depressor. "Go ahead and use your quirk on this," she instructed. He nodded and did as he was told, holding it with 4 fingers before pressing down his pinky. The wooden stick instantly decayed. She concluded, "I'm not seeing anything wrong with your hand, dearie." "Then why does my hand hurt sometimes?" "My best guess is you experience phantom pains." "Phantom pains? I thought you only get those when you get a limb amputated." "It has been described as that way, yes," she nodded. "But there are also instances where those that have some form of post-traumatic stress felt pain at their point of injury when they were reminded of it. The simplest explanation of this is when you witness a man getting kicked in the groin." Immediately, both Present Mike and Shimura's faces cringed at the picture. "Exactly that. It's inevitable that it's happened to you at some point, and when something reminds you of that instance, you feel that same pain or a version of it. With regards to your hand, I'm assuming that whenever you think of the USJ, whether it be of the Nomu, Shigaraki, or just the event in general, your mind is reliving that pain. So you're saying I just have to live with that pain?" "I wouldn't phrase it as that, but it is something that you will need to address moving forward. I know for a fact that Aizawa and Nizu are trying to set your class up with some preliminary meetings with Hound Dog to help you process the USJ." Shimura sat quietly, thinking over the new information. He looked at his hand, completely healed yet still hurting. "Will I still be able to compete in the festival?" Recovery Girl sighed in exasperation, but Present Mike cut her off, glancing at the clock. There are still 40-ish minutes left in the recreational games. You should just spend the rest of the time here. But before that, you will need to tell us what happened. Shimura's mood dropped significantly. I'm not going to rush you into it, and I'm not saying you do it right this instant, but the sooner you get it done, the better. Nisa has no doubt already gotten what he could, so we can wait a little until you're feeling up to it. If I answer his questions, can I still compete? Shimura directed his question to Recovery Girl instead. Recovery Girl's eyebrow raised. Only if you promise to rest here until the 15-minute warning. Deal, Shimura nodded resolutely. Present Mike looked flabbergasted. Did you just bargain your way back into the festival? When he received nod, he took a second to recover. Once he did, he took a more serious look. Are you sure you're up to it? I don't want to push you too far or anything. Shimura shrugged. It's fine. Nothing too bad happened anyway. Recovery Girl and Present Mike shared a look, not liking how quickly Shimura bounced between moods. A casual dismissal of an event that caused him to pass out like that doesn't bode well for his state of mind, but it's something that can be dealt with in a more comfortable sense. All right then, but feel free to stop or take a break whenever you need. Present Mike acquiesced. Recovery Girl, can I borrow a pen and paper? Present Mike settled himself more comfortably in the chair, flipping to a clean page. When he was ready, he gave Shimura a nod. So where do you want to start? Shimura asked. The nerd's been gone a long time now. When Shimura ditched and left him with round face and glasses, Bakugo thought nothing of it. He might have been all smiles when talking, but he could see something simmering just below the surface. The nerd had that look in his eyes that said he needs to go think about something. Having long since learned that he prefers to be alone when he gets in those moods, Bakugo brushed it off as normal. As time kept creeping and there was no sign of him, that's when the faintest whispers of worry started creeping. The nerd's thought walks always went a little long, but there was no way he'd knowingly miss the festival. Even if it was as boring as the recreational games, he would have still made an effort to watch it. After all, it is UA, and even normal games can become something way cooler. As if his thoughts were on display, Glasses had to speak up. I wonder what happened to Shimura-kun. He's been gone for quite a while. Yeah, I wonder what he got up to, Round Face added on, her pointer finger brought up to her chin. Hey Bakugo-kun, do you know where he went? Bakugo scoffed. Why do you think I know where the nerd went? I'm not his babysitter. I just figured he might have told you or something. You were there when he left, Round Face. Bakugo rolled his eyes. You heard the same thing I did? Well, yeah, but you two always seem to know everything when it comes to each other. So I thought you might know more. Indeed. Glasses cut in. It's pretty evident you two knew each other before coming to UA. Bakugo groaned, regretting giving the nerd's new friends a chance. I'm not telling you shit about how we know each other. You want to know? Ask him. He paused to gauge their reactions. Neither of them looked put off by his outburst, just looking like they were expecting elaboration, much to his dismay. The nerd's probably out thinking. He gets into his head sometimes and just wanders. Glasses nodded along. Ah, I see. He's probably nervous about facing off against Shinso-kun. He is the first fight in the third round. After all, who? Shinso-kun? Round Face exclaimed. The kid from Gen Ed that declared war on us a few weeks ago. Don't tell me you forgot about him? Bakugo gave her a blank look despite knowing exactly who they were talking about. There was no way he'd forget anyone who had enough balls to declare war, especially on him. Bakugo would crush everyone in the competition regardless. But now he has to make sure to crush Eyebags even more for thinking he could stand in the same ring as him. No idea who you're talking about, he replied flatly. Don't know why you're worried about the nerd when you should be worried about yourself. Bakugo let loose a few sparks in his hands to emphasize his point, but Round Face didn't back down. She faced him head-on, eyes filled with determination but her wobbly smile betraying her. Why would I be worried about winning? Bakugo barked out a laugh, but didn't reply. He turned his attention back to the games. Watching the extras try so hard in these was actually hilarious. I wonder what happened to Mike Sensei. Dunce Face mused aloud. That caught Bakugo's attention. He looked towards the announcer's box trying to see what he meant, but couldn't see in. He listened to the commentary and was surprised to hear someone else. He couldn't help himself. The fuck? Isn't this like basically Loudmouth's job? Where'd he go? So now two things weren't adding up. First the nerd disappears and stays missing. Then the guy who does commentary for a living doesn't actually do his job? Something isn't right. Bakugo stood abruptly, making for the aisle, but shitty hair caught his arm. Were you headed, Bakubro? Out! Bakugo yanked his arm free. Shitty hair took the comment in stride. Well, all right. Can you get me some snacks on your way back? Bakugo thought for a second. No. Out in the main area, Bakugo noticed that something was different. There was a weird tension in the air that he couldn't place. Some people had their fingers up to their ears and were walking with purpose. The heroes he could see all looked just as serious instead of the faked carelessness you see on patrols. It was honestly astounding how everybody else just completely missed the signs that something was obviously wrong. Heroes weren't as happy. The tension was getting thick enough to cut with a knife, and Present Mike, the Present Mike, who hosts a talk radio show and loves talking, isn't talking in one of Japan's biggest events. What the fuck did you do this time, nerd? The phone rang twice before it was picked up on the other side. Principal Nizu, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. I hope everything is all right. Tsukachi asked. In a manner of speaking, yes. Nizu replied, courteous as ever. However, we've had a series of events that are most unpleasant. The League. Tsukachi phrased it less of a question and more of a factual statement. There wasn't a hint of a doubt in his voice, something Nizu appreciated. Were there any casualties? No, but we may have identified one of their members. There was a pause on the other line. Well, that's both a good and bad thing. Do you at least have them in custody? Unfortunately, no. The intruder was very good at sticking to our blind spots. They presumably left, but if they were able to come in undetected, I wouldn't be surprised if they left undetected as well. However, I was able to get a description of them. Why didn't you start with that? Because she is currently at Mizudafu General for acute chemical inhalation. She was admitted shortly before the festival even started. Shit. That opens up a whole new set of problems we'll have to deal with. Okay, give me her name and I'll follow up on that lead. Did they do anything else while on the premises? Nothing that we can't handle. Shimura-kun encountered them. He's uninjured, but he did faint and is currently being looked at by Recovery Girl. It is my understanding that Present Mike has already gathered his side of the story. Guess I'll have to let Tashinori know about that as well. No, detective, I'll tell him. This happened under my watch. It is only fair I break the news. Tsukachi sighed. I'll leave you to that then. Who was your supposed intruder? Sachiko Namba, a second-year student at Zafiro High School. Shall I let the hospital know you are on the way? Despite the circumstances, Tsukachi snorted. It was just like Nizu to be the perfect mix of order and chaos. No, thank you. I'll do that. I'll update you once I speak with her. I'll look forward to your call. Nizu hung up the phone, spun around and hopped off his chair. He clasped his paws behind his back as he gazed out of his window, appreciating the calmness of the city despite the excitement happening in the stadium below. He wondered how long it'll last now that truly horrendous villains are starting to make their moves. Chapter end notes. Ugh. Writing things not directly relating to Kajiro is so hard. I promise to get better at it. Also, I get why people say that writing the sports festival is a chore. I'm not even really covering the events, and it feels like we've been stuck on it for forever. On another note, looks like we're slowly coming up on the internships/hosu, stain/whatever you want to call it arc. Can't wait to get there. First domino falls. A soft knock was heard on the hospital door before it was slid open. Tsukachi was stood in the doorway with his hat off, covering his breast in a slight bow. Pardon the intrusion. I was told by the nursing staff I could find Sachiko Namba here. Tsukachi greeted. Sat up on the bed was Namba, the real one, awake but still slightly dazed. Dressed in a hospital gown with her brown hair looking flat. Sat on the chair present in the room was an older woman, clearly her mother. She had elbow-length brown hair in a low ponytail, wearing a long-sleeve V-neck shirt, with a strip of black following the collar and light blue jeans. I didn't know we were expecting guests, the mother replied. My apologies. I probably should have introduced myself first. Tsukachi bowed again. I am Detective Nao Mesa, Tsukachi with the police, on temporary assignment with the Mizudafu police station. I was wondering if I could ask your daughter some questions regarding the situation with which she found herself here. I see. My name is Hitomi Namba. Hitomi turned to look at Sachiko. Are you all right with answering his questions? Sachiko nodded, but didn't reply. Sakwachi gave them both a nod before moving to make himself more comfortable. Hitomi did the same as she moved to sit on the bed, squeezing her daughter in support. I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Namba-san, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding your daughter's hospitalization? She shook her head. Not the full story. I was only told she was found unconscious and brought in. The test the doctors ran said that they found trace amounts of an unidentifiable substance in her blood. She said this with air quotes. I know she doesn't do drugs, so that didn't make sense to me. What exactly is this about? Tsukachi nodded, jotting down notes. He raised his head to look Hitomi in the eye, choosing to rip the band-aid off now. We believe your daughter was ambushed and attacked by villains. Hitomi blanched and hugged her daughter tightly, tears starting to form. Sachiko hugged back, still not saying a word. Will she be all right? She isn't a target, is she? Hitomi started to rapid-fire questions at Tsukachi, who could only answer and placate where possible. We don't believe her or your family to be in any immediate danger, but we are willing to place you in temporary protective custody to ensure there won't be any retaliation or follow-ups. This seemed to calm both of them down, but their worries still plastered on their faces. Tsukachi allowed them a little time to find their bearings before continuing. Why me? Sachiko quietly asked. Tsukachi gave her a reassuring smile. That's what I was hoping you could help me figure out as well. Sometime later, Tsukachi walked out of the hospital, his little notepad tucked into one of his jacket's inside pockets. He looked up in the sky, the sun still shining brightly. Over the sounds of the city, he could just barely make out the roar of the crowd still watching the sports festival. No doubt the third event had already begun. He made a mental note to find the recordings later and watch it back. Still under the hospital's awning, he pulled out his phone and dialed Nizu. It rang once before it was picked up. Detective. Nizu greeted. Wonderful to hear from you again. How did your talk go? I've got good news and bad news, Tsukachi reported. The bad news is that Namba is a dead end. It was most likely a one-off attack, and she's completely clean. No connection with the League at all. She was on her way to the festival when she was attacked, and has no memory of what happened between getting off the train and walking a few blocks up until she awoke in the hospital. Nizu hummed. That is most unfortunate. And you're certain that she was in the hospital the entire time? Positive. According to the staff, she was unconscious until maybe an hour before I arrived. Then that means the intruder is either a body double, a clone of sorts, an impersonator, or a shapeshifter. Any one of those options will prove to be very troublesome when trying to find the original face. What is Namba's quirk? Good fortune. A passive quirk that makes her slightly luckier than the average person. That eliminates Namba as our intruder. It is extremely ironic that she came under such ill circumstances, though. Ironic and extremely fortunate, actually. Pardon the pun, Sakwachi chuckled. The doctors ran tests to see if they could figure out why she was unconscious and found something in her blood. When she woke up again, they tested again to see if anything changed, and they said the amount of the substance still present should have kept her down for much longer. The concentration of whatever it was that was used was a few steps short of fatal. Nizu's expression turned grim hearing this. What about the good news? Tsukachi cringed at his response. I was actually leading into that. They reported the substance as unidentifiable, meaning it didn't line up with any of the standard chemicals or drugs that are generally used to render someone unconscious. 9 times out of 10, when they can't identify the substance, it's believed to be quirk-based. In his office, Nizu's ears quirked in excitement at the news. If it's quirk-based, then we have a better chance at finding them. Did the hospital keep a sample of it? Tsukachi noted the change in Nizu's tone and hurriedly wrote down a note to check. I'm not certain, but I can go ask. I haven't left yet. Yes, please do so. Do you have anything more to add? Assuming Namba was attacked by someone with a poison quirk and she was confirmed to be at the hospital in the time frame you're working with, I don't believe them and your intruder to be the same person. We may be looking at more than one intruder, which means… Tsukachi trailed off. The League is recruiting, Nizu finished. This time they're adding villains that are good at their jobs. Thank you, Detective. You've given me a lot to think about, Tsukachi sighed. I'm sorry I couldn't give you anything more. I'll keep you updated as things progress, however. Not at all, Detective, Nizu consoled. You have given me much insight into the matter. I just hope that we won't be too late in putting a stop to this before more people get involved. both innocent civilians and new villains. A hero clad in white armor came down from the air, jets of air pouring out of exhaust pipes on their elbows, blowing as they slowed the hero's descent. His armor most notably having a protruding V starting at his collarbone and helmet having a horn-like shape. On his left shoulder the letters ING were clearly visible. "I've found him," he proclaimed. "The hero killer." Stain paused, his back half turned so he can get a look at the hero, Ingenium, eldest son of the Ida family, current head of Team Ida-10. Ingenium fell into a wary battle stance. "It seems my reputation precedes me. Sorry, but you gotta forgive me if I'm not as friendly right now." Turning his back on Ingenium, he started to make his way out of the alley. Stain quietly growled out a response. "I have no quarrel with you, Ingenium. Leave. Your string of murders ends here, Stain. You're surrounded and have nowhere to go. You have crimes to answer for, Stain." Stain stopped walking, "And I will answer for them, as soon as my job is finished and my dream a reality. If you don't surrender right now, I will be forced to engage. I don't want to fight you, but I will if you resist." Stain heard the metal of Ingenium's armor shift. Before, Ingenium took on a balanced stance, but now he shifted his weight. Ingenium placed his left leg forward into a runner's stance, quietly priming the thrusters in his arms. "This is your last chance, Ingenium. Leave now, or you shall become my next victim." Stain brought his left arm up, grasping hold of the katana on his back. Running away while having the power to stop people like you isn't what a hero would do. But it is something that you should do. Before Stain finished his sentence, Ingenium shot forward, right fist aimed in the small of Stain's back. Stain spun, swinging his right arm backwards, knocking the fist off target. Stain retaliated with a swing of his katana, going for an overhead slash, but Ingenium followed the changed momentum of his punch, arcing his left leg out for spinning hook kick. The blow landed, sending Stain a few steps back. Stain grunted but immediately jumped back in, his katana in his right hand. He swung the sword laterally, looking to bisect Ingenium, but he backflipped out of the way. As soon as Ingenium's feet were on the ground, he shot forward again, this time making it inside Stain's bubble. Using the engines in his arms, Ingenium started a flurry of punches, getting a few good hits in. As he brought his right arm back for a heavy blow, Stain slipped the punch, swinging his left arm up with a dagger in his hand. Ingenium winced behind his helmet as he felt the blade cut through his right shoulder pad and into his arm. Stain got behind Ingenium and followed with a devastating sidekick to his spine. Ingenium flew forward, his arms splayed out as he landed hard on the ground. He tried to move, but his body seized. Nothing was responding to his call. His arms weren't moving, his legs were frozen, his head was plastered to the ground. He screamed in pain as he felt a blade stab into him. The fight was over not even a minute after it started. "Fame," Stain growled. His foot stomped on Ingenium's head. "Money." A kick to his ribs. "Power." The katana was twisted and yanked out, the slightly chipped blade ripping everything in its path. Imposters calling themselves heroes. Heroes acting like celebrities. Heroes acting like villains. Dragging the title of hero through the mud. They are fakes. Bastards that use their quirk for their own self-interest, only helping if there's a camera pointed at them. Stain walked and crouched in front of Ingenium where he could see. "I know who you are, Tensei Ida. I know where you came from. You became a hero out of obligation to your family, not for the people." Stain reached down and yanked Ingenium's helmet off and throwing it to the side, revealing the face beneath. What he was met with was a square face with big gray eyes, thin eyebrows that ended in an arrow, and spiked blue hair, now matted with sweat and blood. A rivulet of blood ran down his face where Stain stomped on his head. "That's not true," Ingenium refuted. "It may have started like that, but it's different now. I help everyone I can. From the little boy who lost his balloon to the old lady crossing the street to the police who need my help bringing down a dangerous villain. It brings me genuine joy seeing their smiles after I help them." Stain let Ingenium stew in his anger before replying, "I know. I've been watching you. You've shown yourself to be a true hero, which is why you will not die today." Ingenium didn't let himself feel any relief. He knew that there was a catch. "Had you walked away when I warned you to, You could have continued being a hero, a paragon in your own right, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to remain true to form, giving it your all to bring down a dangerous villain so that others may live in peace. You walked right into the face of danger and didn't back down, as a hero should. Ingenium's face drained of color, picking up on Stain's particular choice of words. You may be a true hero, but you aren't worthy enough to take me down. The only one that can do so is All Might. May you find solace in knowing your sacrifice can help forge the next generation of true heroes, Ingenium. Stain's blade came down once again, right into Ingenium's spine. Stain quickly removed the blade, flicking off the excess blood. He walked over to where he tossed Ingenium's helmet, placing it right in his view. A reminder of who he used to be. He walked deeper into the alley. Just as Stain disappeared from view, a team of Ingenium's sidekicks came around the corner. Ingenium, we came as fast as we could, one of them called out, their sentence dying in their throat as they came upon the bloody scene. Quick, call an ambulance now. Ingenium felt the hold that gripped his body release, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally let himself relax as he knew that he was no longer in immediate danger. As he slipped to unconsciousness, he noted to himself that he could no longer feel his legs. Kajiro, Toga, Dabi, and Mustard all moved from the bar into the living room above it. As the day grew older, the bar would be seeing more patrons, and none of them wanted to deal with a loud, obnoxious, and drunk crowd. The room had a massive 203-centimeter flat-screen TV mounted on the main wall above a white TV stand, highlighted by a strip of amber light in a cutout alcove. Facing it was a coffee table that stood on skinny legs. Beyond that was a matching pair of a dark gray sofa and love seat. Nestled at the corner where the two seats met was a small round table. Kajiro, Toga, and Mustard all sat on the sofa while Dabi claimed the love seat for himself, sprawling over the arms. Kajiro sat on one end, leaning against the arm wholly invested on the TV, while Toga was not so subtly inching herself closer to him. Mustard saw what Toga was doing, and instead of risking her shifting her focus to him, he pressed himself up against the other arm as much as possible. Dabi was watching it all go down and smirked, winking at Mustard. The TV was showing the third event of the sports festival. The stage had just finished being fixed up by Cementos after the fight between Bakugo and Kirishima. Kajiro noted that Kirishima's quirk was amazing, but how he was applying it was a waste of its potential. Instead of applying his quirk to his whole body the entire time, he should have only hardened the places that were affected. On screen, Present Mike was announcing the first round of the semifinals would be between Shimura and Ida. "Oh, Shirkuin," Toga asked, turning her head to look at him. "Who do you think will win? Shimura-chan or the other one?" Kajiro tapped his chin in thought. "It depends on if he can last longer than Ida's special move." Toga's eyes sparkled. "Oh, you mean that one where he went super fast in the cavalry battle?" He nodded, looking at Toga as he responded, "I'm not sure, but it looks like it only lasts for maybe 10 seconds. If Shimura-chan can avoid high-speed attacks for 10 seconds, then his win is in the bag. If he can't, then the fight will be over immediately, just like when Ida went against Shiozaki." Toga nodded in agreement and turned her attention back to the TV. Kirojiri materialized shortly after, whispering a message in Kajiro's ear before disappearing just as quickly. Kajiro puffed out a small plume of smoke and chuckled. "Let's hope Shimura-kun does win then." He said it quietly, more to himself than anything. Because Toga was all but directly laying on him, she was the only one that heard. She turned her head curiously to see if he would tell her. Kajiro noticed, but didn't say anything, simply waving as if it were nothing. "Maybe I should meet up with Stain again." Changing his mind, he spoke up, "Hey Toga, Dabi. Do either of you want to find Stain for me and set up a meeting?" Toga jumped up and faced Kajiro while Dabi leaned in closer, obviously interested as well. "You mean it?" Toga squealed. "Are you really going to be working together this time?" "About time I did something worthwhile," Dabi replied, trying and failing to hide the joy in his voice. Mustard complained. "Why didn't you ask me that?" "We'll even make it a little interesting," Kajiro teased. "First want to set up the meeting. I will do you exactly one favor. Within reason." Toga squealed even louder. Dabi sported a wild grin, and Mustard groaned at being ignored. You better not bitch out when I set it up, Dabi warned. Are you going to work together? Toga asked again, jumping on Kajiro. Kajiro caught her wrists, standing up, and threw her onto the couch. Mustard scrambled to get out of the way. That depends on how the talk goes, Toga. Dabi, do you honestly think I'd go back on my word? Imagine how that'd make me look. And Mustard, because you're a kid and you're just starting out. You have no connections yet. I'll hold you to that, Dabi responded. Already on his way out of the door to get a head start, Toga was still laying on the couch where Kajiro threw her, as if in a daze. He looked at her with a question on his face. What? You're not going to try to catch up with Dabi? She just shook her head, too busy fantasizing about what would happen when Kajiro and Stain worked together. She could just imagine the streets running red. Kajiro shrugged, taking his place back on the sofa, moving Toga's feet out of the way and letting them rest on his leg. In the corner of his eye, he could see Mustard brooding, saddened that he's being left out again. Kajiro sighed and shook his head. Mustard. The boy perked up at being called. If you really want to be involved, you can come with me if or when we meet with Stain. I'll show you a few things about how to make a deal. Mustard smiled, nodding his head, his happiness coming back to him. Kajiro gave him a light smile and nodded as well, turning his attention back to the TV. Sat in his chair at the Nomu warehouse. All for one listened in on the conversation and smiled to himself. Yes, Kajiro is developing quite nicely. Plans in motion. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Shimura stared down his opponent, picking them apart as he worked from the bottom up. Ida stood opposite him, doing the same thing. Shimura noticed that his eyes focused more on his hands than anything else. He tested it by flexing them, seeing Ida's eyes squint ever so slightly. Shimura smiled to himself. If he could get Ida fixated on watching his hands, he'd be able to clinch the win. Are you ready? Midnight started, her whip poised in the air. Win or lose, Shimura called out to Ida, dropping into a readied stance. No hard feelings, right? Of course not. May the best man win. Ida easily replied, dropping into a stance of his own. Midnight looked between the two boys, satisfied that they're ready to begin. Start. Immediately, Ida rushed forward, timing his steps so he would lead with a roundhouse kick to the head. Shimura gaped in surprise, barely dodging the kick. He felt the air rush past his face as Ida's foot passed harmlessly over his head. Ida's foot landed, causing him to run out and away as jets do as they swoop around for a second run. Shimura couldn't even bring his hands up to defend himself. Ida was moving faster than he could respond, and from what he could tell, he hasn't even pulled out his super move. Ida came out of his go-around approach and was closing in quickly. In the back of his mind, Shimura remembered what Ida said to himself when they went through Aizawa's Quirk apprehension test. For 50 meters, I can only go up to third gear, he remembered. Shimura studied the arena. Each concrete slab looked about 3 meters by 3 meters, and the platform itself looked like it was set up 6 slabs by 10. Realizing he was about to attempt a complicated equation in the middle of a fight, Shimura shook his head, dismissing the thought, before running to meet Ida in the middle. If he could close the distance faster than Ida could kick it into a higher gear, then his speed would count for nothing. Shimura ran out, his right arm outstretched, looking to clothesline Ida. To his credit, Ida didn't change his speed, momentum, or direction, but chose to barrel through the obstacle. Shimura felt Ida slam into his arm, feeling it nearly come out of its socket before he realized his feet were no longer planted on the floor. Ida had grabbed his arm and was dragging him towards the boundaries. Like hell you're doing that to me, Shimura grunted. He flexed his arm in Ida's grip, making his body as rigid as possible so he could maneuver his way into a position with more base. Shimura's feet skipped once, then twice, on the ground as he finally gained enough control before jumping on Ida's back, Shimura's legs wrapping around Ida's torso. Ida stumbled as he came onto the added weight, nearly falling head over heels. Shimura wrestled his arm out of Ida's grip. Ida fought against him, attempting to throw Shimura off his back, but only succeeding in bringing them both to the ground. Shimura laid under him, but despite being stuck, he was in a much more advantageous spot. Ida knew that as soon as he hit the floor, it would only be a matter of time before Shimura had him pinned, so he scrambled as hard as he could. Ida grunted, fighting his way up as Shimura did his best to drag him back down. I apologize for this, Shimura, Ida warned. Shimura paused momentarily. What are you dash? Ida threw his head back, slamming into Shimura's face. Shimura felt his nose crumple under the assault, his head slamming into the ground. He yelled out in pain, his grip loosening just enough for Ida to get free. Now out of his grasp, Ida scrambled back to his feet, getting as far back on the arena as he could. Shimura recovered from his attack and shot back up as well, but didn't chase. He blinked the tears out of his eyes, wiping away the excess as Ida resituated himself. And here I thought you didn't know how to play dirty, vice press, Shimura taunted. What happened to the straight-laced Ida I've come to appreciate? Ida balked at the insinuation. Wah, I would never. I have always. Shimura let Ida stutter through his denials, using the time to recover from the headbutt. Ida eventually recovered, shaking his head of the thought and crouched down into a runner's stance. Shimura tensed in response. This was what he was expecting from the very beginning of the fight. He didn't need to hear Ida to know what was happening. Over the roar of the crowds, he could make out the engines in Ida's legs revving. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is all I need. That, or bank on getting a solid hold without losing my arms in the process. Recipro burst. Ida yelled for the second time today. Ida's form blurred into a mess of blue, white, and red as he closed the distance in a blink. Shimura felt his legs leave the ground again, as Ida grabbed the back of his shirt, dragging him along like a sack of potatoes. On instinct, Shimura reached back to grab at the offending hand. He felt Ida's wrist in his palm, and clamped down as hard as he could, making sure to leave his pinky fingers up. You let me go now, or you lose your hand. Shimura screamed over the howl of the wind. Ida ran for a few seconds longer before abruptly stopping, using his forward momentum to aid in throwing Shimura through the air. He skipped a few times before rolling to a stop, landing just short of the arena's boundary. Moving on instinct, he jumped back up and braced himself for the final blow that would take him out of the competition. He brought his arms up in an X to block his face, clenching his eyes in suspense, but the punch, kick, push, whatever he was expecting never came. He opened his eyes slowly, seeing Ida standing still a few meters away, his face screwed in frustration. Ida cursed himself. I was certain that I was rested enough and drank enough orange juice to perform it again. Midnight paused in confusion as she took in the sight, but figured it out soon enough. Ida, are you able to continue? Ida tried to move his legs, but found that he was rooted to the ground. He shook his head dismally. I am not. Midnight raised her whip in the air. Ida is unable to continue. Shimura moves on to the final round. The crowd stayed quiet for a beat, not expecting such an anticlimactic result to the match, but quickly found their fervor again, bursting into their normal frenzy of excitement again. Shimura slowly walked up to Ida, his hand raised for fist bump. That was a good fight, Ida. You had me on the back foot the entire time. I wouldn't say that. Ida shook his head, returning the fist bump. I wasn't sure how to proceed knowing how your quirk works. Whenever you grabbed me, I had to refrain from giving up right then. Shimura gave him a small smile. I'm sure you would have figured out how to beat me. Can you walk? Or do you need me to carry you? Ida gave him an embarrassed look, if you wouldn't mind. Shimura huffed and rolled his eyes good-naturedly, walking in front of Ida so he could piggyback him. Ida hopped on, trying his best to remain composed as he was carried off the stage. And look at that sportsmanship. Present mic boomed. That right there, listeners, is the true spirit of competition, safely hidden from sight in the tunnels again. Ida spoke up. I do hope my brother was able to watch my fight. I'm just worried I might have disappointed him. Oh, you can put me down now. I think I can walk again. Shimura chuckled, squatting a little so Ida's legs were touching the ground. When he felt the weight release off his back, he sighed in relief. If I know anything about your brother between what I've read myself and what you've said about him, I think he'd be proud of what you accomplished, Shimura replied easily. Ida nodded, content to let the conversation drop as they fell into companionable silence. As they were reaching the door for the section reserved for Class 1A, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Ah, that must be him, Ida excused himself. I shall catch up with you and the rest of the class soon. Answering the call, He was surprised to find his mother's voice on the other side. "Mother, I lost my match. I'm sorry if I disappointed you," or Ida greeted. "Oh, Tinya," his mother cut him off. "I'm not worried about that. You performed admirably. But that's not why I called." "Mother." "Tinya, please stay calm. But it's about your brother," Tensei. Ida heard his mother sob over the phone, worry leaking into his voice. "Mother, are you all right? What happened to Tensei?" "Your brother is in the hospital. A villain attacked him." Ida didn't hear the rest of the call. He dropped his phone, too shocked to really process what he was just told. His mind flashed to moments of his brother, both in and out of his costume, seeing him smile and laugh alongside family and sidekicks alike. He knows that being a hero is a dangerous job, but he also knows that his brother is extremely skilled and has never been injured to the point of needing to go to the hospital. What villain could attack and injure my brother so grievously and get away with it? Stain sat atop a water tower overlooking Hosu, basking in the city's lights and sounds and cleaning his blade. He had just finished dealing with another fake, the scent of blood still lingering on his clothes. "This city is a cesspool," he spoke to himself. "Far too many fakes in one city. It's no wonder crime runs wild here. There is no one to enforce law and order." He finished cleaning his sword, swinging it around and sheathing it on his back in one fluid motion. For is simply not enough this time. He jumped off the water tower, plunging into the city's depths, looking for the next fake. All for One turned off the audio feed from Kajiro's living room, satisfied with the way things were progressing now on his end. It was unfortunate that Kajiro and Stain didn't see eye to eye on things when they first met, but now that it seems that Kajiro is willing to try again, he has high hopes for the next phase of Kajiro's plan. "Doctor," he called out to the room. A few seconds passed before he received a response. One of the many speakers crackled to life. "Yes, my lord? I apologize for my tardiness. It won't happen again." "It's no problem." All for One dismissed. "How is the latest batch of Nomu coming along?" "Progress is going at the expected rate. I'm able to successfully create lower ends near consistently, and with each success for the lowers, I get that much closer to perfecting the later iterations," the doctor reported. "Were you looking to evaluate them yourself?" "No, not yet. I trust in your work." "How many are available for action?" The doctor hummed. "Currently I have 10 nomus, 4 lowers, 3 middles, and 3 upper ends. There are also those in various stages of the development process, but they're not stable enough to be brought out of their tanks yet." "I see. Reserve 1 of each for Kajiro. I want them on standby for him to use until I say otherwise." "Of course, my lord. It will be done." The doctor signed off with a click. All for One steepled his fingers in thought for a moment. He went through all the possibilities that could come of Kajiro's next meeting with Stain. Having plotted out a path that would work best, he opened the audio channel. "Kajiro," he spoke. "Master," Kajiro eventually replied. "You are alone now." It was a simple statement, but one that commanded respect and fast obedience. "I am," Kajiro confirmed. "What do you think of your new recruits?" Kajiro let loose a chuckle. "I think they're pieces of work, but they all bring something helpful to the table. Dabi and Mustard have decent offense and widespread attacks, and both can use them for isolation. Toga's arguably the most useful out of all of them so far. I know I'll be utilizing her skill set more than the others." "Do you trust them to follow your orders to the very end?" "I trust them to know what'll happen if they don't. Dabi's the most problematic because I know his true loyalty lies with Stain, but he at least knows to respect his superiors. Mustard's main issue is he's too young to comprehend what's happening, but that can be fixed with time, and Toga seems fully on board. Don't grow complacent with any of them." "Of course, Master. It's as you've said, only trust someone after they've died in front of you." All for One smiled in his chair. A feeling almost akin to pride bubbled in his chest. "Very good, Kajiro." "Was that all, Master?" "No. Was there anyone else besides Shimura that caught your eye? Among the Heralings?" "Sure, but none of them in the same way Shimura has." When All for One didn't reply, Kajiro added on. "Of the finalists, the ones that stood out were Shinso, Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. You didn't mention the powerhouses." All for One noted. "I didn't, and it's because their quirks are one-dimensional, and their users even more so." Kajiro scoffed. "They know they have strong quirks and flaunt them. But the others, there is so much untapped potential. Shinso has a mental quirk. I'm certain of it. Tokoyami and his dark shadow is something that I would love to explore, as I'm sure so would the doctor. Yaoyorozu's quirk has limitless capabilities, and Uraraka's breaks all the known laws of physics and logic. If I had the chance to work with one or all of them, I could increase their effectiveness. Then I suppose we should create an opportunity for you to do so. I suppose we should, Kajiro agreed. But first I need to bolster my numbers. Multiple targets require more eyes. After all, chapter end notes. Did I need to write out the entire fight? No, but I wanted to try my hand at it. Why are all of my fights over quickly, usually without all of the dramatics you see in movies? Because actual fights don't last long at all, and I like to believe that stays true even with quirks mixed in. Seeds are sown. Chapter notes. Nearly 20k hits. Absolutely wild. I don't think I've said it yet, but thank you all for your support and interest. I hope to keep you all until the very end. If you have any suggestions, critiques, questions, etc., just send them my way. As the third day of the sports festival was coming to a close, All Might found himself in Nizu's office, sitting on the couch opposite of the principal himself. Yagi, now that you've had a chance to look over who and what UA has to offer outside of class, have you come any closer to making a decision? Nizu inquired. Yagi took a sip of his offered tea, considering his words. I can see that we don't have to worry about the future at all. All the students showcased brilliant displays of talent, skill, and ingenuity. But, Nizu prodded, the third years are amazing and strong. All of them have the drive to become top heroes in their own rights. The second years are still a little rough around the edges, but I'm seeing a few diamonds in the rough, and the first year is full of promising students. Yagi, you're deflecting. Yagi sighed, suddenly feeling his age. I can definitively say that I will not be passing one for all along to any of the third years. Oh? Can you elaborate? Nizu perked up. I've already touched on it a little. Yagi placed his tea down and cupped his chin. But the third years have a solid grasp on how best to utilize their quirk. If I were to introduce one for all in the mix now, they need to learn how to use a brand new quirk to the same skill and proficiency as their original one in under a year, so they don't fall behind. I just don't believe that anyone is truly that talented. I, myself, took years to master the quirk, and I was able to utilize most of its strength almost immediately. You make good points, Nizu conceded. It would be rather counterintuitive to send an already promising hero into the field with the knowledge and skill as a 5-year-old. I take it that means that you will be declining Sir Nitai's request. Yes, you knew Yagi cut himself off, hanging his head in defeat. Of course you did. It would be foolish to think otherwise. All Might's one and only sidekick takes on a student that has one of the brightest smiles for a work study. It's not the most subtle move. If not any of the third years, then perhaps a second year? Nizu continued, ignoring the comment. Yagi shook his head. I would prefer it to be a first year. That way they will have the entirety of their time here to grow into the quirk, and I'd be able to have a direct hand in mentoring them. There were some promising students, but none of them had it. Nizu sipped his tea, nodding at Yagi. And what is this? That's just the thing, Yagi frowned and thought. I don't know what it is either. Calling it a gut feeling is wrong, but I don't think there is any other way to put it. Perhaps you're looking for someone that reminds you of yourself? Nizu pondered, someone that has a dream, but no feasible way of attaining it without the extra help? Yagi crossed his arms. I'd like to assume I'm not as self-centered or idealistic as that, but it is possible. I'm just afraid that I missed the chance to meet the one I would proudly declare as my successor. It is a worrying thought, but we have no control over that, just like how we have no control over the future. We can only hope to be prepared enough to confront it. Nizu finished his tea and hopped on the coffee table, stopping in front of Yagi. Whether or not you find the perfect successor, I do want to advise that you at least have someone in mind, should the worst-case scenario come to pass. They don't need to be your final decision, but having someone to watch over would be helpful. I know you have a personal stake in Shimura-san, so why not consider him? Hearing the suggestion, Yagi's expression darkened. Absolutely not. I am not considering him because I have a personal stake. I refuse to willingly place an even bigger target on his back by giving him the one thing that man wants more than anything else. He has already lost so much. Nizu studied him, his beady eyes searching the other's face for the words not spoken. So you truly believe he is still around. Nizu spoke it with the solemn finality one would hear when receiving news that their loved one didn't survive the surgery. What anger and frustration Yagi may have felt dissipated as he heard his worst fears vocalized. What other explanation is there? If you have one that would suggest otherwise, please enlighten me. Yagi nearly pleaded. He stopped himself to take a deep breath. Once I am certain that he is dead and I see his body reduced to ashes with my own eyes, then I will consider Tenko or anyone else. I will not send my mentor's grandson to face off against her killer, nor a bright-eyed child to their early grave. Silence fell upon the room. The two stared into each other's eyes, Yagi daring Nizu to say otherwise, Nizu searching for a crack in Yagi's resolve. Very well, Nizu eventually gave in. But do remember that this fight is just as much Shimura-san's as it is yours, and everyone here is learning to be a hero. It's rather grim, but every hero is one step closer to the grave than everyone else, no matter how strong or careful they are. I cannot pressure you into finding a successor quickly, but the sooner you do, the more secure the future will be. Nizu hopped off the coffee table and made his way back to his desk, his chair moving and spinning as he jumped on it. I believe that is all that I have for you today, Yagi. Yagi took the dismissal gladly, the topic having devolved into a rather depressing one. He stood and bowed slightly at Nizu before walking to the door. Before his foot left the room, he heard Nizu call out to him. I do wonder if you're keeping Shimura-san away as a way to protect him or yourself? Yagi turned his head to look back at Nizu, his attention now focused on some paperwork. He didn't deign to respond, only nodding silently to himself. Stain's extended stay in Hosu didn't go unnoticed. Shortly after the fourth dead hero was found, while still a tragedy, the city let out a relaxed breath. Precedent showed Stain killed 4 heroes before moving on, so everyone felt a huge weight lift off their shoulders. When the 5th body was found, they were apprehensive, thinking it was a new player or one of Stain's crazed followers trying to pick up where he left off. When the 6th and 7th turned up, the police felt it best to initiate a curfew and unofficial lockdown, urging the citizens to stay indoors as much as possible, but did very little to enforce it. The heroes continued their patrols while the sun was up, but as soon as the sky showed the tiniest hints of a sunset, they all called it a day. The absence of heroes at night sucked up the last bits of warmth in the city. Dabi laughed at the misplaced fear. Citizens were and will never be the target for Stain's crusade. They don't need to be in fear of falling victim to his blades. Only fake heroes and the occasional villain that was back out on the street because of the corrupt system. Every hero that stopped patrolling once it got dark was evidence that they were never safe to begin with. After all, a hero's job is never over. Dabi was skulking around the streets, making sure to keep his head down and his ears open. The sidewalks were emptier now than they used to be, save for the groups of friends making their way to the next bar, or the people still trying to live like nothing was happening. With less people on the street, it was harder for Dabi to stay inconspicuous, so he was forced to stick to alleyways. The back alleys of Hosu were winding like a maze. He took a random right and came up to a dead end. Backtracking, he kept moving about aimlessly but with a purpose. Dabi huffed as he came upon another dead end. Checking his phone, the clock showed 2013 in military time. He dropped the phone in his pocket as he stared at the building's facades, the orange-pink hues of sunset reflecting off the multitude of windows. It had been 2 days since Kajiro gave him the task of finding and setting up a meeting with Stain, and Dabi hadn't had any luck so far. Every slight whiff that he could have gotten was blown away as quickly as he caught on to it. How the hell did I find him in the first place? I found him easily enough, one-side Jiren. That's great. See, you're already well on your way to becoming a hero, Uraraka praised. For me, they've got me tumbling around in this metal cage thing. If it wasn't for training, I would probably enjoy it a lot more because it's like I'm in an amusement park ride. Kaminari jumped a little, like he just remembered something. Come to think of it, I think I've actually seen one of those things at a fair once. I wanted to ride it, but we didn't have enough time. Think Aizawa-sensei will let me try it out sometime? Doubtful. Aizawa-sensei doesn't believe in fun. Shimura chuckled, then tapped his chin in thought. But the pussycats do. After dinner tonight, we're supposed to do some camp activities. Maybe on the last day, they'll let us do whatever we want. Uraraka had sparkles in her eyes. Camp activities? What kind? Who told you? Pixie Bob. I don't know what exactly, she didn't say. Just don't tell anyone else. She said it's a secret and surprise. Uraraka pouted a little, but nodded anyway. As they were talking, someone called out that dinner was finished. Immediately, the students that were sitting around clamored to be first in line for the food. Everyone got their plates filled and settled in. Oh, come on, Eraser. Have a little heart. The little kittens deserve it after what we put them through. Pixie Bob and Ragdoll tried reasoning. Ragdoll was the fourth and final member of the Wild Pussycats, with her wearing a yellow version of their costume. She has long green hair, big round eyes with pink eyeshadow around her right eye. Eraserhead messaged his temples. It's a terrible idea and you all know it. I don't know how you even got me to agree to this in the first place. It wasn't that hard. We asked, and you said, and I quote, whatever, just don't interfere with the remedial class. Pixie Bob stuck her tongue out at him. Plus, I may have already accidentally let sneak that we were doing things tonight. So we can't back down now. Eraserhead groaned dejectedly. Out of all the things you could have done, you chose that. Please tell me you at least told someone that wasn't likely to spread it around. Relax, it was only Shimura. Shimura, Eraserhead repeated slowly. He dragged a hand over his face, beyond finished with the conversation, as in Shimura, who is friends with Kaminari and Uraraka, both of whom are friends with Ishido, who is a notorious gossip queen. Yep. No one knows about it. Pixie Bob looked a little ashamed. Okay, so maybe it isn't such a secret anymore. But that just means we have to do it now for sure. What did you even have planned for tonight? S'mores by the campfire? A test of courage, Mandalay answered. We figured we'd split them up by classes, have one class be scares and the other be scared. Once everyone in the class has gone through, then they swap. Now, I'm not one to normally lean into Eraser's paranoia, but that doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do, Vlad added. Ragdoll pouted. Not you too, Vlad. I thought you were the fun one. Vlad crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Well, not as serious as Eraser, but still. It's just one night. Eraser almost commented on the fact that she didn't finish the sentence with what's the worst that could happen, but he didn't want to tempt fate even more than they were already attempting. He sighed defeatedly. Ectoplasm, Ragdoll. How are you two feeling? The mentioned heroes did a double take, thrown off by how random the question seemed. Ectoplasm and Ragdoll looked at each other before answering. If you're asking about how tired I am from having my quirk active for so long, I'm still fairly fresh. Ectoplasm revealed. I have about 20 clones roaming right now, and it doesn't take much to keep them going. I could spare a little more if you're asking about further surveillance. What about afterwards? Say you dispelled all the clones right now? I'd be a little fatigued, but nowhere near enough to put me out. Nothing a short rest couldn't fix. Ragdoll gave him a thumbs up. I'm all good. Don't need to worry about me. Plus, for the test, I was going to be sitting at a fairly central location, so everyone would be in a solid radius the entire time. Eraserhead closed his eyes and hummed in thought. Fine. We'll go through with it. Ragdoll and Pixie Bob cheered while Mandalay and Tiger nodded in satisfaction. The only two that didn't show outward signs of approval were Ectoplasm and Vlad. Aizawa, are you sure about this? Vlad asked. I was expecting a lot more fight out of you. It's not ideal, but unfortunately, that's just how things are these days. Our hands are tied. We can keep going like we've been doing and stay with the strict training, but at the risk of stripping the kids of their childhood, so to speak. Or, we can let the kids have some well-deserved fun at the risk of opening them up to danger that isn't confirmed in any way, but we fear will happen. The Pussycats frowned in thought. They were aware of the possible risk that their camp would be attacked, but lacked the background regarding how Shigaraki liked to operate. They were aware that the purpose of the camp was to strengthen their quirks, but also knew that kids needed time to be kids. They were aware that UA, and heroes in general, were currently fighting a losing battle against a villain that was making waves. So, what you're saying is you'd rather preserve their innocence and childhood than take it away from them, but risk them being susceptible to an attack that might not even happen, Mandalay summarized. Aizawa grimly nodded. And for once, you're going to ignore your paranoia. That's exceedingly out of character, from what I hear about you. He nodded again. I'm surprised in myself as well, But like it or not, we're still dealing with children. We can't treat them like adults, and despite their choice of going into heroics, we're not a military, so we can't treat them as such either. They deserve a normal life before all of them inevitably get to that day in their career where they lose their rose-tinted lenses. Unfortunately, some students have already lost that, but I'd like to preserve the ones that haven't. Excuse me for playing the devil's advocate, but you do understand the risk that you're taking by letting this happen, right? Vlad voiced, out of everyone at UA, you're always the one that's trying to mitigate the risk, outside of Nizu that is. If all our fears come to fruition, we could be looking at major public outrage at best and captured students, potential casualties, loss of our licenses, and imprisonment at worst. Eraserhead stared Vlad in the eyes. That's why we're going all hands on deck. No remedial classes, everyone will be out there, and constant and regular check-ins. We can't let that fear lead our life, and quite frankly, I'm a little tired of always being passive in this. Instead of being on the lookout for anything off, we'll be looking and expecting things to be off. Mandalay nodded, then it's settled. We'll go break the news to the kiddos while everyone else gets ready. Hands in, Mandalay put her hand out, at the bottom of the expected hand pile while the other pussycats immediately placed theirs on top. Ectoplasm, Vlad, and Eraserhead looked at each other before shrugging and added their hands too. Mandalay and Pixie Bob smiled at their participation. And 3, 2, 1, break. With dinner finished and dishes washed, the students hung around outside, not wanting to call it a night yet and anxiously waiting for something to happen. Someone let slip that the pussycats had a plan for tonight, and that little morsel of information spread like wildfire amongst the students. They stood around, talking amongst themselves as they tried not to let their anticipation show, throwing out guesses as to what the activity was. The doors of the lodge opened, leaving the figures coming out wreathed in a golden light like a band of angels descending from heaven. The students all shut up as they awaited their proclamation. All right, kiddies. Cooking's done, food's been eaten, dishes are washed. Now all that's left for tonight is, Pixie Bob exclaimed to the class. The students leaned forward as they waited for the reveal, completely unaware of the figures creeping up behind them. Tonight's activity is, Ragdoll added, keeping the suspension high. The students were entirely engrossed, starving to do something that was actually reminiscent of enjoying a summer break. The figures stalked up closer, forming a tighter ring behind them. The figures took a few more steps before making themselves known. In unison, the figures spoke up, startling the students, even Jiro and Shoji, a test of courage. Ragdoll and Pixie Bob openly laughed at how badly ectoplasm scared the students while Aizawa and Tiger lamented their lack of awareness. Taking up the explanation, Mandalay stepped forward. The route of the test is a loop around our secondary track. Class 1B will be the scarers, while 1A will enter the forest 2 at a time, every 4 minutes. At the halfway mark, you will find Ragdoll, who will give you a sheet of paper with your name on it. Bring those back with you to show that you made it all the way through and didn't cut through the middle to the end. Excited comments came from the students at the prospect of the test of courage. The scarers aren't allowed to make physical contact, but they are allowed to get right up in your personal space if they want to whisper something in your ears or what have you. Just know that if the person you're scaring attacks you out of reflex, then that's all on you. Use of quirks is allowed and expected. Just don't cause any harm to your fellow classmates or even to the environment. If you're prone to starting fires, or your quirk has that capability in any capacity, please try to keep a handle on it. A few snickers could be heard and not-so-hidden looks at those that had the quirks in question at that comment. You'll be drawing lots to find out your partner and in what order. Class B, go ahead and follow Ragdoll and Pixie Bob to the route. Class A, come on up. Once Ragdoll and Pixie Bob confirm 1, BS all good to go, we're getting started. 12 minutes later, at the entrance to the route, Pixie Bob waved Azui and Jiro into the forest that was quietly echoing with screams from their classmates. Jiro and Azui looked at each other for reassurance before heading in. A few minutes into their walk and no sign of any of the scarers, Jiro broke the silence first. Man, 1B must really be going at it. They're getting some pretty good reactions from the people ahead of us. That reminds me, Kyoka-chan, you've done tests of courage before, right? How well does that turn out for you given your enhanced hearing? Azui questioned. Jiro shook her hand in a so-so motion. Meh. Just 'cause I can hear what's ahead doesn't necessarily mean I don't get scared. Like, I'll be expecting it so it won't be a jump scare. But if the look is good enough, that usually gets me. I don't normally get scared, but knowing when to expect something could help. Mind letting me know? Ribbit? I don't think that's proper in the spirit of things. Azui shrugged. Worth a shot. But now that you bring it up, it's eerily quiet. I hear it's a way to crank up the suspense. Did you just make a pun at my expense? Ribbit. A little ways ahead of the pair was a group of 1B students that were still laughing at the reactions they were receiving from 1A. Their setup played to the classic trope of spotting a ghostly girl roaming the woods or a haunted mansion. As the 1A students walked along the path to their location, Kodai, being one of the few students that had black hair with no other distinguishable features, and was thus easier to dress up as a specter, would run alongside them, flitting between trees or standing just outside of their peripheral vision. When 1A would look her way, she would disappear and show up somewhere else in short time with the aid of the skull-faced, no-lipped Hananuki and his quirk. To emulate a ghost floating through the air instead of moving, she would be thrown between the orange-haired girl, Kendo, and Monoma, with the latter using his quirk to copy Kendo's. Once they felt like they've built up enough suspense with the near sightings, they would hit it home with having Kodai emerge from the ground with her hair covering her face and reaching out to them, softly exclaiming, "Help me." So far, they were 3 for 3 for getting a scream and were hoping for another success. "How are you doing, Yui?" Kendo asked her. "Not too tired from running around a lot? A little jostled around from being thrown around?" Kodai shook her head and gave a thumbs up, replying quietly, "Mem, can you believe how so many of 1A are such scaredy cats?" Monoma snidely remarked. "For a class that's supposedly seen the terrors of being a hero, they sure don't have much mettle to them. When it's our turn to run through this, I doubt any of us will be spooked." Hananuki closed his eyes and shook his head at him. "You seriously need to dial down that competitiveness with 1A. It was amusing to begin with, but now it's just tiring." Monoma scoffed. "Are you not put off by how much attention 1 has been getting? I heard that our summer camp was changed last minute specifically because of 1A. If it weren't for them, I'm sure we would have had a normal summer vacation at a camp, but now we're forced to train day in and day out." "You're being unfair to them, Monoma," Kendo chided. "1A didn't ask for any of the things that happened to them. Besides, we're at UA. Do you honestly believe that a UA-sanctioned trip would be anything except more training?" "That's exactly my point. They didn't ask for anything, yet they were handed everything while we were left to fight over the scraps. What makes them better than us?" "Hey," Hananuki cut in. "Where did this smoke come from?" "Heh, think Todoroki or Kaminari got spooked real bad and started a fire?" Kendo frowned and tilted her head up, sniffing the air. "Now that you mention it, something does smell like it's burning. And what's with the purple fog? Anyone know whose quirk that is?" Hananuki cackled. "I bet it was Kaminari. He seems like the kind of guy who dash." Hananuki's sentence was cut off as he fell unconscious and fell to the ground with a thud. Kendo watched him fall with wide eyes as things connected in her head. She quickly looked to Monoma and Kodai to see if they came to the same conclusion and saw Monoma a step behind her with Kodai lagging a little behind. "Don't breathe the smoke in. It's poisonous," she exclaimed as she wrapped Kodai in her enlarged hand. "Everyone else smelling smoke?" Vlad's voice crackled over their comm pieces. "It's not coming from Kaminari or Todoroki," Ectoplasm reported. "I just passed both of them and they're still on the trail. No one in my class has the proper quirk to make a fire. Not unless you count Fukudashi, but I know he wouldn't do that." Tiger looked over the students still waiting for their turn. "It's not Bakugo either. He's still at the entrance with us." "Ragdoll? Seeing anything?" Mandalay called out. No response. She tried again. "Ragdoll, come in. Is anything on your radar?" Ragdoll should be at the halfway point of the route. "Who's closest?" Tiger asked. Eraserhead curtly responded, "En route." "Ectoplasm, could you send a couple clones my way just in case?" "I let some know. They should be moving to you now." "Ragdoll. Tomoko, please respond. What's your status?" Pixie Bob attempted. Their comm line was silent as everyone waited for a response, either from Ragdoll or from Eraserhead. Regarding the situation, "Ragdoll is missing," Eraserhead reported. his tone harsh and dripping with frustration. The pussycat's blood ran cold. I'm at the table she should have been at, and I'm seeing a fair amount of blood, but no body. There are clear signs of a struggle, but no obvious trails leading deeper into the forest either. It's like she just disappeared. We're under attack. Ectoplasm, where are your clones? Are they still up? It took a few beats for Ectoplasm to respond. Affirmative. None of them have been destroyed. They should be moving around and reporting in, but I'm not getting anything. How could they dash? Shit. I just lost all of them. All at once, Ectoplasm cut him off. Fuck. Eraserhead swore. They took out Ragdoll first to keep their presence hidden and then dealt with Ectoplasm. I'm moving parallel the route and I'm seeing a purple mist covering a large portion of the route, and I'm seeing bodies slumped. I'm starting to hear fights breaking out. Villains have infiltrated the camp. Here. Kitty, kitty, kitty. What? Pixie Bob yelled out in surprise as her body was enveloped in a pink aura and pulled backwards. Turning around at her outburst, Mandalay and Tiger, and the rest of the students that were still waiting their turn to enter the forest, saw Pixie Bob unconscious on the ground with an object wrapped in bandages resting on her head. The owner of the object had shoulder-length hair and was wearing sunglasses, a white shirt under an orange short-sleeve shirt, and jeans. Next to them was a villain with a reptilian mutation and wild purple hair, dressed up in a costume that looked like stains. The students remaining at the entrance to the test of courage, minus Bakugo and Kirishima, backed away from the villains in fear. How are there villains here? I thought this place was secret, screeched Mineta. The reptilian villain raised a finger to his ear. Found most of them. The one in the sunglasses had a smug smile. Come and play. Chapter end notes. Not like it really makes a difference, but in case you were wondering about the pairings for the test of courage, I threw everyone's name into a random pair generator online, and these were the results. 1. Shimura/Shoji. 2. Sato/Kaminari.